I suppose you could say partner, Jenny, if you wanted to be a little old timey.
Hey, that's a good one. You might be onto something. But I don't know. I guess I'm just overcautious because people take stuff the wrong way all the time. It's like,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
cringy.
Oh yeah.
But I'll think about it some more off that. That'd be easy to do if I lived in Texas.
We don't say that word here.
You guys don't say
Unless you've been
that?
playing Red. Not unless you've been playing way too much Red Dead Redemption.
Hmm.
I'd say you shouldn't bother too much about it.
I know. I know. I'll just have to say, that's on you, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I'll say it sometimes, but I played too much Red Dead Redemption. The second one, anyway, not the first one. The first one I did like 99% of the game, and then I took a break, and my kids were like, "Hey, can I play?" And they beat the game for me. No, that would technically be, yeah, Red Dead Redemption. The chronology is so weird.
Mm.
That would be the last one that I played. And anybody who beat the game, they know that once you beat the game, yeah. So I played the crap out of the second one. I like hunting and fishing.
Beat the AI at AlphaGo.
What's that, bro?
Beat the AI at AlphaGo.
I don't know what that means, bro.
AlphaGo is a game.
Okay.
Go is the game.
Yeah.
Go is the game.
Or
AlphaGo is
Go,
the name of
yeah.
the computer.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like you have these little stones, half or glass marbles or whatever the fuck they are. Half of them is white, so whichever side you have them on, they'll either be white or black. And it's all about like the ones adjacent to you. The ones adjacent to where you move, you can flip over, and it's like a line and all that. So basically, you want to make it to where your opponent has no more moves, right? So I can't remember the other game that it's like.
Globulus, or what? How did I say globulus? And we should name colleges after ourselves. I'm sorry, Josh. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, that's all right. I was done. I think that game is real popular in China.
Oh, yeah.
South Korea too. Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know it was mainly Asians that held the record for it until the AI was able to beat them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in South Korea is like the national game, their own national game.
Yeah, in Korea, they have a soccer. Yeah, I'm boy soccer and people like video games, so they turn over there all the time, and they got like teams.
Hank, can I ask you something?
Yeah, bro, go for it.
Have you ever seen movies from 1950s with robots?
Robot?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You should watch. You were roboting and yeah, you were roboting before.
Oh, you got me there. Good,
Yeah. Uh, you sound
Hey,
good
you
now,
guys
but
know that? You guys remember that show Lost in Space?
yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, that robot knew what he was doing. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Don't go by that
Yeah.
pedophile.
Yeah. Mm. But he turned against him. Have you seen all the shows?
I can't remember. I don't know. I can't say yes or no.
I think there's 3 series. Yeah.
I know they tried doing
Seasons.
a reset.
Yeah, I saw it a couple of months ago. All the seasons.
Well, the earth is flat. Welcome to the highway to the Twilight Zone.
Getting sleepy. Good night.
Good night, Geppy Get.
Thank you.
Rest well.
Thank you. Enjoy your time, guys. Later.
Take care. Until next time.
Until next time, same bat channel.
Where's that from?
What?
Where's that from? The same bat time. I've heard that
The
before, but I'm not sure what it's
original,
to.
the original the original TV series of Batman from the 60s, where Adam
Okay.
West was playing. Yeah, that one, where Adam West played Batman. At the end of every episode, the narrator would come on. Now you can catch the hijinks of Batman next week or next time. Same bat channel.
Nice.
Improv 2 Dance Club. Is it just me, or does Batman seem like the devil? Sneaking up on the people that are doing wrong in the middle of the night, just going, Batman, and snatching them up, beating them up.
Yeah, I guess he has those horns too, right?
Yeah, he's the Dark Knight. The night is always darkest before the dawn.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct? Node 3. Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the, city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
Open. Yeah.
on the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thumb. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
You
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
Goodness, why is
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching.
My eardrums are ringing.
Awfully loud.
That is so loud, my friend. My eardrums are bass boosted.
Fucking so loud, man.
Who did even play that? Who played that?
Back the gain off next time. Wow. That was hot. Smoking. Well, it's been an interesting day, man. I've been listening most of the day. I've been doing much talking. I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Oh, it's better. I had sun sneeze. Anybody get sun sneezes? You walk out in the sun and you sneeze. Anybody got that?
Sunny in California probably does.
My niece, man. My niece is like guaranteed every time, but I'm like every once in a while, man. Whew, hit the sun and sneeze away. It's weird. Called sun sneezes. It's a thing, man. Check it out. Who knew?
Yeah, I do that. I hate it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's electromagnetic or something. Tickles your nose hairs. I don't know.
Nose hairs are tingling.
If you gotta take a leak, you gotta take a leak. I mean, if you have a leak, there's probably a thing that would fix it. Maybe I don't know, but you know, I take pictures. What do I know? I'm just an astronaut. I shouldn't know much. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not the guy that goes out there and fixes it. I'm the guy that takes pictures.
Dude, he's got to be like autistic or Asperger or something, man, where he's just like, yeah, I went to space because I saw it on TV and I was in a simulator and yeah. Some fuck,
And
I
these
don't
guys said I went there.
know. Like,
Why would they lie?
why would they lie? I mean, if this is the brightest, after listening to fucking Solar today for fucking 2 hours, I'm like, that guy should be fucking running the fucking world. It'll all work out just fine. And like, now that's a smart guy, man. Just listening to Pettit versus Solar, it's like night and day. It's completely ridiculous. I can't believe people buy that that's fucking astronaut and supposed to be really smart and got a PhD. And well, fuck off. Sounds like a fucking retard.
He got a PhD in photography.
Right. It's just such a joke. Come on.
PhD in photography, so that means you know how to manipulate the camera.
Yeah. What a joke.
And they're buying it.
It was him and that other fat dude, man. I forget his name. They're sitting there like, well, of course you see stars in space. Well, yeah, you see stars all the time. It's like And when at night, you can see like clouds, nebula. Yeah, of course you can see stars. Like fucking what kind of memory do you have, man? You can see the Big Dipper. You can see you can see the moon and the sun and everything too. Yeah, woo. Like really? These are the fucking geniuses that go to space. Okay, fuck off. Just pisses me off. Sorry. I was on my smoke break. I got 4 more violins to fix. Fuck. I'll be listening. Carry on. Carry on with your gravity. I dare you. I dare you.
Well, I'm taping up some ceramic right now, so.
He must have broke his toilet. No, I'm just joking, bro.
No, it's one of these tiles, and I don't want to break it, and I want to make sure, like, you know what a trivet is?
Hell no.
Oh, it's well, I figured you would know because you know about cooking and stuff. But it's just something to take the pot up off of the flame, so it's not as intense. And I got these ceramic tiles, and they'll be all right. But I want to be able to shape metal without crushing it, and I've already crushed 2 of them. So I'm trying to shape metal around it, so I have a holder for it. Propane accessories.
I do like chocolate. Some of my favorite chocolates are dark chocolate with like cayenne pepper. So when we melt it, we don't put it next to the heat. We put it in boiling water. So it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, you don't want like a lot of heat, but I think that's when you would double boil it, wouldn't you?
Well, we just boil it one time and pour it over the pretzels or whatever. That's it.
No, I mean the pot. It's called a double boiler. It's like a pot of boiling water with another like bowl on top of it with the chocolate in it, so it don't get too hot. It stays like temperature.
Yeah, imagine that, but without the right tools and some Southern engineering. You get the picture.
Yeah. That Southern ingenuity. Got to give it to them.
Yeah. We'll find a way to make it work.
I mean, there's a reason why they the Apollo program decided to have headquarters in Houston, you know?
I guess so.
How can we trick the public? Well,
tell them the Texans did it.
First of all, you would say it's the Floridians. But, well, since we Texas, we smart shit. Texas A&M, let's do it.
Yeah, we get blamed for the Kennedy assassination, and I'm like, man, that shit just kind of stumbled onto our borders. That gang fight was already going on. And it's kind of the same thing with the whole NASA. It's like, man, that shit. And by the way, for the record, President Bush, he's none of his family, none of them are Texans. His brother isn't Floridian. For the record. Now his wife might be. Yeah, I kind of disassociated with the government of Texas, the state of Texas, since they kidnapped my wife. I kind of feel a different way about them now. It's like, dang. And it also makes me resent, people that say that, you got all this white privilege, like cops don't mess with you. Oh, really? That's another one. Like, okay, so cops don't mess with me because I'm white, but they kidnap my wife in my car and make me give them a grant. But I got off lucky because I was white. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one thing about the law. There's no racism when it comes to that justice shit, right?
Yeah, it's give us just everything we asked for, or we're going to take a slice anyway.
So the absurdity of these people saying systemic racism. The systemic racism lies within the household. It's not within the government. It's not within policy. The
Agreed.
policy
It's in the
is
private.
there.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah. Within the private, that's where racism thrives. So really every man needs to make sure his own house isn't full of this unnecessary, unwarranted hatred.
Yep.
But everyone has bias and prejudice. So it's kind of like you got to police yourself because the government has rules against this stuff. And we've even got Supreme Court Justice Scalia talking to Nancy Pelosi, explaining that racism is on the private side. It's completely legal to be racist in the private side, but the government can't do it. It's actually illegal for them to do it. Now, that doesn't mean that racists can't get hired at low IQ jobs, right? So there is that.
Right.
Do we have any Globers in the house? Hello, Effie Batman, are you there?
You and Puff. You and Puff are the Glovers.
Oh, we have Puff.
Yeah.
So Puff believes he's living on a magical spinning space ball, I see.
Well, yeah.
Right now?
Why is it quiet in here? What's happened?
Somebody's hot micing.
We've got some anti-flat earthers in the house, I think.
Anti-Flat Earthers. Where?
Anti-fluffers.
He's a
He's muted.
Glober.
Why is he muted? Did you say something inappropriate?
Oh, he has to go. He will be back.
Yeah. I noticed that he spreads the Professor Dave clips all over the chat every time.
Oh.
Yes, he's one of them.
He must like these pictures I just posted in the live stream then. Sasha.
Biggest
I've been
troller.
told that I'm an anti-flat earther. I disagree with this. Lol, cut the shit. Nice gift. Run away, Puff. You on the fence, Sasha?
You can't make up.
Yeah, I'm on the fence.
How did you get that role?
Well, I used to have the flat earther role, but then they put me on the fence.
What? You never had flat earther role.
I did, dude.
When?
Long time ago.
I don't remember you.
Yeah, it was only for a few days.
Oh. So, what do you think about those shaking the fence?
Yeah, I think it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, we gotta have them pick a side, either globe or fly, you know what I mean?
Not really. You can be on the fence as long as you want. Ask me how I know. I'm pretty sure I was on the fence for probably top 5 of all time. In the recent stuff. I don't know about the ancient stuff. But yeah, man, on the fence is a good place to be, because hopefully you can set aside your biases up there. Because if you can't do it up there, where can you do it at?
You either come down from it, or someone make you fall.
From it.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
And
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake
stars. You can see planets. You can
Vegas,
see moons. You see the gas.
Away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep open my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Love, 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 love. I met a girl named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda, she was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking, but it's late and I'm lonely and hurting, and where else can I get me some love? Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life, always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean, all these characters I dream, variations on a theme, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. 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 Like everyone 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 holding on for dear life. For dear like everyone else. For dear like everyone else. Like everyone.
Oh shit.
Hey, what's up?
Who said? Hello.
Hey.
See, look, her boss.
So what do you guys think about Quantum Eraser?
The movie?
Yeah, like the
Sucks.
person, like.
Hey, did you guys know that the Earth is flat? You heard about that? Are you guys aware of this?
That's the latest
Well, I'm
news.
just kind of curious because it seems like there might be some fake flat earthers that some of us don't know about.
Oh, yeah.
Starting with you, maybe?
We don't speculate about that kind of stuff here on live stream. We don't disparage other flat earthers. Although what you said may be true, right? There's nothing you can do to speculate who's who and what's what.
Well, I was even going to go as far as to say some of the mods could perhaps be fake flat earthers. Do you think this is possible?
Hello, Sasha.
Hello, my friend.
Yeah, anything's possible, bro. But I'm worried about, nonsense about.
Well, Henkil.
Worried about that guy.
Hold on, Henkil. Your mic is roboting. Hold on. Well, to answer your question, Sasha, when Henkil said anything is possible, he was lying. Okay, anything is possible to an extent, but there are impossible things.
Well, what we were discussing is we're talking about the mods being fake flat earthers.
Oh, there's fake flat earther mod? Who?
I think so.
Who?
I
think what's his name? I think Cyrus is fake.
Yeah, Cyrus is kind of sketchy.
Right. I feel like he is. Every time I talk with him, he always interrupt and then says like a joke, and then he's like, and then if I say, "Can you please be serious?" and then he mute me.
Cyrus seems like a fake flat earther because he's so chill, but I think he actually is a flat earther.
I think crypto. What are you?
Oh, he's a lead mod. He's a big one.
Yes, but like the elites are flat earthers.
He could be an ex-flat earther. Like maybe he used to be a flat earther when he got lead mod, and then now since then he no longer believes it.
I agree because I see crypto in another server. I see him in a server called Earth Awakenings, and he always talks about Earth not flat. So I don't think he is flat earther.
Uh-oh.
What difference would it make one way or the other?
Well, he's a lead moderator, so if he's a fake flat earther, imagine the potential for the server.
Right, exactly.
What could he do? What could he do? Just entertain. I don't know. So what could
He could
do?
ban all the real flat earthers and keep all the fake flat earthers, and then make it a fake flat earther server.
Exactly.
Couldn't another moderator just unban them all and it will be over?
No,
No, because they will listen to him. He's the lead mod. Are you? Well,
Well, he'd have to justify. He'd have to justify his actions, wouldn't he, to them if he did that? So he kind of reveal himself completely if he black. If he was trying to be covert and he was really a globe earth or whatever you want to say, then it would be in his best interest not to do anything at all. Otherwise, he's just going to be, temporarily blocking everyone for 5 minutes. Is hardly coup of the century, is it?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of work for.
Well, for 5 minutes. 5 minutes fun, isn't it? Really? Then he's got. Then he's gone.
I'm confused that we're actually having this conversation right now.
And is it impossible?
We're talking to a bunch of LARPers.
Is it impossible to entertain the idea that you could get to a point where you trust a globe earther to actually make them a moderator and they wouldn't fuck things up? I mean, you can't shut down Discord. You can just literally just be a bit of a shit to everyone else for 5 minutes and then they get rid of you forever, don't they? So it's not like it's going to be. This isn't the fucking Watergate, is it? One way or the other.
No, Sasha's just making baseless claims to stir the pot. Pretty normal behavior from him. Just diss him again. Or ban him again.
Put some gumbo in that pot and then stir it.
I don't think that anybody who'd take the effort and have to show the passion to be here long enough to be trusted by everyone and in this community long enough to be considered a flat earther is probably going to be doing it covertly. I mean, what would be the bloody point?
I don't know. I think most of us trust but verify, and chew the meat and spit out the bones. So regardless of anybody's intention or agenda or whatever, doesn't matter to me. The truth is going to be the truth. Lies are going to be lies.
Exactly, but in the time I've just been listening to you guys, it's fairly evident that there's a community of you who may not have necessarily physically met in real life. I don't know. Maybe you have. Maybe you've been to conventions or at meetups, but everything. But you have a relationship with people, And there's a level of mutual trust. That's what Discord's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, most of us haven't really met in real life, but have built somewhat of personal relationships with one another here. I mean, I've met some people from the server, but
I feel like that person would be weeded out really quickly.
Yeah, they would.
I mean, it happens. I see it happen every day on here where globetards come on here and try to pretend that they're flat earthers and then try to clown it and play games, and it's obvious right away, and they get booted and banned so fast. It's like there's a lot of smart people on here, so I don't think that
the two that we're having the conversation are pretty much what you're describing for the most part. So, with the exception of Sasha doesn't always claim to be a flat earther anymore.
Well, I don't even know who that is, so I can't speak on it. I don't know who else Sasha is. So what is he, a moderator on the server?
No, Sasha Ivanov was bringing up this whole topic and then referring to somebody else with the same first name, but He just likes to stir the pot. If religion hasn't been talked about in a while, he'll bring up religion to get it off get the topic off flat Earth. Just stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see.
Come in and claim so and so's a shill or whatever, just to stir the
I
pot.
mean, I
and get
inadvertently do that myself though all the time because I always feel like flat Earth and religion and all the other topics of the world, everything that's going on, it all correlates and all. I feel like it's all one big topic. I feel like it all goes together. So I'm guilty of that myself. Sometimes I will come on the live Discord, even though I know I shouldn't, and I'll just start babbling incoherently sometimes about religion. And sometimes we'll talk for hours about it, and then other times I get shut down and like, oh, we can't do this. We can't have this top conversation. So, it doesn't mean I'm not, I'm not a troll. I'm not a fake flat earther.
Yeah, typically the religion stuff that people dislike is when people start discussing the details of one specific religion or this religion against that religion, that kind of stuff. Flat Earth, inevitably the conversation leads you to the creation of creator, and that's some sort of topic along those lines at some
That
point.
is an interesting topic. I actually brought that up hours earlier. I was having a discussion with a bunch of people out here because I was wondering, can you be and is there atheist flat earthers? Can you be an atheist and a flat earther?
Yeah, I think there's some.
I've spoken to some.
Most of them, though, would claim more so that they're agnostic. I know that we have predominant ones that do speak in here often that claim to be agnostic, which is not an atheist. So, but they're out there.
I mean, isn't it though? Isn't agnostic? I mean,
agnostic is suspending your belief, right? Not making a positive claim of there is no God.
Gnosticism is a declaration of knowledge.
Well,
so most atheists are agnostic. Say they don't know. That's what agnosticism is revealing that you don't know.
Right.
Yeah. So most atheists say they don't. They just basically, if someone makes a claim there's a God, they just basically reject the claim. They're not saying there isn't a God. They're saying it's like guilty, not guilty, innocent. We don't go to court and say guilty or innocent. We say guilty, not guilty.
Right.
And that's that's the if you talk to the atheist community, that's the kind of that infuriates them because people presume that they're saying there is no God. What they're saying is, show me the evidence there is a God. Until that point, I reject your claim. But they're not saying that. It'd be stupid for a lot of them to say there is no God because they're making an assertion they can't back up with evidence necessarily. That other people stuff. So they're kind of floating in the middle. So most atheists are agnostic. Anti-theists tend to put themselves out of. They say they're Gnostic. They know that there is no God, and they're in a different position altogether because they're making a distinct claim. And they have to back up their claim. And a lot of atheists, as you call them, most people will call them in the middle, are no more convinced than they are of those people than they are of theists. Theists and as far as a lot of people in the middle consider theists and anti-theists being in the same effective position of making an assertion that they can't convince the middle ground of believing. So there is a bit of a distinction. Now, granted, if you're a theist, you may, on a day-to-day basis, not really see much distinction between the two, but there is a subtle. There is a subtle distinction there, I think, for the people who are concerned with that. But people say they're agnostic, and people are agnostic about more things than they're agnostic about because the world is full of more unknowns than it is knowns, by definition.
Right.
But I do know some flat earthers who are agnostic. They're and they're non-believers in that context. They don't have.
You said what? You know some flat earthers that are. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. So can you repeat that, please?
I know some flat earthers who are atheist in the sense that they're, agnostic. They're not convinced of anything, and they don't claim to know of a God. They float. Some of the people I know who are hardcore skeptics about virtually everything fall exactly in that framework because they're skeptic about the Earth. They're skeptic. what the mainstream everyone of brands, in a derogatory sense, a conspiracy theory. They're skeptic about anything that's told them by government.
Okay, but this skepticism is based on what?
Skepticism.
Can you finish your point? Can you finish this point real quick? Because I want to hear what the rest of what he wanted to say.
Go ahead.
That's pretty much it, really. There are some people who are really skeptics. They're skeptic of many, virtually everything, and that puts them in a place where they are, by definition, likely to be an atheist and a flat earther, or an atheist and a.
But do they? Okay, can I ask you a question real quick? In your experience, are they? Do they believe in a creator, but not a biblical religious sense of a god? But they still believe then? Some. So it's depends
some of them
on individual.
Some of them are deistic in so much as they, or spiritual in so much as they believe there's some force. It's very hard for people to completely rid themselves of the shackles of any. Well, shackles are the wrong word. That's derogatory, really. They rid themselves of a framework in which they think that there is something there, some driving force. Because it's totally non-intuitive to think there wouldn't be on one level.
Yeah, and think of it this way. I know a ton of atheists that claim to be atheists, people that are very vocal with being atheists, and they will meditate and pray to the universe. But then they claim to be an atheist. So it's, everybody's different in their...
And there are lots of people
I want to scream God when you're having relations with some of them, if you know what I mean.
Sorry, say it again. Sorry.
I'm saying so there's girls that you can be with at times, and you're to be, I guess, clean and put it nicely, making love to, and they will constantly say, "Oh God, oh God, oh God," but don't believe in God. So who are you talking to? What are you talking about?
I mean, for a lot of people, UK here in the UK, it's a more secular society anyway. It tends to be a little bit. I mean, we use God and Christ as words are used. I have to be. Sometimes I just say, Christ, and it doesn't actually. The word doesn't actually have any. It's not loaded in any way with me. You know what I mean? Because I haven't been raised in a religious culture. I wouldn't say.
Do you believe in the idea that there is no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole?
No such what? Sorry, no such thing.
No such thing as an atheist in a foxhole.
Sorry, I'm not sure what that means. It may be because it's
a foxhole. You don't know what a foxhole is? So, like, when the chips are down, when your life is on the line, you're about to die. Even an atheist will start praying, right? But they don't believe in God, but they'll start praying for their life.
There is a level, I think, in which people in a desperate situation will start saying things like, "Oh, please don't let this happen to me. Please don't let this happen to me." There's that verbalization.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of people make that. But do that kind of thing, and they say, they'll even clench their hands and do all kinds of things, But the moment, if that crisis isn't terminal, and the moment they're at that crisis, and they move back to a more normalized psyche, I don't think there's any real reason to think that they would change their perspective. I mean, I was raised by people who are not remotely religious in a community, in a family community without any religion.
Where are you from?
I'm in the south of England, in the UK, and an awful lot of people around here are. We don't have that.
What is the primary religion there? Is it? It's. I mean, there's a lot of Christians in England, no? Or
there are plenty of Christians in England. We have a Christian denomination called Church of England, which effectively what happened in the 16th century is that Henry VIII, it was Catholic then, as in in a conventional European Catholic context at the time, like the Spanish, the royal families of Spain and France and England were all intertwined, and Henry VIII wanted to divorce his first wife, who he grew to despise, and marry another one. The Pope wouldn't secede. It was permissible. Divorce was illegal then. So Henry VIII being King of England said, "Screw you! I'm going to create my own. I'm going to move to create his own religion." And he had a cardinal called Cardinal Wolsey who eventually created a religious framework in the UK. And as a consequence of that, it started a religious feud, effectively, between Catholics and the non-Catholics in this part of the world that's been going ever since. It's still propagated as an island now. We all know about the troubles in Northern Ireland in the 60s and 70s and 80s. So it was caused by Catholics and Protestants, which is an offshoot.
They wrote a song about Henry VIII.
Paul and Paza, sorry to interrupt you guys, but I want to address something which Paza talk about. I know you were explaining what they explained to us, that agnosticism means what they are. But at some point you mentioned they want proof. These people want evidence for God, and then they will believe it.
Yeah, I think there's a hunger in human beings to see evidence, isn't there? Always, that's what drives a lot of people here in this kind of forum as well.
Well, if I give you evidence, are you an agnostic?
I'm an agnostic. I would say I'm an agnostic only because I'm being intellectually honest. But I'm pretty much. I'd be difficult to believe as a God.
Then, if I give you evidence for existence of God, will you believe and follow?
If I think it's convincing evidence, then yes, I probably would. But
disagree.
This evidence is not convincing or not. It is evidence.
Yeah, okay, it depends. You can qualify. There's a you can qualify evidence, can't you? So.
Well, let me just give it to you, and then let's see what you decide. There is special chunks of code in the web code on the internet, and all the web code, vast majority of it, was written by men, programmers, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Basically, it's a contrivance, man-made contrivance. Yeah.
And lately, we have also designed AI, artificial intelligence. We created software with the ability to learn, and even do philosophy and all sort of design. And we now have also web code, which is actually written by AI. So it's not just human web code out there. But the AI and the web code is a result of human intelligence. Can you deny this?
The framework in which the AI is written is entirely sits in the framework of human intelligence. Yeah, that's by definition.
Yeah. So now there is this web code out there, and big chunks of it matches the DNA, human DNA, and other animal DNA.
In what respect? DNA is a molecular coding sequence of which is a long string combination.
That special code, chunks of those code, that same information, instructions and everything, they are found in the human DNA.
The chance of it. You're saying you're talking about a probabilistic comparison between the two.
No, this is not a probabilistic anymore.
You understand.
It is proof of intelligent design. It is proof that the human DNA has been designed.
No, it's not. It's not proof of that at all. There's
it is.
There's no implicit parallel comparison between DNA, which is a molecular coding sequence based upon 4 component elements. And
it's an operating system.
Okay, well, you are making a parallel between
The DNA.
two massively different systems. You're just making an assertion that they're the same. I take it you've never worked in AI, have you?
Can you show me web code popping out into existence on the internet out of the blue?
What's that got to do with it? Of course I can't. Things like that don't contrive themselves out of the blue.
Yeah, it has. I take a computer, yeah? It's fresh, clean. Okay?
Yeah.
I install nothing on it. No operating system, nothing.
Can I just
connect it to the internet.
Can I just stop you there, okay, right? Just let you know.
Okay.
Right? Before you carry on down this line, I've worked in artificial intelligence for 5 years in the early 90s doing fuzzy logic, coherent feedback networks for doing production line analysis of things, digital processing. So I know exactly what AI is and how it works and how it's constructed. And I'm currently a software engineer working.
I'm not talking about the AI.
You were just a minute ago. You talk about AI and you talk about web.
I mentioned the AI,
yeah,
as a result, of human intelligence.
Yes, but the AI you're talking about, is actually not as intelligent.
Where did the AI came from? I'm not talking about how intelligent is the AI.
Yeah, so you're saying it's a human contrivance. Great, we both agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is a direct result of human intelligence. It is human creation.
Yeah.
We created it.
And it's and you could be talking about pizzas, cardigans, airplanes.
No, the AI and pizza. Listen, the AI and the pizza are not one and the same thing.
I didn't say they were, but they're both human contrivances. Yeah. What's the point you're making?
Well, can a pizza do what an AI does?
Is an AI tasty? What are you saying? An AI does one particular thing. It's not creative. Yeah, it's an algorithmic construct, an AI system. You don't know what AI
a limited AI that you think of. A limited AI.
What about the AI I actually know? What about the AI that I actually know about, and you're just surmising works somehow? I work in computing, and I know what AI works. I worked on the frontier of it in the 1990s, so I know what AI does. I know what AI is capable of. If you've got an AI doing a particular task, it's still not hasn't got a soul. It's doing a very simple task. It's no different than a typewriter. It's just in a different complexity constraint. That's all. It is still not an intelligence in this. It's what it's called an artificial intelligence. It's not an intelligence.
Oh my God.
I understand you're trying to draw a parallel, but I'm telling you there isn't an implicit parallel there. Yeah.
I have a question. But I told you, I did mention about the AI, but I told you there is web code.
Yeah.
Which is identical, is found in the human DNA. The same kind of special code
that doesn't make any sense. That's rubbish. That's why
what do you mean it doesn't?
It's rubbish.
It's not rubbish. This is what the geneticists say.
No, they don't say that at all.
Yeah, they do. They discovered this. They discovered this.
Give me a citation.
Can you let him expand on his point of why it's rubbish? Because I'd really like to hear his reasoning and why it's rubbish.
It's rubbish because DNA, right, is a chemical coding sequence of 4 elements, right, which combinatorially drive a machine, effectively, they drive a system. Okay, web code is nothing more than the scripting mechanism or a programmatic system for rendering stuff on a web browser. Okay, they are not in any way parallel. There is no computing language that works on 4 elements in the coding sequence.
But isn't he right in what his claim is that code is embedded in our DNA, and so I don't know.
If that's the point he's making, then yes, he's right. There is a coding sequence in DNA, and just as there is a coding sequence in systems that you find on the internet. I'm not arguing with that.
But
Not just
that point, then,
sequences,
doesn't that prove
functions.
the claim of intelligent design?
It is
if you want to
web
draw the parallel, but if you want,
functions that are available in the human DNA. They are identical.
that doesn't. Now you've gone back to where you were before, which is not in any way meaningful.
They serve the same purpose.
Cite me the paper that states that. Cite me the experts who say that, because frankly, they've got no idea what they're talking
You
about.
go ahead, search it. You are a native English speaker. You can find it much easier than I do. I came across this information. Listen, I read
Where did you come across this information? Did you go on some sort of peer review?
It was about
Please, one at a time. I want to hear both of y'all, because this is a really good conversation. Please,
yeah.
I want to hear both y'all points. Please, one at a time.
Of course. The point I'd like to make is if there's any discourse here about the flat Earth, all you ever hear is citation, citation, citation. He's making an assertion. I'm asking for a citation. He goes, "Go and look for it yourself." Well, you know that's fine. All right, I can go.
But now you're asking for citation, Patra. You don't want to speak about flat Earth in this server even one word. But now you're asking for citation about IE. Is that true?
That's the point I'm making. If you talk about flat Earth,
but the point is this.
Come on, guys. Let's not talk over each other. Come on.
The point, Patra, is this. Because you are now speaking about citation, because one flat earther speaking about something, because now flat earther will make, mistake, and now Earth is not flat because flat earther made mistake. Is that true?
Sorry. Slow down, because that was.
Okay, now flat earther will not have citation. In that moment, will happen that Earth will become globe because flat earther has no citation.
The flat Earth. Sorry, I still didn't catch that. Sorry, I'm not being disrespectful.
You said, did you say flat Earth? Something in citation.
Whenever you talk about flat Earth here and you make an assertion about the globe, you're asked to provide us, and rightly so, asked to provide a citation. And if you can't do it, then obviously you're in a position whereby you need to go away and find it. Yeah, that's pretty much how the conversations go here quite a lot of the time. I think anybody's going to argue with that, are they? Yeah. Now he's just made I've just done a Google search and I can find articles that say scientists are using AI to create artificial.
But why you pointed out that thing when you flat earther asking for citation, now you want citation?
If I'm making a statement here and someone says to me, citation please, and I can't give one, I can see that there's no quality to this assertion I'm making. Yeah.
You think that flat earther making ask for citation, or people asking for citation?
Oh lordy.
What? Lord.
Does anybody have something difficulty with this thread?
Man, you pointed out flat Earth. I'm asking why you pointing out flat Earth for the citation.
This is a flat Earth server.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just drawing the parallel.
What are you talking about? It's a flat Earth server.
Really? Is it flat Earth server?
Really? What do you mean? Really? Yes, this is a flat Earth server. So we can go on to other topics and we can talk about other things and branch off of flat Earth. But at the end of the day, we got to bring it back to flat Earth. So I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm wanting to bring you back to flat Earth. Did you understand?
Well, I'm waiting.
Hold on. Is that you made an assertion saying that he's asking you for a citation, and he was explaining when we were talking about the Glober flat Earth, and the Glober makes a assertion. Usually, somebody in the server asks for a citation, so he's requiring you the same thing. He's saying, okay, well, if you just made an assertion, can you please provide a citation about what you just said?
Now, what I will say in his defense, as I've just gone away and I've done a search for DNA code in web from AI on Google, and I don't get that direct match for that, but I do get a load of articles from various respected scientific journals saying that scientists are using AI to create artificial human genetic code. In other words, they're using AI systems to construct mechanisms that generate AI code. Yeah. Now it's important.
Remove the AI part from.
Okay, scientists. scientists, some DNA coding web.
Yeah. This was
Can't you bring it down to a simple little
also a
level
news
and give the idea
article.
that just?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm not trying to talk over nobody. You guys go ahead.
This was a news article I read in 2015-16, something like that.
Yeah, I can't see it here.
It may have been the Daily Mail or the Guardian.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with newspapers. They tend to sort of like.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, why are we gonna recite some crap from? Why would we? Yeah, can we not go there? Can we not recite articles from those type of outlets? I mean, come on, man.
And well, to be honest with you, there are lots of arguments about the existence of God which are far stronger than that, and for which I would expect in one where I'd have to say, concede I can't say for certain one way or the other, and I'd have to concede that it could be the case, and that's the thing. I've got lots of family who are religious, and I'm utterly respectful of their position because you believe what you believe, and you have faith where you have faith, and you have conviction of your faith wherever you have conviction of your faith. And I think if you're a decent person, you don't, I don't come in, I don't come on here, and I understand that some people's justification for their beliefs are based upon their religion, and some of those are good and some of those are bad.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't go. I'm not the sort of person who would, if in my country a group of people tried to ban religion, I'd be in the street with placards like anybody else, because I think you've got a fundamental right to follow your faith and follow your conviction of your beliefs and what your family is in your family. But a lot of people are religious through the culture of their family, and it's an intrinsic part of their community and their well-being.
Yeah,
In every
everybody
sense.
should have a right to believe what they want to believe.
Absolutely.
As long as it doesn't harm anyone else and you're not hurting anyone else, you have the absolute. Everyone has the absolute right to believe whatever they want to believe. It doesn't matter.
And as far as I'm concerned, any form of religious persecution, any form, is A, immoral, and B, should be scrubbed from society completely. It's not acceptable.
Yeah. It's there's no room for it. It doesn't. Yeah, it's unnecessary. And at the end of the day,
what about the deceiving religions?
Deceiving. Well, the thing is that a lot of religions are well. I mean, let's put it this way: if you look at religions from an impartial point of view, they all have a different dogmatic element. They all have a different they will have different facets in them that make them that mean that they manifestly affect come in the world in different ways. There are some religions which don't really impose any restrictions on how or assert anything about how you live. Some of them are very spiritual. Some of them are more the ones from the Abrahamic scripts and that originate from the Middle East and have their roots in with Yahweh, and they have their like Christianity. They do have a dogma. They do have a scripture. They have a richer story to tell as well, to be frank.
Whatever your neighbor's religion is or denomination or whatever they believe and whoever they pray to in the privacy of their own home has no effect on you as an individual. It doesn't hurt you at all. It has no. It's not like a flat earther and a non-flat earther. That's different, because people that believe in a globe earth, that's harmful to the truth because it's a lie. It's a flat out fundamental lie. It's a flat out fundamental lie that harms society and harms us as a human race. But religion, it doesn't. If it's not affecting you directly, it's not harming you, and you're not harming anyone else, and you're just in your house praying to whoever you want to pray to. I don't care. You can pray to your cat. It don't matter.
Yeah,
none of that matters.
I think you've got a fundamental right to raise your children in whatever religion you want as well, or state of non-religion. And the thing about
I don't believe that. You see, the Holy Sacrifice Son said it's over with the religions and the rituals. He doesn't care about them. He doesn't look at them.
Well, I think a lot of Judeo-Christian. for example, a lot of Judeo-Christian practices and traditions aren't actually rooted in the Bible anyway, are they? They've got roots elsewhere.
Yeah, I know.
Christmas is an amalgam of several things. For example, as a festival. I'm not being disrespectful to Christians in saying that. I think that's patently obvious that December the 25th is just a date.
All Christians know that.
Who said that? Who said that that's December 25th? It's a 7th of January.
Yeah, exactly. So why do we celebrate December the 25th? Because at some point in European culture long ago, it was basically pushed over onto a more ancient ritual to push it out of the way.
We changed the calendar.
It was before that. It was before that. That was before. We're talking European pagan, the ousting of paganism in Europe and that sort of time. We're talking at the end of the Roman Empire, the beginning of the.
How we know that?
How do we know that there was a religion at that time, a festival at that time in Europe?
Yeah.
We have there's recordings of it.
Recordings.
There's writings of of the time of that.
And what is saying?
What's it saying? We know that there are pagan festivals at that time of year in December in parts of the Europe. We know that that's the case. It's like we know there's a harvest.
Who celebrate that during the Romans year 503?
Who celebrated? Sorry, say it again.
Who celebrated? Do you know any family who celebrated?
Who celebrated what? Sorry,
that pagan festival.
That pagan. He said you know any family or know anybody that celebrated those pagan festivals?
No, no, because they're long gone, and the paganism we're talking about is long gone.
But that's true for sure. That what is.
Okay, but this is actually
in a sense. I'm sorry. In a sense, some Christians still are celebrating those rituals unknowingly, because when all that was, whoever decided it and however it was decided, when they try to take over certain regions, one of the best ways to do it was to adopt the people's religion, right? If you want to take over a village, if you want to take over another country, to one of the easiest ways to help ease that process to make the people not revolt is, well, let's just adopt a little of their religion and let them keep a little of their beliefs, but let's mix in and sprinkle some of our beliefs.
Yes,
on top of that too, right?
And I'm not saying that's wrong or that's I'm just stating that as it's like Halloween. Halloween has got its basis in another ritual at the time, because I believe again I can go and find out what I read.
It depends, Pata, how you are saying. For me, Halloween is not Halloween. It's Day of the Dead people, and on that day you are going on the graves and putting flowers and remember the dead and nothing else. That's all.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. In different parts, I was going to say, in different parts of Europe, there were celebrations, or should we say, reverences at that time of year. I know that in some parts of Europe, that was considered the darkest day in the winter. It was the end. It was the end of the harvest period.
Right. Yeah.
It was like the harvest festival. It was like a time when people realised that they were entering the phase of the year when they were most at risk. Because starvation,
of death, weather. They were the most at risk of death from starvation.
And that eventually became All Hallows Evening, or some other something which we now refer to as Halloween, which was then given some sort of it's not directly Christian, but it was taken into the Christian culture.
And I'm telling you, you're speaking about Christians. I'm telling you about Christians, Orthodox and Catholics, living old life without any horror 30th of October. You are only 1st of November. You are going on the graves of your nearest, and you remember. Yeah, you're going there and putting flowers and remembering them, and nothing else, and that's it.
Well,
I don't know who made that story about Halloween and what happened in the West, but that story that didn't exist in our. And we have both Christians, you know.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying that but regionally across Europe there were different festivals going on because there were different religious arrangements in Europe at the time. You know, there was a lot of tribalism in Europe and a lot of religious disassociation. You know, in the Dark Ages, for example, or the time before the Romans actually brought Christianity more propagated into Europe properly. I mean, I read, I can't remember. It was an interesting article about a year ago, I think it was, about these German Christians who are how can I describe it? They want their religion to actually positively reject Santa Claus, and they want and the Christmas festival as it is held today, you know, and they see Father Christmas as some like not satanic but some negative thing, that because they were implying that it had been constructed, the notion of Father Christmas had been as a contrivance to make children less religious, because it was a tool by which children would think, oh, my parents have told me a truth and it's now a lie, you know. And
but they also want to make like all the days of the year something like Christmas.
Of course, yeah. That's Christmas is a very commercial machine nowadays, as we all know.
Yeah.
None of us take it seriously in the sense that all the tinsel and all the bits and pieces, the crackers and a lot of the stuff now is just literally just morphing into whatever we want to do to celebrate a little bit of a gap in the year, you know. And
it has nothing to do with Jesus' birth. That's for sure. You can, you know,
but
absolutely.
And many different times in the past, as I was growing up, I would go to midnight mass Christmas. I live near Winchester Cathedral, and it's a spectacular building. And you know, when I go to church, which is mostly for ceremonies of some sort or another, you know, you feel the reverence in the buildings. You feel the you know, they have a it's almost like it is invoking the spirituality in you to sometimes to see these things. Yeah. You can't.
So are you trying to say though? Are you trying to say that when you're in there though, you feel the beautifulness of the architecture in the building, but you don't feel God?
No,
it feels unholy.
I have a. It's not so much that, because I don't have a negative. There's no negative part for me of it, because it's just someone else's thing, you know. It's someone else's thing. So when I see these buildings, I have a reverence for them and what they mean to other people and people I love or respect. Similarly, I look at them and I look at the architecture, but then I look at them and think, wow, can you like, you go inside these cathedrals and the lofted ceiling is like 80, 90 feet up, and we're talking when this was built, allegedly built, we're talking at a time when people lived in houses where their ceilings where ceilings were 5 foot above their, you know, literally a couple of inches above their head. So for them to go into this building, they were literally entering a realm, a kingdom of God. You know, they were entering a house of God, and it was an experience they have nowhere else. You know, so you can understand what the power of these buildings had, and the way they were constructed. They're an effigy to a passion and love and something spiritual. So
opulence and power. Yeah.
Well, that as well, but at the same time, they are on many levels impressive places to go, and even a small church is like that as well, you know.
Yeah, but so that God that is worshipped in those buildings is the God of this world, not the God of the heavens or the God of life.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe there is a. It's like when I see the Pope, you know, walking around saying, you know, help the needy and poor, where he's carrying a massive diamond encrusted stick. There are loads of things that me think, you know, come on, you know, the Vatican's got one of the largest art collections in the world in it, you know, and because the question, why the fuck is that there? What's that? How's that helping anybody? How's that? What would, if Jesus walked into the Vatican, what would he think? What would Jesus make of the Vatican?
He will burn it all down.
He wouldn't be pleased, would he? If
you know, there's an idol. Did you know there's an idol of Lucifer in a room devoted?
He will not set foot in that
under the Vatican.
In the Vatican. Go ahead. What is in the Vatican?
There's a temple like underneath, there's a hidden room, and it's basically an altar room for Lucifer.
Yeah, but there is also a big library.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a seat
That's
of learning. The
official,
Vatican.
yeah.
Well,
It was a seat of
it's
learning.
in the catacombs.
Yeah. And in my personal readings about history and stuff, I came to the conclusion that the building of the Vatican, it was the temple of Saturn in the Roman Empire. I think it's the one and the same building. And the temple of Saturn in the Roman Empire was the bank of the Roman Empire.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I guess I understand. I mean, like you say, the Vatican is an extremely rich and wealthy building.
Yes.
Hey, can I ask you guys something real quick? Since you brought up Roman Empire and all that, I was curious if I don't know how you guys feel about Jesus and a lot of Christians have a lot of animosity towards Jews, and they blame the death of Christ on Jews. But wasn't it the Romans that killed Jesus, not the Jews? Wasn't Jews? I mean, a Jew might have, turned him in and fingered him, but didn't they finger him?
The Romans were the authority.
Right.
They
So why
occupied.
don't people hate
They
Rome? Like, why don't
occupied.
people?
It was the
I'm sorry,
Agrippas.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That land of Palestine it wasn't Israel in those times.
I mean, it was controlled by Rome, right? It essentially was Rome.
It has been occupied by Rome, but when the Roman Empire was occupying a country, they were not removing all the laws, all the functional systems of that country, and culture, traditions, language, speak, everything. They allowed the people to carry on their lives. But now they are under the Roman Empire dominion, and they have to change few things which the Roman Empire wanted to be done their way.
I
think so. Essentially, though, I'm correct in my assertion that Roman killed
Israel had no police or army.
No,
at
no,
that time.
It had no jurisdictional element. That was was ripped out by the Romans.
Yeah.
The Romans dealt with that, but I think the bulk of the localized authority was the Hebrew priests.
But in their culture, the priests were also the judges.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they still let
the Romans
Jewish priests, they still had their positions, but it was basically like the Romans were like just like the police force, basically.
The Romans, when they got there, they felt like these are people that has no judging system, no policing, no nothing. Like everybody is wild, barbarians.
So why didn't they just establish their own system then? Was it because of fear of revolt, and they didn't have that big of a strong hold on the region? So they felt like, let's just let them keep doing what they're doing as long as we get paid our taxes that we want. Like, is that how it worked?
Pretty much. I mean, you got to bear in mind, okay, right? That we're going a long way back, and the Romans spread themselves pretty fucking thin. Yeah,
right.
We're talking war, and we're talking authority and war without machinery. Yeah, so we're talking men on the ground. So the Roman occupation ethos was as you break down the local intrinsic government structures to there's just a puppet mechanism. You completely leave all religious authority in place. yeah, but you effectively put a trading embargo on that country, so you can do export. You basically you slowly take out what you want from the country at the cheapest rate as you can get away with. Yeah, so the Romans really accelerated trade across Europe like nobody's business. You know, forget all the roads and everything. They pretty much brought Europe into a unified trading body within the space of like 300-400 years. Yeah.
Well, isn't that the same reason why we ended up with all these muddled denominations and religious sects? Because you would have these invaders come in and do exactly like what we're talking about, but couldn't exactly control the exact population because they didn't have the manpower. So they slowly, over time, injected their own beliefs and forced it basically upon people, and they just went with it because if you didn't, you'd be slaughtered in the streets, right? If you
exactly, you can occupy you can occupy people. You know, it's like even the Germans when they occupied during the war, they didn't dismantle huge chunks of the culture there. They dismantled the government for obvious reasons, yeah. And when they left, those countries they had a tiny bit of German culture if it wasn't there already imprinted upon them. But by and large, they went and they were gone. You know, they re-established themselves where they were. But Roman occupations were massive. You know, centuries. Some of them were centuries long, rather than just 4 or 5 years like would be in a modern occupation context. You know.
So what do you think? What do you think? Who do you think being over there, the crown? Like who really makes the decisions at the end of the day? And did it switch? Was it the crown and the Vatican, or you know what I mean? Like who is in control right now over there? Is it the Vatican secretly, but really the crown is the puppet, or is the crown
it's
the puppet?
Vatican?
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
It was the emperor, but the emperor turned into the pope now.
Yeah.
So the emperor, the Vatican rules in secret behind the throne, behind the crown.
Yeah.
Still to this day, you think?
Well, they did this about 2,000 years ago. Yeah.
I mean, going back to your original question about
there's a religion and religion.
Going back to the original question about who takes the blame for Christ's death, the narrative, as far as I can make out, is that he was handed in by the local priests who objected to. He had a long-standing feud with the established Judaistic religion, the temples and the trading and so forth, and he rubbed a lot of people up the wrong way.
But
as far as I know, from what I've read from articles I've read from biblical scholars, the Romans by and large were ambivalent to him. You know, they were just part of the maelstrom of the culture they were occupying, and that was the end of the matter. He didn't actually come in. Their contribution in the framework was that when he was arrested and brought to the Romans for various crimes he probably didn't commit, if he was the Roman Pontius Pilate, I think was there's loads of Roman literature that indicates that as an occupying officer of the Roman Empire, Pontius Pilate's character was quite a weak one anyway. There's loads of Roman records that show that he had a pretty wet, nature to him. Yeah, I can cite those things. And what he did is when Jesus was brought forward, he was in a position to make a judgment about what happened to Jesus. But the narrative, I think, it's even in the New Testament that Jesus was put forward in front of his own people with a robber or a thief or a rapist or something.
Barabbas.
That was a litmus test.
Right. They said, which one do you want? Do you want the one that's called Christ Jesus or the one who's called Barabbas? They said, give us Barabbas.
Yes. And I think,
yes.
I think Jesus was presented to his own people as a heretic. That's the point in that framework. So a lot of people who made that decision, who were in the crowd and would have gone boo, thumbs up, thumbs down, wouldn't have necessarily known who Jesus was or witnessed who he was. But he's just another heretic up there, you know. So if you look at like Mel Gibson's film, Yeah, that's kind of that narrative is reinforced, and a lot of the roots of a lot of anti-Semitic feeling are based upon that particular moment in time. They kind of wash over the fact that he was a Jew. He was raised in Judaism. He was, you can use the terminology king of the Jews or whatever, whatever however he's described by various. He's the Muslims from the Abrahamic scripts from the Muslim religion see him as a prophet. They don't see him as the son of God. They see him as a prophet. So his influence at that time, but at this juncture and then subsequently was significant.
What does that mean though? When you say Jesus was a Jew, what does that mean? Because if he didn't practice Judaism in that time, and so is there a difference between the religion and is there a race? So is there a distinction?
No,
between...
the word Jew is a 15th century invention.
I can answer this one.
He was going around saying he was the son of God. So
Israel.
how can he be?
Can y'all hear me?
He was either the son of God or he was a madman or a crazy heretic. He can't be a prophet. He cannot be a prophet. Either he is the son of God or he's a heretic.
But why do people say Jesus was a Jew if he didn't practice Judaism?
No, it's not what Jews were back then. Whatever Judaism is today, it's not the same thing as Judaism today is Freemasonry. Okay,
I would like to answer that question directly, but I keep getting talked over.
Sorry to interrupt.
So they call Jesus a Jew because the Jew is a word, right? Israel is what the Bible was written on. 12 tribes of Israel. Now, in the day of Jesus, 10 of the tribes were gone. So that leaves 2. Benjamin was absorbed into Judah. So Benjamin wasn't a tribe on its own. So why would you say Israel if the only tribe left is Jew? So the reason they said Jesus was a Jew is, one, he was from the tribe of Judah because Judah was the only tribe that was not dispersed throughout the earth. That's why they say Jesus is a Jew. Now, to further
the idea then that Jews that claim to be Jews today and say that they try to say that we are, even though they don't believe in Jesus, but they say that like we are God's chosen people. That's a lie, right? That's a
complicated. I have to answer that in a couple different ways. So hear me out. This is a bit lengthy, but I'm going to summarize. So understanding that Jew is a tribe, okay? Now understanding that I'm coming from a biblical standpoint and not a denominational standpoint. Saying Jew of Jesus's time is saying I am Israel. Okay?
Yeah.
So it says that not all Jews are Jews in the Bible. It's not a Jew that's a Jew without, it's a Jew that's a Jew within. He's saying that if you want to be part of Israel, you do what Israel does. Right? If you eat clean, if you do the Saturday Sabbath, if you do the things that are written in the book out of a will of obedience, you are Israel, i.e., in that time frame, was synonymous with Jew. The rest of the tribes were scattered, dispersed, interbred with the nations. They were gone. And they've remained there today. And what's going to happen in the future is a lot of these people that are Jews by blood, they're not being obedient to those commandments that are put forth in the Torah, which is their version of the book, or they haven't accepted the Messiah, which is the last part of the book. So they're not actually Jews at all. They're Jews that say they're Jews,
so those that were scattered that then still try to. So those that were scattered. So basically, the Jews today are the ones that was scattered, and they're not really Jews at all, right?
No. The Jews are it in I forget where it is in the Bible. I'd have to look it up. It's been a while, so forgive me. There's a teaching out there by a guy by the name of Jim Staley. Now, I'm not a big Jim Staley fan, but he does a great job of teaching this teaching called Identity Crisis. It's 2 hours long. It's not mind-numbingly boring. And that's why I tell people to go there. If you want to understand what a Jew is in a biblical sense, then watch that teaching, because he explains where the tribes went, what a Jew is, why they say Jew instead of Israel, because it was synonymous with Israel, because the rest of Israel was dispersed. In the scripture, the Israel was disobedient. God said, do these things. They didn't do those things. And every time they didn't do those things, it was counted to them as disobedient children. And then when he says, if you don't do these things, these are the punishments. You're cursed. If you stick your finger in a light socket, you're going to get zapped. If you don't, then you will not get zapped. If you eat food, you will not be hungry. It's a very if-then relationship that's detailed in the commandments in the Old Testament. And they don't, and that's kind of where it sits. I hope I did. But Jim Staley, Identity Crisis, does a great job of answering that question. So Jew, in a modern sense, depends on who you're talking to. Some of them are going to say, I'm a Jew because it's bloodline. Okay? Right. Some of them are going to say, I'm a Jew because I'm obedient to Torah or Israel, because they're kind of synonymous terms because the rest of Israel's
but they're completely different,
right?
Isn't that the difference between Judaism and Orthodox Judaism? I don't know.
No.
Is that
Judaism is like the difference between a normal Southern Baptist and a Catholic, right? It's just different versions of a religion. So Judaism is like Judaism to Torah is like Roman Catholicism is to a normal Sunday church, right? It's just totally different.
Gentlemen, can I ask you this conversation down to the religious text?
Yeah.
Take it down to the religious voice chat. Thanks.
Yeah, but I just wanted to close out in this one saying: seeing is not believing.
No, I wasn't asking you to close out, bro. I didn't say that. I'm asking you to take the rest of the conversation out of the live stream that's about talking about flat Earth.
Okay, flat Earth.
That's the purpose of the live stream. Yeah, that's the purpose of the live stream.
Talking about flat Earth.
Yeah.
We're talking about this is about flat Earth.
Yeah, it's about flat Earth. We're talking about flat Earth. It's all relative.
You're free to take any other conversation to any other part of the server. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're going to talk about flat Earth. But the thing about the religion thing always coming up is, for me, is if we are looking for science and looking for the truth, right, and it leads us, the evidence is leading us towards a creator, because we were talking about agnostic, right, earlier. People who think this, think that, the Earth could be a ball, the Earth is flat, then this, that, who is the creator? I think this conversation will always be leading us back to the designer.
Right. And it has to, and that's why I brought that up hours ago. This is exactly what I was saying. And I asked the question, does anybody know anybody that's agnostic or atheist that is a flat earther? Is that even, it seems kind of silly.
It's hard to be,
No, but you have me who believe in creator but doesn't have anything with anything else.
And the whole reason I interjected is we were talking about, if you see it, you believe it. That's not true at all. Like, I could take somebody to a lake and I can sit on the other end of the lake 10 miles away and shine a mirror, and they're just going to come up with a different reason why they can see the shine, right? So seeing isn't believing. So you can't say, I'll show you evidence that the Earth is flat or that other subject we were talking about, because it doesn't matter. You're going to perceive things the way you perceive things, and you can't change a person's perception.
No, that's true.
So that whole argument about I'm going to prove it to you, no, because you can't. Sorry, my dog's upset. You can't prove it to people. They have to be willing to see what's in front of them a different way, or else.
Well, I've said that a bunch. I've said even if you took a glober and were somehow able to get them far enough away from the plane, they probably would still see a globe in their mind. You know what I mean? They wouldn't. Because they're so used to seeing it anyways. Everybody's so used to seeing it on TV and in pictures and all that. They probably would come back down and still deny the truth.
Yeah, they don't believe their eyes.
Well, that's why the Vatican gave us the globe. It's hard to get away. The Vatican gave us the globe model. So, who are you going to believe? The Vatican, the church? Or your eyes, or the things God gave you.
I have a simple question. If you imagine you hear voices telling you things, are you going to hear those voices in your mind?
Only if they tell you to give me a lot of money. You should listen to those.
Huh?
Say that again. If I imagine that I hear voices in my
telling you
mind, am I going to
things.
hear those voices? Is that what you said?
No, if you imagine you hear voices in your mind, yeah, telling you things, stuff.
That does happen to
Then
many people. Many people here have voices in their head. Yeah.
this is actually, it's called, they used to call it meditation, inner voice.
Oh, you're talking about inner voice. You're talking about the voice inside your head.
Yeah. And those are voices which you do not physically hear them. They don't come into your ears. Those phrases,
They manifest in
lines.
your brain, right?
Yes.
It's manifested in your brain. And what is that?
But in the moment when you tell a doctor that you hear voices in your head, yeah, that's a very special condition. It's a case for that doctor to deal with. A special
But see,
case.
isn't that a don't doesn't everybody hear that voice?
Yeah.
I think we may be talking at cross purposes. Everyone has voices. Everyone has an internal dialogue with themselves at some level. There is obviously people. There are other people who hear voices that said, you know,
Well,
they
the way you
attribute
described it was very interesting, though. You said dialogue, internal dialogue.
Yeah.
So you're saying that I'm telling myself or asking myself a question, and then
well,
no,
it starts.
It's an internal. It's not internal. It's internal because it's in my brain, but it's
Okay,
not an
but
original
it
thought that I
starts.
had myself. Something.
Listen.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wait. It starts with talking to yourself in your mind, but later you will shape that self in your mind, which is talking to you, yeah, back. You will shape it into a imaginary being, an imaginary voice, which is indeed your own self. But when you characterize it like that, then doctors will interpret that as issue, mental issue.
They put that down to schizophrenia, don't they? That's the terminology they use.
See, in schizophrenia, like there was research done, you know, people
No,
was
that's not schizophrenia.
patients.
Schizophrenia is
These
completely different.
these voices always say bad things, so it can't be schizophrenia, right? If the
Yeah,
voices
that's
are
not.
always saying bad things in your mind, then it's probably something bad talking to you. But these doctors give you all this freaking medicine and lie to you. They don't know what the hell you're talking about, what's going on. But, you know, if it was true, schizophrenia, then you should hear good voices and bad voices, not just bad voices.
The only
Yeah,
voice
why
inside
would
the
it always
human
Why would it
mind.
always tell you to do something horrible?
Yeah, the only voice
Which a
inside.
lot of people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The only voice inside the man's head is his own voice. But he can develop multiple personalities, characters, aliens from outer space.
Well, we can drive. We can imagine conversations and drive narratives, and almost to some level,
but
we
you
want
see,
to. We put constructs in our own head.
Then,
I think the key is
proof. This is just proof to see how easy it is to go astray, and what you see out there in reality, this flat plane of existence, you actually superimpose in your mind that you live on a spinning ball.
Yes,
When you see no damn curvature anywhere.
Yes.
I agree.
When I was in the Navy, I did that. Exactly that. I was young, right? And I was out in the ship, and I stood and looked out into the ocean on the boat, on the ship. And I thought, I did exactly what you just said. I imposed the ball onto this thing I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I did that. I did that without even knowing.
Absolutely. You can't look out to the horizon.
And that is a actually if it's a special way to treat this thing. You can either treat it with knowledge, with learning, yeah, or you go to a doctor and it will administer you a chemical treatment.
If you go to a doctor and say, "I believe the Earth is a globe," he's not going to administer a medical treatment. Yeah?
No,
if you go to the doctor and you
tell
say
the
that
doctor, if you tell the doctor you hear voices, yeah.
But doctor, something's wrong with my eyes. I'm starting to see flat everywhere. Help me! I need some.
If you go to the doctor, if you went to a doctor and you said, "Doctor, there's a voice in my head telling me the Earth is flat," or you went, "Doctor, there's a voice in my head telling the Earth is round," yeah, he wouldn't do much. If you said, "Doctor, there's a head in my voice telling me to kill my neighbours with a shotgun," yeah, he's probably going to act on that. Yeah, when we talk about schizophrenia, we're talking about manifestations of some sort or another in people's consciousness or subconsciousness, which are dangerous in their enactment. Yeah, so that's when doctors get involved.
Yeah,
you can have an internal dialogue about these things, and you can have a part of you that's you can argue constructs in your head between two sides, like the idea of two little characters on your shoulders. That's part of the intellectual discourse you have in your own mind when you think things through sometimes. Yeah. And you can be in a situation, and as part of your mind is being suspicious and steering in one direction. At the same time, there's a internal conflict where the other part's trying to be good natured, potentially about someone else. You go, so there's an internal feud you have where you go, no, it's okay. No, I think he's doing this, and it may manifest as hesitancy. And sometimes when you're in that situation and you do something, you go, okay, fine, and then you get shafted. There's a part of you that goes, see, I knew I should have listened to that side of my head. Now that's just something you do as the nature of thinking. It doesn't mean to say that there's anything wrong with you or there's anything unique about you in that respect. But that's very different to the kind of voices that some people have, where the voices say, go to the top of the church tower with a rifle and just randomly shoot people with red dresses. That's a very different kind of voice. Yeah, that's a very different kind of.
What about these people who claim that they are talking with aliens telepathically from light years away, from other galaxies?
I tend to keep my distance from that kind of thing.
They show these people on TV like they are superstars and they are.
I think they're
supernatural people.
They're shown on TV. It's a bit like a Victorian sideshow. They're shown there for people to either treat with mirth or just from sort of like curiosity on some level. They don't necessarily put them on there as some eminence or some as a it's like Uri Geller. Yeah, he talks a lot.
I remember. Of shit. Yeah, they call it channeling. Yeah.
Yeah, he talks a lot of shit, but he makes a lot of money. So and he's entertaining at some level. Yeah. So that's why he's on television. But television isn't an authority, is it?
Showing that crap to people.
There's a lot of crap out there.
Showing that crap on TV to people, isn't that damaging the mind of the people?
But this is the thing. I think that most people, when they're faced with
that, I mean, as a herd, not individually.
Yeah, I think. Well, again, it comes down to the fact that we have these conversations here about the shape of the Earth, for example, or or anyone talk. Most people are pretty ambivalent to it. They don't really give it a moment's thought on the day-to-day basis. They're too busy getting on with their shit. If you say what shapes the Earth, they go, "Oh, it's round," because they've just been told that. They're not impassioned about it, because ultimately, like you say, you look out in the world around you and it's flat. From your own personal observation, if you look at the horizon, you look at this, everything's inconclusive. Everything alludes to the idea that the world is flat. That doesn't mean to say that, so most people actually don't care one way or the other, because it doesn't change the price of their groceries. It doesn't make their wife happier. It doesn't make their children healthier. It doesn't affect them on a day. They're too busy dealing with the distracting shit we all deal with in the world,
Design. I think that's exactly. It was designed exactly like that. It's so brilliant. I don't mean to, you know what I mean? When you look at the way they did it, I too, I love learning, but high school made me hate it. Like the way the public
Sure.
education is set up,
Yeah,
I hate it. I hated it so much.
the same with me. I resonate with that. High school made me hate learning. Yeah.
People who love learning hate school. I don't get that, right? But it's like
Yeah.
like you said, that's why people are impassioned by it, because they're so they got to pay bills. They have to survive.
Even if you talk about people who, don't forget the vast majority of people in the world anyway. Don't live like we do. They do the vast majority of people in the world do live on a day-to-day basis. They do have issues with feeding their family, of getting healthcare, of getting education for their children. The vast majority of people are living like we lived in, what we call the modern world.
Come on!
500-600 years ago.
What's the minimum wage in UK?
I'm not talking about the UK. I'm talking about the rest of the world, the non-modernized world. The vast majority of people in this world don't live in an opulent, they would consider decadent society like we do. They live on a day-to-day basis.
And minimum wage is irrelevant anyways, because regardless of what the minimum wage is, the prices and costs of goods, they raise it to match that minimum wage. So you still stay as poor as you would have been if you were making less or making more. That's all relative. That doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, exactly. Don't forget, I'm talking about the huge swathes of the third world, right? They're distracted from these kind of conversations because they're having a tough time of just staying alive. They're having a tough time just feeding themselves. They're having a tough time.
They're not watching TV.
What you're describing, Paul, to me is like they pay you what you need to be able to work.
Essentially, I think if I understood you correctly, yeah. They pay you just enough to maintain
be capable
the poverty level
to
that you're
work.
at.
Yeah.
They pay you enough to pay bills and have a little spending money to go out once in a while and pretend like you have some money, buy some new shoes or go out and if you drink your paycheck or whatever. They pay you just enough so that you can pay your bills, and that's about it. Pay your bills and maybe have a little spending money for a couple little luxuries here and there. But you're never gonna reach. You're never gonna be rich. You're never gonna get rich.
That's the inherent nature of money, of currency, of money. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to be direct like-for-like replacement for bartering for the vast majority of people in the populace who they're trying to control. Yeah, money is just a control. Was initially just a contrivance to make bartering easier.
And what is money? The paper money. It's fiat. It's fiat currency. It's worthless.
Yeah, well, money and currency has got its roots in precious metals because it's a transportation mechanism for saying, okay, I've got 10 sheep, you've got 10 pigs, but they're just logistically, I don't want to go swap them in the street, so I can use a broker or I can use a proxy who's got something of genuinely agreed value, like gold or silver, genuinely agreed value, as an interim. So you would potentially then go and you then have the basics of structural finance and banking, and that's money was officially the reason a pound is called a pound because a long time ago it was worth a pound of gold. That's why the name, the origins of the word are based upon that kind of the pound sterling. At one point, after the pound was no longer linked to gold, it was linked to silver, hence pound sterling. I mean, obviously, things have moved on from that now, and the money is abstract. But we're living in the world now, anyway, where money's disappearing. We're all
How long has that been over there overseas when they stopped using actual gold and silver to back the currency? When did that? When that stopped?
Well, the pound links to a pound of gold. That's a long time ago. I couldn't tell you exactly, but there was something called the gold standard, which was even going up to World War II, which was where there was a direct. The value of the pound was was sat in a framework against the value of gold. If you go to the stock
So
markets
did
nowadays,
America and England at the same time? Did they both agree? Did they go?
I think
Did they
I
both
think
go
they did.
off the gold standard at the same time with their
I think
currencies?
I'm not sure whether they were aligned, but they definitely both had a similar mechanism.
Yeah.
It wasn't until about the 19. I might be wrong, but it wasn't until about the 1970s that most of the financial markets and most of the trading, trading floors around the world got to a position where currencies were valued entirely against currencies and not against commodity anymore. They were in an independent framework. But I might be wrong.
It's funny
on
it took them that long. It's
It's
funny. Yeah, it's really funny that it actually took them that long to pull that one off.
It was waiting for a level of agreed volatility to be established. I mean, all of the trading floors. If you look at the world now, as the world lights up and gets dark, the trading floors effectively just change location. There's a continuous trading going on around the world, isn't there?
Right.
When one shuts down, another's at lunch, and when that one gets to the end of the day, there's another one further on that's slightly further at lunch.
Yes,
and it's all
the economy never sleeps. The economy never sleeps. That's right.
Exactly, and the vast quantities of money that don't exist are just floating over our heads in ones and zeros.
Right.
And a lot of this boom and bust is a huge contrivance, making people wealthy or making people poor at the expense of making people wealthy. That's where you have cycles of recession and crashes, and then you have cycles of growth, because it's just literally.
And that's a real government, right? That's the
all
real
by
government,
design.
right?
It's not government. It's called corporacy, isn't it?
Yeah, but isn't it been one world government for years? We just didn't know it.
It's one world companies for you. One world company.
One world company.
The whole world is a company, a business. Yeah. That's right.
If you ever looked at the dollar bill, you saw it and didn't even know it, right? When you were little, I did. It's like, what is this? What is this pyramid? And you order orders. What is this?
Yeah, when I saw it, I understood it. I understood what it meant immediately when I saw it. But that was when I was in my teenage years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you look at the currency, and if you look at all the currency in England, okay, right, yeah, every piece of money and every banknote, it has its origins in a time when the monarchy was the power absolute in the country, and kings and queens were demonic shits who did what the fuck they wanted, yeah. But nonetheless, even
It's
at that
not
time,
that way now. I thought it was still that way.
no, but yeah. But even if you look at all money that was used, all currency that was used, going back to the Romans, going back to even before that, in parts of Europe where they weren't free, they always had on them an image of someone who was really powerful and really unpleasant. Yeah, because the money had on it something would invoke a sense of authority and fear. And
you think there's like a mind control play?
Absolutely. If you've got coins and you've got Julius Caesar's head on, and you decide to make your own, yeah, there's a sense in which you're invoking some sort of you're doing a taboo thing. You're fucking with this guy. You know what I mean? Not just making your own money. You're fucking with this guy. It's that kind of.
Yeah, it's mafia style operations. This is what you're saying. That's what it sounds like.
And that's why they had to get off the gold and silver standard, right? Because they had to stop people. If you had the means, you could essentially print your own coins if you wanted to, when they still had value, and you could actually still use them for goods.
That's correct.
So they had to stop that. Yeah, they had to.
What you're saying, sir? What you're saying is that's how to bring that system down. You see, but they don't want that, so they take all the silver off the gold of everyone, give you paper instead.
Yeah.
I mean, in the US and in the UK and in all across Europe and all across the modern world, yeah, you'll find that your government rules about trying to set your own currency up, yeah, will shaft you pretty damn quickly.
Oh,
the legal framework.
Didn't the government at the time they used the world wars to confiscate a lot of gold and silver that people did have, and they said, we'll give you these bonds,
absolutely
we'll give you this paper because we need your gold for war to help fund the.
Yeah. Even out of the Jewish man's teeth, even out of the tooth of the dead man, they took it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
that's all changing because of the something called blockchain, right? But they still use the same terms, right? Minting.
yeah, of course. But they can't. They use shared terminology because they don't want to abstract it too far from currency, because then it becomes something that people don't have an authority in, don't believe the authority in. I mean, war repatriation.
Right. That's why they call the Federal Reserve federal. They want to make you think it's an establishment of government when in reality it's not. It's a privately controlled bank. It's not has nothing federal about it at all.
Absolutely.
It doesn't pay any taxes. It answers to no one. It's an entity all of its own. It's its own country, government, everything.
We're not even allowed to be privy of who is the president or controller of the board of directors. Who is the board of directors of the Federal Reserve? I don't know.
Yeah.
Does anybody know?
No.
Well, they don't want you to care about that.
So
they're too busy showing you funny people on TV and giving you the food you like.
Exactly. Now, how do you stop this? How do we? Because we know what's going on. How do we bring this thing to an end?
By destroying the world. By destroying the world, in my opinion.
I don't think we can.
Oh, we can. Oh, we can easily. You've given up already, sir. Obviously, I haven't had a look. We can easy.
I mean, collectively as a whole, if everyone united, yes, we could. But I don't. The power structure has been in place for so long.
Step one: get everyone on the same page.
But our ancestors have been trying to do that for 300, 400, 500 years. It's never happened.
Really. No, not really. Not in the way, because 3,000-4,000 years ago, life was totally different. The system now is easier to break it down. Now we can use the technology to break them down and also not play their game. So it's easy now. We can do it better now. We can actually communicate with one another better now. We're at a better.
But even when you try to start like a grassroots movement to try to make changes, even in your own community, when that gets steam and it starts rolling, that will get COINTEL'd and taken over so fast.
Yeah.
And so many people will be led astray and still fall for it until people, the people that are in the know realize, yeah, this isn't the way to go. And so it falls apart. And they do that on purpose. They squash every
infiltrate.
Like even the trucker movement right now that's going on.
Yeah.
A lot of people are so hyped on all these truckers and what's going on, but that's going to blow over. It's
actually, they're achieving their aims. Actually, they are achieving their aims, because in Canada now they've decided to not reduce their mandate and other things they've asked for. They're meeting their requests now because the truckers are actually controlling this thing now. They're giving in. They've had to because they were going to.
That was just all a part of their plan to begin with. To you know what I mean? To sort of stage this revolt. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Someone's trying to get in there. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Jen, if you're in Canada, and you're part of the protest, they can take your fucking money out of your bank.
Right.
That's what they're saying at the moment. Yeah, that's what they want to do. Yeah.
No, they're doing it. It's already happening.
Yeah, I did see that. Actually, I did see the drop-in video that I got where they're doing that. Actually, yeah. Now that you mention it,
I'm in tune with your passion about making the change, but I think what it boils down to is this. Okay, the people that control everything aren't stupid, and they've effectively entrenched themselves in every facet of our lives and the security of our society.
Yeah.
So the premise that we all work together to dismantle things, it scares people because human beings aren't very good. Human beings aren't very good at constructing new things quickly from chaos, and people will always think to themselves. There will always be that paranoid part of people that thinks, if I dismantle this government, who's going to look after me from all these other people? We live in
each other. You see, this is what we have to rely on each other now. That's the thing we have to get across to them. That it is possible.
Not only that, though, but there are so many steps ahead of us. They know what we're going to do before we do it, and they're ready and have the answer and are ready to.
Well, it's different. That's called predictive programming, right?
Predictive police. Yeah. They do know what we do before.
Once you stop playing
I
their
post the
game,
picture in the live stream with real money if any one of you want to see what the real money looks like. One of those little coins is worth $2,500. So yeah.
once
You
you
can take
stop
something
playing
as simple
their
as January 6th, even, and you can think, and at the root, at the start of it, it was a peaceful protest, right? But they saw it coming and they knew it was going to happen. So what did they do? They took control of it and turned it into their own, and used it against us. And I feel like they do that with every scenario. They're probably going to do it somehow with the trucker thing. They did it with the Tea Party movement. I mean, the Tea Party movement was real grassroots. Started with Ron Paul when he first started running for president, and it snowballed and got so big, but then it got too big, and the
Yeah, I don't believe
establishment
it.
took it over, and then it just died.
Yeah, I don't believe that, man, because it's too convenient for the plot. Right? It's like plot driven. You know what I mean? The plot, the plan. It's all too It's all following some plan. I mean, and plus, we were told about it. We were taught, the people who win, the victors, write the history. So what is history except what we all agree? This happened because it was taught to us in school. Who else has preserved history for us except these men, these secret societies?
these maniacs.
Thank God.
Well, and you only hear you only hear one side of history, and it's always those that conquered someone else. You hear it from their point of view. You never hear the other side of it. You never hear the other
I
part
heard
of the history. You know what I
This is
mean?
anecdotal. Yeah, my history is anecdotal. Where I'm from, I was taught by my grandparents, my parents, their grandparents, that there was a giant on our island that used to terrorize our village. And this story is real to us. When I go to school and they tell me a different story about history and dinosaurs and apes, and that giants aren't real, I have the question: who should I trust? My grandparents, my parents, or these fucking men in these white lab coats from secret societies? Who should I trust? Whose word would you trust? Because I trust my grandparents. I don't trust these liars. I don't trust these churches. But I do trust. Yeah,
No one's going to argue that. No one's going to argue that sentiment.
What?
I think this thing.
Yeah.
I think another thing is there is, which should always be taken into consideration. There is should we say a mainstream narrative in history, which is what we get bandied about just casually on.
Well, yes, of course there is.
And then there are plenty of people who spend their lives studying a particular part of history, and they will actually they will have a much richer perspective and understanding it, and they will get a perspective from people, the victors and the losers in that time frame, and they will look at all. They'll consider, these people aren't. They've got a passion for drilling down and finding things and putting all the records together. So there is in the archives and in literature and in libraries and online, if you want to go look for it, there is a massive historical knowledge history out there. History as a subject.
Yeah. That's the thing though, is there's that massive. There's a million people like that do that and study both sides and actually gain the knowledge. I mean, we are those people. All of us in this chat right now, we are the same. We are those people. We are constantly striving for more knowledge and more truth, constantly. But that's been happening for hundreds and hundreds of years. But at the end of the day, the game is still the same, and the rulers are still the same.
Yeah, this is why I was going to take
We're
a second
still
bite of
stuck
the cherry.
in the same perpetual cycle.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. No matter how much
we
knowledge
need to
we
break
gain,
that.
we're not. Yeah, I know. We would need to break it, but I don't think. I'm not sure it's possible to break it because some people don't want to be woke.
This is what I'd like to propose an idea.
Jen, some people just ain't gonna. They're not gonna wake up.
We only need a tipping point. We don't need to get everybody. Once we got the tipping point in our favour, the rest will come because they'll see that indeed, it's going to work. We got to lead
But
it.
I think we already have that. I think we are the majority. I really do believe that we are the majority.
We're not there yet.
We're suppressed.
Getting
They
there. It's
suppress
getting
that
there.
from us, and they want us to think that we're the minority. But in reality, I truly believe that we are the majority.
I wouldn't go that far. I commend your passion.
Well, actually, technically, according to law, we are all minors until we claim our minor accounts and become a part of the majority. Like, you can look this up.
Okay. Someone's trying to speak. Yes, go ahead, lady.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny. But you know what I'm trying to say, right, Jen? Like, you might disagree with me, but you understand where I'm coming from, right? Like,
oh yeah.
Okay.
I think the young lady was trying to speak. There was a young lady's voice I heard. Sorry.
Oh, hi, Jen. It's Jenny.
How you doing, Jenny? Yeah. What would you got to say?
Ew, I forget now. I got my pencil ready for next time that happens. No biggie.
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to chime in the moment's passed, so it's all good, you guys. Thank you, though.
Sorry about that. Okay, yeah, we missed it there. But all I'm saying is that we've got to start to move away from this system. Stop relying on it as much. Don't be voting. Don't go and join the military.
Yeah, you have to disengage from the society is what needs to be done.
Yeah.
I think you've got to disengage from aspects of society.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess depends on how strong your conviction is and how much you're willing to compromise.
I think
well, you have to still stay in it because you have to maintain intel. Like when I watch news, when I turn the TV on, I'm turning it on to learn what my enemies is doing and what their moves are, because they're telling us what they're doing. So that's a perspective of when I turn on the television, and if I'm going to watch local news or even national news or world news, I'm doing it from a perspective of I want to see what my enemies are up to.
It's a double-edged sword. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
No, go ahead. You're okay.
It's a double-edged sword because, you shouldn't participate in something that you don't believe in. Otherwise, you're compromising your own beliefs and morals and everything else.
I'm not participating in it, though. I'm learning, and then I'm just listening to my enemies and what they're telling me.
Well,
so that I can better
you'll
prepare
spend your
and be
whole
aware.
lifetime. You'll spend your whole lifetime.
I'm not a lemming. I don't see when a commercial comes on.
Right.
I don't run out and get fooled. And I have to buy this new car now because they showed me this amazing commercial with a cool celebrity. I'm awake. I'm aware of what's happening.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's important. Like we can't just shut everything off and block everything out. You have to listen to you. As painful as it is, sometimes you have to watch The View. As painful and as excruciating it is, you just have to see sometimes what your enemies are talking about to understand their next move.
I get that because you don't want to become disconnected because then you won't be able to meet people where they are in the current time frame, I mean, I get it. To me, it's just a huge double-edged sword, and I think Drace is trying to jump in, you guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to it that even though it might seem that they're putting forth this or that, that might just be what they want you to react to and think about, not actually what they're doing. So take everything with a grain of salt when it comes to mainstream.
Well, absolutely. That's why they put on people that's why they prop up people like Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, right? Because that's the second wall. You got the first wall, which is the mainstream media. But then when people break through to that and realize, these people are liars, and then they get to the second tier, which would be like Joe Rogan or Alex Jones or whoever you want to say, that's the second tier. But who is putting these people up and propping them up and giving them a platform? It's the same people that are giving the original wall a platform, right?
Okay, so let's see now. What I was trying to say is yes, switch off your TVs. Okay, you're going to keep an eye on them. You can keep an eye on them on the internet. their news travels on the internet now, so you don't really need the TV. But if you must, that's fine. And then move your money from the banks. If they're going to start saying to you, we're going to come to your bank account and get your money, find some other bank to go to where they can't be doing that. Right?
Jin,
And then,
you know
like
what?
I
I
said,
think about
stop
that all the
voting.
time, Jin. This is the only problem I have with that. I think about that all the time. Every week when I deposit my check, I think, why am I giving this bank my damn money and they're holding all my money? I'm not gaining any interest like you used to, like 20 years ago. I used to gain a ton of interest. I don't get anything out of it anymore. But then I think, what am I going to do with all this? They're going to give me cash, and I'm just going to keep a bunch of cash in my mattress. It's all financial. It has no value. That's the only reason why I don't. I'm sorry. We're talking over each other.
In the modern financial framework, your money, your currency, your wages have no investment value. They're tokens given to you. The bank has no framework for making an investment strategy out of the money in people's current accounts. That's another shift that's happened over the last 40, 50, 60 years, as you infer. We used to get interest on savings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting savings are gone because savings aren't an investable commodity that's traded anymore. They're just literally a mechanism for keeping us happy, letting us park some money so we can buy a new car or go on a holiday.
Yeah.
They sit now under the entire trading framework of the big mechanism we're talking about and the people in power. They're tokens for us. They're not actually an investable commodity. They don't invest in people anymore either. They don't invest in people in that context. We're just literally now a machinery underneath that entire system.
Well, and that's why I don't understand when Jen says, take your money out of the bank. Well, I don't have that much money. And I would love to take my money out of the bank, but then they're going to give me this fiat currency, just paper, basically, that is nothing. And then now I got to store this in my mattress and worry about it getting stolen or my house burning down. And then, you know what I mean? It's like,
absolutely.
You know what I mean? What do I do? I can't invest it in gold.
No, what you want are banks that are not beholden to the government, that are not going to quickly do what the government says and give away all your private information and your money. So that's what we're talking about.
That's why I try to invest in local small branches.
Right.
I try to stay local in my area, local small branches, and not big federal.
Hey guys,
banks are evil.
At the end of the day, even the local ones have been bought up by the federal because they all have that little window. They all have that little thing in the window that says this bank is insured by the Federal Reserve for so much and such and such. So
they're underwritten by the big banks.
Guys, I think Jenny's trying to say something. Guys, pay attention to the woman's voice. There's only one here at the moment. Yeah, very low as well. Please, guys. Go ahead, Jenny.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, so, I hate to interrupt a good conversation, but we are here to talk about flat Earth. But to segue into that, I would like to play a comedy bit. Healy will let me play it on the live stream, so I think it's just so freaking hilarious. I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do. So.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Our parents are weird now, right? I have kids, man. I have kids and parents. I'm a generation between two generations, so I'm taking care of my kids and my parents. At one point, I had 4 in diapers, and 2 of them were my parents. Yeah, everybody got nervous on the diaper stuff. Ooh. A lot of you guys are in your 20s. Look how beautiful you are, all perfect and shiny. 50 years from now, diapers, every one of you. And that's if it works out. That's best case scenario. So my mother and father haven't spoken to each other in 30 years, and a year ago, they both went into assisted living at the same time. I had to help them because I'm the sibling that takes care of the parents. So I'm taking care of the parents. And so it's hard. If you've ever done assisted living with an elder family member, then you know it's not easy. It's time-consuming, heart-wrenching, expensive. For me, times 2, because they don't talk to each other. So I was holding out, hoping the dementia would kick in and they'd lose their memory, and I could put them in a 2-bedroom apartment together and film that as a reality show. You'd binge watch the crazy old parents who don't know why they hate each other show. I don't know how you know my middle name, but I'm gonna find out. Weird. Now, my father is 83. He thinks computers aren't going to work out. He told me that. Don't waste your money, son. The whole thing's a scam. He printed up an email and sent it to me in the mail. He won't get an email address. He goes, that's how they get your information. And then they know exactly where you are all the time. I was like, you haven't left the house in 7 months. Everybody knows exactly where you are all the time. Quit sending me letters with human handwriting on them. It's creepy. Right? Everything's automated now. We have email and the post office at the same time. We're going to have to explain that in 4 decades to our grandkids that we simultaneously had email and the post office. That's going to blow their minds. They'd be like, Grandpa, what was paper? It was made from trees. What were trees, Grandpa? It's not important, son. We got oxygen tanks now. Screw them. We don't need them anymore. You'd write your little letter on a piece of paper, and then you'd fold it up and put it inside of another piece of paper that had a little door on it. That was called an envelope. Some people called it an envelope. Those people were lunatics. And you take your letter to a dangerous, uncomfortable place called a post office. And you'd wait around for hours in the body odor and the lack of eye contact. Till you finally got to talk to an angry, misshapen man who lived with his mother and had an inexpensive haircut. That man would sell you a little sticker you could put on your envelope, and you'd lick it and get cancer and give it right back to him. That's when they would deliver my letter. No, son, a bunch of stuff happened after that. They'd shove it in a slot in the back wall where there were more angry people from bad families. Those trolls had put it on an airplane who travel hither and yon across the country, sometimes for weeks, till someone finally discovered it was on the wrong aircraft. And that's when they would deliver. No, son, not yet. That's when they would accidentally deliver it to the neighbor of the person that you sent it to in the first place. And that man, based on his relationship with his neighbor, would decide whether or not that scumbag was going to get his mail.
Dude, I just thought that was so hilarious. Thanks, everybody, for putting up with that. But actually, I talked to this lady in town, and she said for her, I guess there's no more in-town mail in the United States, because in order for her to get something from literally a block away, it takes a week.
Oh, right.
She was mad. She was damn mad. And I was like, you should be.
You should have took it there herself.
Oh, yeah. It's just... Yeah. But it's true. I mean, we have email. It's like we're still in some sort of transition phase. I mean, I don't want to go completely electronic, but you know what I mean? But it's like I pay, the post office. But yeah, they just drive the mail around hither and yon, and then eventually it gets to you. Hopefully.
Yeah, well, I haven't written a letter in years. Emails all the way and exchanging files via Skype. That's it. So I haven't had to actually do that kind of communication, that kind of commerce.
So anyway, do we have any newbies to talk to?
Do we? I didn't see any.
Well, I'm kind of looking, but everybody can look, I guess, and see if they know somebody who's new. I'm kind of...
Hi, I'm new here. I heard the Earth was flat. Is that true?
It's very true.
It sure is.
Well, let's go, Brandon, then.
It's the flat Earth truth, mate.
I heard people were monkeys. Is that true?
Who asked that question anyway? I didn't catch it.
Is it true people come from apes?
I don't come from monkeys, and monkeys don't come from me. I don't know about your ancestors, but mine didn't swing on trees.
Nothing like
You
that
guys are just
jumped from
bunch
my
of
loins. Anyway,
Well, evolution says evolution says we came from monkeys, and the question is, why are there still monkeys? Are they the retarded monkeys? They didn't
are
turn into
they the
people
retarded?
just yet.
Are they
And that's
retarded?
from
They
Cat
must be.
Williams, by the way, for the record.
Yeah, so space and monkeys, they don't quite correlate. Could someone explain that to me? Why the monkeys and then they're in space?
Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, because we want to spend lots of money on space, right? That way everybody down here gets rich. Oh, unless you're not in the club. Sorry, it's a small club. But yeah, space is the new thing. That's the new black hole that we can sink money into. And as Americans, it should make you proud to send all your money and all your labor and all your tax dollars into a black hole for space warfare. Proud.
Quote
Especially
unquote.
because you got every single thing you could possibly need, and your family never goes hungry or without anything. The cupboards are never empty.
Or a bunch
Right.
of rocks in the sky, rocks up there.
Why'd they use monkeys to test space? I think that's racist as
I agree. Save the monkeys.
sending monkeys to space.
And then they come back, and then we learn from the monkeys of what happened in space.
I think
That makes a lot of sense.
I think we would learn more from the monkeys than we are right now.
They tell us exactly what happened, yeah.
Jeez.
That as it may be.
In fact, there was a comedian.
Hey, Sonny, big full moon over there, man. Big ass full moon.
Yeah, I see.
It was yesterday.
I'll have to
What
go
is
back
the
out and
end
look.
game for space? Why space? Why does Michio Kaku say things about space and then says things about science and that they don't know shit? Right?
He
What is
doesn't believe
saying?
in science. Michio Kaku doesn't believe in science. He doesn't. What are you talking about, Willis?
It's
when he talks, what he's saying is that the new world, right? The new science we're moving. He's saying there's aliens, basically. Like, how can you have aliens then? If
How scientific.
The end
Did
game.
you just say
right?
aliens?
Yes, aliens. We were talking about this earlier, channeling.
Careful, the aliens will steal our jobs.
Not
You mean
channeling
aliens
aliens.
on another planet, or do you mean?
I'm talking about becoming like the aliens. You know how
Oh
Jesus
my
became like
God.
the aliens, right? This is the narrative, right? And you too can be like Jesus. I mean, like the aliens. You know how Jesus ascended into heaven, into space? No, that's what he's really like. He's actually
Jesus
from
ascended
the.
to space?
He's
Wait, what?
actually This is the end.
Slow down,
I didn't know
everybody.
Jesus went into space.
Slow
No,
down,
no,
everybody.
no.
Come on.
Yeah, apotheosis, rising up. Look. If you do not integrate with the AI, with the machine, right? If you don't put these things in your body, you're gonna become like a cat, like compared to everyone else, you're gonna be a stupid cat. I think cats are pretty fucking smart though, but people in their wisdom, right? Let's compare things.
Whoa, hold on there, brother. You're moving kind of fast there.
Bong, dude. Bong is having a good night.
Hey guys.
I came back at the wrong time.
Hi Jenny.
I came back at the wrong time.
Hello,
I must
hello.
have missed something.
Yo.
Wait, I was listening to your little comedy thing you were playing. What happened? What
Hi
happened to
Sunny.
Hey, Enoch.
Is this all part of the comedy thing you were playing?
I don't mean to change subject, but it's part of the flat Earth. I have that video. Remember that video I told you I would dance to? To that song, the flat Earth song.
Yeah.
I uploaded it on YouTube. And I put here the link. I can send the link in.
Send a link. Yep.
Why is it so hard for they gave us the measurements, they gave us the sphere, they're the ones that produced the model, right?
Yeah.
And then when you do the calculations, what is it like 8 inches per mile of curvature? Is that how it goes?
Squared.
But then it
Miles
multiplies.
squared. Miles squared.
Miles squared. 8. You're right. But how come
Just like the
that? How
Catholic
come
Church,
that math
okay?
doesn't work?
You're not supposed to be questioning these things, man, right? When
That's
we
too big.
tell you what God says,
Too
you don't
big.
question us. You just do it, all right? Like the more you look into the Bible, the more trouble you're gonna get into. Just like the Bible, you know, the Catholic Church does. So is this model in your mind, right? You're not supposed
It's
to
irritating
question.
though. Even from a glober's perspective, right? If I was a glober and somebody told me that, and they said, "Okay, well, how big is the Earth?" Right? They told us how big the Earth was. They told us the dimensions. They gave us all those numbers, and you can show a glober that and say, "Dude, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It doesn't. You cannot calculate. Why can't you calculate the curvature?" Oh, well, because you don't understand. But just the Earth is so big. You don't get it. You can't. No, it's mathematics. It's all you can do it all on paper, but you can't. So why can't they just admit that it's bullshit?
Can't now. It's too far gone.
Because they haven't looked at it. That's why. The idea is to stop people from looking. That's what I mean. Like this thing is so powerful that people won't. Till people look at it. When they look at it, they get confused and they get discouraged. And like, look, I'm not. This is not for me. I got shit to do. You know, this is the way to keep people from looking at it. Because if they look at it, they have to make a decision. You know, do I want to really keep looking into this, or I don't really feel like this is my area of expert. I'm not a real researcher. I don't know anything. Well, that's because you haven't read shit and you haven't done the research. And people are
Is that
afraid
why
to do
they teach in high school? The all that when you go to math, all those math classes you take in high school, a squared 2 plus b squared plus equals blah blah blah, and you never. It's completely meaningless and horseshit. You're never going to use any of that mathematics in your entire damn life. But the simple mathematics of that equation of the globe, you know what I mean? Of the globe is why aren't we studying? Why aren't we doing that equation?
Well, if that equation is actually useful, it's the other one. It's the 9.8 meters per second square that I remember, and acceleration. You know, that's all I remember about learning about the globe, right? And I'm pretty sure a lot of people were taught just that 9.8. Yeah, gravity, dude. You know, but as far as how it works, like they don't teach you
Well,
that
that's
because
kind of one of the things because
yeah. Go ahead. Yep.
like that's the part that's agreeable, right?
And he bought
you remember the what are we talking about? Yeah, you agreed with the part that's kind of agreeable because everybody sees things falling, right? They know that things fall. The argument is why they fall. Please continue.
Mick Foley.
That's been drilled into your head to just think and believe this, right? But how it works, how you can play, like all these other things, right? We get to experiment. Chemistry, you get to play with it with stuff in the classroom. Biology, you get to cut up a frog. When it comes to like astronomy, you can't do anything except believe it. Even Michio Kaku says theoretical physics, you know, like we can't scientific method it, but the scientific method is the most all this crap. What Michio Kaku says, he says it's not natural, the scientific method. Bullshit. When the child puts his hand or her hand on the fire and it burns it, that's the scientific method. He just learned.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's like, oh, don't do that. Why? Because it'll burn me. That's the scientific. And he says it's not natural. The fucking asshole.
Oh, that pisses me off.
Straight up
Asian guy with long hair.
Their lines are so weak. The way they say, you know, oh, it's hearsay. You know, there's people that hearsay, dude. Is this your excuse? Shiokaku, man. Calling people, saying hearsay. If you don't believe and trust us and do what we tell you to do, hearsay. You're one of those crazy people who listen to other
hearsay.
people.
You're a heretic.
You're a heretic. Yeah. And yet she is the fucking heretic. Yet she is doing exactly what he's accusing other people of doing as he's saying it. The son of a bitch.
Well, ain't that about a bitch? Damn, Vaughn.
It is Photoshop
Yeah,
because it has to be.
I'd tell him off to his face if I ever met him. And you're a fucking liar. It's a religion, yeah. It's the globe is a religion, and it's
Well,
so
is
fucking
your
upside.
religion? Is it Luciferian?
Yes.
Is that the true nature? Is it agnostic or
It's from the
atheism?
Catholic faith.
No,
I
No, it's
mean,
from
it's Catholic. It's Catholics.
Sun
and
worship.
It's
It's most a bit
Luciferian.
Jewy.
Is the Catholic Luciferian?
Somebody say it's
Created by a
Jewy.
Jesuit priest, The Big Bang Theory.
There you go. The Jesuits.
Talk about dirty laundry. The Jesuits got their fingers in everybody's pie. Give me some
When did the
dirty
Jesuits
laundry.
gain? Oh, man, this is a crazy topic in itself. The whole idea of that, basically, that whole like, why? Oh man, never mind. Forget it.
Yeah, it's in Rome, dude. Yeah. This is Rome. We live in Rome. Think about it. We live in Rome. The way Jesus was put on trial is exactly how people do it in America, in all these countries, right? This is
I know,
Rome.
but all I was trying to say is, like, in those times when the Jesuits, like, what? Why
It's
were they
always
so unhappy? They needed. It was just about power. This is about ruling.
Well,
They just want to be in
it's
charge.
kind of like,
I
I
think
don't know
it's
the right word for it, but you know how we have the illusion of choice in politics?
I think
It's kind of
just
like
proved
that.
out.
We had the illusion of victory so that people could be easily controlled.
I
You
think
know,
it's
that's
just
But how
proved
do
out.
you if I was a Jesuit, I don't even know what that means. But it's a, I'm in a secret society of a brotherhood of a couple of guys. We're gonna take over basically the most powerful organization in the world,
Which
which is a
organization?
Well, that takes a long time. That takes a long time. Many decades, generations.
I think
Right.
these organizations have a higher power behind them that's supernatural.
Yeah,
So
like
to say
because
something
God
like
and
that,
Satan is real.
I mean, you know what I mean. That's what, if you've gone to a school, where they teach, Catholics teach you. You've been to a Jesuit school. You were taught by a
Yeah,
Jesuit.
right.
If you've
So,
gone to
so
a public
all the,
education school,
sorry.
all of you are Jesuit educated. All of
My
you.
father
If you
graduated
graduated high
from a
school,
Jesuit
you were
preparatory
educated
school.
by Jesuits.
A
Think
lot of
about it.
people.
I can't. Hold on. I can't. I want to hear everybody. I can't. You guys are talking over each other. I want to hear whoever just said. I'm sorry, but I want to hear. You guys were both talking over each
Public
other. So I'd like
Let me
to
say
hear both
something
of you
about the
guys.
Jesuits. Let me say
Right.
something. Hold on. Let me say something about the Jesuits. So a lot of people don't know the history of the Jesuits. If you look at the conquest, like the Spanish conquest of the Americas, that, for instance, was a huge ordeal. Well, guess who was the strong arm of the Catholic Church that went ahead of the explorers to start first? Were the
Templars.
Jesuits. They were at the beginning, the spearhead people at the beginning of all these explorations. They went out
And
there and conquested the local people, these natives, and however, by hook or crook, I guess, like apparently it was pretty violent. A lot of these tribes and so forth that existed along the way, let's say along the Californias, for instance, were completely decimated. So you look at the Jesuits; they had control of all of these lands.
well, yeah, they control both sides.
Wrested by these powers like the Spanish and the British, right? So they were out there in front, and so they had control of all this, the information that was going out there, and they were the spearheads of the people that eventually enslaved all of these native peoples.
You're coming in a little low, by the way, Sonny. I
Oh,
don't know what
sorry.
anybody else
Okay, probably
thinks.
too far away.
Those are the people. Those are the only people who could afford to pay these people, the sailors. These people to go do the exploring, right? Christopher Columbus, all these people that went out and came back and told them about, oh yeah, we got this guys, we got New Zealand, we got America, we got South America, we got the South Pacific, we got all this shit.
The reason they did all of that not only was to for these people that were looking for new conquest and slaves, like human slaves, but also conquest of the plant and the medicinal nature of all the plants and the ancient knowledge that was from all these native places that these people had acquired. They either burned it or stole it or something, like it's gone. That's all we know, you know. But they, like even certain plants, the Jesuits had control of this thing. You know how they're talking like last couple of years about I can't even say it, coloquin or something like that? Like this thing that was supposed to cure the Kool-Aid phony thing? The Kool-Aid.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, that's an actual.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Chloroquine comes from an actual plant. The first people that ever had contact in the Americas of that plant were the Jesuits. So you look at a plant and you find out the Jesuits were the first ones.
What's really interesting about the chloroquine and Renastisvir or whatever is that it's a
You
parasite
guys,
remover.
I think we're supposed to be talking about all this. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no,
sorry.
I was talking in general. I wasn't being real specific.
Oh, well, I apologize.
Wait, we're discussing. So you send people out into the world. Come back. All right. What are we doing? We're trying to. Do you guys know that John Dee developed these tools like the sextant and all these tools so they can navigate the world and come back and tell them why? So they can turn it into a ball, man. Like if it's not a ball, okay.
That is true. That most of the pioneering explorers transatlantic explorers from Europe going west towards America are under royal commissions, expensive royal or religious commissions, to find a trading route to India in the east. They believed at that point that the Earth was a globe, and they were going that way around, which is why the West Indies are called the West Indies, because they were mistaken for the west side of India. Yeah. So there was an effort at the time to find trading routes going around. What they believed was at the ball, and they were going around that way, and they didn't actually intend to go out deliberately looking for America, South America, or anything like that. They believed that the sea that way went round the other side and got to the Far East. So it was about trading. It was about trade routes. It was about finding new ways to get cheap resources around the world. They had no concept that they weren't looking for new lands to conquer as such. They were literally looking to get around the world.
And that's why Native Americans are still called Indians.
But see,
exactly.
The place where I depart. Here's the place where I depart is what they say. What we're told that the information that we're told that they actually knew at the time is where I disagree. I think they did know some things from previous explorers. That was top secret information, and it's probably still sequestered at this day, even to this date, of what they knew at that time.
There's every possibility that's true, but they certainly there's evidence that European cultures had some knowledge of America before Columbus and before the explorers from the
Of course they did. Of course they did.
There's Viking artifacts, apparently archaeological things dating to European Viking times, found in Canada and very north of America. I don't know if there's any validity to those claims.
Yeah, Nova Scotia.
Yeah. So, but that was understandable because obviously the Vikings were of their time. They were the most advanced navigators of the oceans that we know of, in that part of the world.
Yeah, and also ancient Welsh history talks of Arthur going to America in 563, coming back, and when England was supposedly completely demolished with not a tree standing.
When did Columbus discover America? What's the thing?
1492.
Right?
It's 1400s. Late 1400s, isn't it?
Yeah,
1492, bro. The Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
That's the running, right?
Ocean is teal, not blue.
Yeah. So they give you a rhyme so that you can remember things, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To learn the little fable.
Imagine if those things were true. How much better it would be, right?
So I think what happened is they sent the sailors out with these rudimentary tools. Well, eventually the sailors figured out, and they came back and they said, "King, Queen, holy shit, you're not going to believe this. We are sailing over a horizontal ocean. We proved it with the star sightings." And they said, well, you're not going to let that news out. We're going on a ball, folks. You're not going to tell anybody that Earth is actually flat. Okay, we don't care what you're seeing out there. Hush is the, mum's
Well, it was
word.
before the flat. I mean, it was before the globe, right?
It was right
before the globe.
It was like, yeah, right after those first things is when you first started seeing the globe, right?
Yeah, because they were calling America the New World. Think about it, right? That's what America was called, the New World. I don't know what that means, right? It probably means not Europe, right?
So
something.
Well, it means well, at the time, by the time they realised that America wasn't India and wasn't the Far East, yeah, they realised they had discovered a new world. It just literally that there's nothing Machiavellian about that. It's just a term they used to describe a territory they never got to.
They never sailed over a curve. That's what they have to say, Your Honor. Sorry, we went all the way. No, it's horizontal the whole way. And then surely when Captain Cook and Captain Ross went down, sailed 60,000 miles and more along only at the 60th and 70th parallel at the very further south, and never found an inlet. That's way too much area. That should have been.
Yeah, but people were writing about the globe way before Columbus.
Well, because they weren't. They didn't actually show a globe with the continents on it. Could you maybe you have information I don't? You're a teacher.
No, cartography was way inferior to modern standards at that point.
Sure, but they were still saying that the Earth was round, like 600 AD, 700 AD.
They definitely were.
But why were they teaching that the Earth is flat in the early 1900s in all the schools? Why is it until 1969 then people started believing in this whole globe thing? Why did it take so long? Why were people being condemned for trying to say the Earth is a ball, or trying to say that evolution is a thing? Why is it until 1969 people then stopped talking about it?
Oh, look, for 1,000 years, we're still going to have flat earthers because people are crazy.
You know what they're saying about us? They're saying there's a fucking gene. Michio Kaku thinks there's a fucking gene. Fucking, what's his face? That guy at Dawkins thinks there's a fucking gene. That's where we get the meme from, the word meme from. There's a gene inside us that has to do with superstitious and hearsay and believing in things that they even say it's pareidolia. Are you telling me that fucking flat horizon? I'm saying pareidolia, right? I'm saying what I want to see. Is that what they're saying? Are you serious? Think about it.
All the first globes were celestial globes, so they were used celestial.
There's a gene inside me.
Quite a bit before any globes. Let me see. I'm looking here.
Okay, so yeah, Bong, you brought up a bunch of stuff. My main point was just that they were talking about the globe in like 700 AD.
Yeah, sorry, I got carried away there.
The people who commissioned those pioneering sailings around the world were definitely looking for trade routes. That's all they were looking for.
Right.
Yeah, to make money. It was basically money driven.
It was money driven, and they were looking for trade routes to the east. The scholars of the time were asserting the world was round, and the people and the reason those dangerous, precarious, and expensive trips took place was because someone wanted to make some money by finding a quick way to get spices to and from the east and make a load of shit ton of money out of commodities. That's all. It's all about money. It's all about money.
Here it is, right here. Here it is, the oldest known Western terrestrial globe, still in existence.
Well, it's all about greed and gluttony.
Let's see here.
Yeah, power.
More.
In the entire history of the old world, if you controlled the trading routes, you were the absolute power.
Mm-hmm.
Marco Polo, Genghis Khan.
It still is, man.
The Chinese, dynastic Chinese.
What is the 60th parallel? Who controls these trade routes? Who controls the fences? Who keeps everything in order? Right? It's the same people. Like you're out there in the United States Navy thinking you're out here protecting freedom and justice. No, you're not. You're here to patrol the money for the New World Order and bankers. You're here to fight for the bankers. If you're in the military, that's what you're doing out there. What, you think you're fighting for justice and freedom? Who are you fighting? There's children out there you're fighting, man. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would see your country and my country's military endeavors in the Middle East over the last 30 years, and you'd have to be a fool not to see that there's something going on there other than trying to help people.
Yeah. You put your head in the ground, so you're trained and you're conditioned to dig a hole and stick your head in there. That's what
It's an
you're
absolute.
trained.
It's an absolute travesty that families in America and families in Europe, mostly families in America, have lost their children to stupid wars in the Middle East in the past 40 or 50 years.
And a long succession of them.
How
Yeah,
much
of course.
more? How much more would it then be? How much worse is it then for the rest of the people who think the earth is a ball? If the people who out there fighting a war are sticking their heads in holes, right, because they don't want to hear about it, they're out here, I'm trying to get a paycheck. I joined the military so I can get the government funding from the college, right? They're not there to fight. They stick their head in. So how much more Globers are going to stick their heads in the ground, right? Like, if those people do it knowingly, how much more will these people do it unknowingly? Like normies, people who don't think.
The bottom line is, though, okay, most people, like I said to you, most people who, if you ask them in the street, say, oh, they're us round. Of course it's round, yeah? On the day-to-day basis, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck either way. They'll listen to your conversations and they may have a discourse with you, but it doesn't make any difference to them. And if for a lot of people, even if they listen to what you say and think, okay, they got a point, yeah, I've never seen it, whatever, and they go away and they muse about it on some level, they're not impassioned to actually endeavor to check it out or to have a conversation with you about it at any level because they've got too much else to worry about, or they think they've got too much else to worry about. So
they're in too much of a hurry to get home.
Well, that's an easy problem, right? Because that's an easy problem. Because just because you give somebody a seed at the wrong time doesn't mean that it won't flourish at the right time under the right conditions.
Right, of course.
So the oldest known existing globe is from 1492.
Yeah, which is bang in the era when these people were saying, you know what, fuck it, they might be right.
Yeah,
There might be a route round to India. Let's just fucking go for it.
Yeah, and that they were coming back saying, no, it's all flat. So that year, this person, which is from another patrician family, which is a kind of a lower elite kind of nobility patrician families, they had people such as like goldsmiths, silversmiths. They were higher rank than your average man or woman.
So when did Columbus ever say the earth was flat? I've never heard that he said that.
No, he never said that. No, I didn't say he said that. I'm just like speculating on that they found because it was top secret information and they weren't going to let it out of the bag because they already had this religion of heliocentrism in their back pocket that they were planning to go forward with, is my speculation. That is speculation.
Columbus didn't say anything. What did he say to you?
I'm speculating.
Yeah, they just write about him and tell us this is Columbus and this is what he did.
I'm just giving an alternative. I'm giving an alternative view. You don't have to agree with me. Think I'm full of shit. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just speculating.
When did Columbus say it was a ball?
Columbus was a sailor who had, as far as we know, had one part to play in all of this. He was an extremely wealthy and powerful man with skills, nautical skills, who was a captain of in the Navy at one point, who effectively took on the extremely risky and dangerous and potentially virtually at that time in the world a virtually suicidal mission to go and try and find a route to the east. So that was his remit.
Mm-hmm. Possibly wasn't even Italian and was more likely a Portuguese spy. He actually, when he came back, he spent 2 weeks with the King of Portugal. There's evidence of his heredity being Portuguese. So there's
whether it's him or
what his heredity was.
Yeah, there's someone that did an investigation. I have a video that I watched.
Yeah, but what is that? What's the purpose? So what?
Why is it called
you have to follow the entire trail, or you're just taking it out of context. So if you just take all these words I say without watching the information or looking into it yourself, of course you're going to take it out of context. That's not my fault.
Well, Columbus didn't have a globe on his ship, and he wasn't navigating his ships with a globe, right?
I know, of course he wasn't. I know, flat
No.
map. Yeah, of course.
He was sailing west. That was it.
Yeah,
On his
so
mind
so
was
Pausa,
west,
can you
west,
tell us
west.
where can you show us, either Pausa or Matthew? Can you show us where any of those explorers were using technology that included a curved adjacent?
They were using this. They were navigating with the stars.
Yeah. Did they have a
Yeah, a curved adjacent. You can't use a curved adjacent. Like if you're using a triangle, all of the sides of a triangle are perfectly straight.
Yeah, so you have to have a horizontal flat datum, such as over water.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey guys, yeah, we just found a new world.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, but no, if you use a second on a globe, you don't need a curved.
Yeah, so you find your way from stars that are still over the same locations and geographically over Earth as they have been for thousands of years. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If there was an intimate with the constellations as we are today, and they knew that if they just sailed in a direction 90 degrees to Polaris, they'd be going west.
Yeah, too bad there's no parallax though in your paradigm to support it.
Oh, with what you just said, Sonny, it'd be welcome to flat and stationary Earth, because you figured out one way to prove it's flat and another way to prove it's stationary. No parallax of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta draw a line of Polaris, then go 90 degrees off of that, because like, where is your 90 degree? You could do a 90 anywhere around a point of a circle.
I'm glad you entered in, Cyrus. Actually,
what up?
You look at 90 degrees, you bring your eye line down vertically to the horizon from that position. You turn yourself 90 degrees, you're going west. That's it. That's pretty much the level in which before the sextant, before the theological technologies of the time.
So horizontal to your present location is
absolutely. It's all relative. It's all relative.
Horizontal to you.
It doesn't. It in and of itself, it proves nothing other than if you sail 90 degrees to Polaris in the north, in what they call the northern hemisphere, you're going west. That's it. That's just a statement of fact. It's not. It's not making the assertion one way or the other.
No, because if you can triangulate your position over a flat horizontal plane, and then you get to that location and you double check it to find out through these luminary or these star locations and azimuth angles, and you find out that you are actually at the location that you determined through these sightings and observations and measurements of those elevation angles, then you know you were traveling across this flat stationary horizontal plane.
Or you were observing something which is so far away that the parallax is negligible. One of the two.
So citation, please.
Oh, okay. I'll go and find something for that. I've got to go now, but I will go and find something.
For a reason, yeah. For the reason why.
No, I'm not ducking. I'm not ducking. I've read articles about
they're too
navigation.
far away. Like Earth's too big and stars are too far away. I know, but yeah, okay.
I mean that's the two narratives, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, you're right, Positive. That's why I enjoyed talking with you, because you're amenable to when you see something that's bold and obvious in front of your face. You're willing to say, "Yeah, you're right." That's right. Yeah.
I'm not an expert on navigation, but I have seen people give a convincing dissertation about how the sextant proves the Earth is flat and how it proves it's a globe. So I don't know, unless I go and investigate that myself. I remain skeptic of either assertion until
I would really like to see the one where they're saying they can do it on the globe. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I'll have to dig it out.
No worries, man. Take your time.
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't think it wasn't even a debunk. If I can remember correctly, it wasn't even an attempt to try and debunk the alternative. It was just a statement of how it fitted in that model. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't really a.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff on nowadays. It's debunking flat Earth, rather than and you immediately think, well, are they purposely driving a narrative to debunk flat Earth, or they've actually got a genuine interest in demonstrating the alternative, in an agenda context.
Yeah, well, if they can provide something, bring something to the table that can be tested empirically, then we have no problem with that. That's what we're waiting for, though, and haven't been able to find any.
No. I mean, I've seen a lot. I've got to go because it's late here. But I've seen a lot of stuff online, particularly about the stars, which is
cookie if it is flat. So I don't know. It's one of those things where there's a lot. You have to do a lot of. You have to be passionate about that subject.
Passionate enough to even measure it just the once.
Can't
So you should
verify
do that.
any of what's in the sky. We can't verify anything about it. So there's that part.
That's young. No, but you can if you take the position that you don't know the nature of stellar cartography and what it is up there and where it is, then it's purposeless to talk about it as an assertion of flat or globe Earth in that respect.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's why we kind of.
It's something you look up. You see lights. You've got from a personal singular perspective, you've got no idea what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's why I often bring up the thing about going to the hardware store, because we have people come in here all the time and say you're going to look up to the sky. We're talking about measuring the floor. And so if you went to the hardware store and asked that, they would think you were nuts. They would call the psych emergency response team.
Yeah, I know. There's from a personal perspective, there is a strong intuitive that would lead you to the conclusion the Earth is flat. There's no denying that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now, as I say, I'm skeptic about a lot of things, as you probably realise already. But there are some things that I believe in the globe Earth, and I've seen lots of things that.
Should be skeptical of that, man.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of everything, but there's a level of skepticism for that kind of thing, which
So you do have a threshold for skepticism.
Yeah, I don't. Things like the moon landings. Who knows? For fuck's sake, you can see there's an agenda there. There's a narrative there. Yeah. And
that's good. You could see that. I won't have to just.
Well, $60 million a day with NASA alone, not including Space Force. You don't see an agenda in America doing absolutely nothing but every time their politicians get together, spending as much fucking money as possible. You ever notice that?
Yeah, of course. The whole of and this, it doesn't help us one with the other. But like you say, the space agencies and the money they spend and their intent, and their agenda are cause for concern, aren't they? Or at least they fit in the same narrative of everything else you're skeptical about. There's a level in which I don't know, when it comes to things like space and it comes to space exploration, it's as if it is a machine that's just literally a propagandist way of making money, it is tied into the military war complex, then it makes complete sense. I'm not arguing with that at all. And this narrative is entirely false and Machiavellian in that respect. That's entirely plausible.
A lot of companies very rich, especially companies that produce materials and crap that they don't need. They get a lot of money, and then who knows what happens to the stuff they make.
Good contracts, man. All I'm saying is I want some of them contracts.
What?
Yeah. Procurement.
Of course.
Technology contract procurement for technologies in the military, for example. They throw money around like it's fucking rose petals in the autumn.
Yeah.
Good contracts, right? How many people die? Look, you want these contracts? You need a war. You want a war? People have to die.
No. I'll make like a stupid little part. I'm like a machinist. That's I'm saying that sort of thing. It's not my business what you do with it.
Well, first you need a war, right? If you want that kind of contract, you need war. So how are we gonna make money? Well, let's start.
Brother, listen, war's already here. Let's just capitalize. That's all I'm saying.
When I was about 22, 23, I was working on software systems for they were effectively relay systems for opening up to what are called torsion latches, which were just mechanical systems that enable things to just sprang open. And one of the and I was working on these for industry. One of the applications for them was in smart mines, yeah. And I got offered the opportunity to earn a lot of money transposing what technology I've been working on into military equipment mines, and I didn't entertain taking the money and doing it for a second because I didn't fancy the idea of anything I was doing on a day-to-day basis ending up maiming Rwandanese children. So everything I've done with the field of technologies I've been working in, it's always been commercial stuff. I've steered clear of the military. It's a moral and
well, looky there, a man with morals. If that's true, sir, what you say, I'm proud of you for that, right? But there's also people. Hold on, bro.
Yeah.
There's also people in other industries, right? Like the medicine industry or the military, right? And they've left, right, and completely got out. Did you try to research those people and their works and their findings? The people that left on moral grounds.
I don't know anybody. I've got no anecdotal, no experience of any of that kind of thing. No. A lot of people do leave the
any
military.
Whistleblowers?
No, not personally. No, I don't know any of them.
If you want you to make a decision and not worry about morals, think about this: out of sight, out of mind. Right? You're making, of course, compromising. Of course, you're going to kill people, but if you don't think about it, it's like it doesn't exist. You make your money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's how people think. They're like, I just need to close my eyes and do this. Like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? I'm just sick and tired of the struggle. It's not like you're not going to struggle when you become fucking rich. You're probably going to struggle even more. You're probably going to have no time for anything else. I mean, you know what I mean? Like people don't really realize like that they have it good right at the moment until they don't have it good.
Until it gets worse.
I could have earned a lot.
Having more money is going to make it better, but it's going to make it worse. So you know what I mean? It all depends on what you want.
You've got your own conscience to play with. I could have earned a lot of money that I didn't take the opportunity to because I didn't want to work on shit that I didn't want to get entertained. I don't want to have when I'm long gone. I don't want my contribution to history or to those technologies to be part of that. That's someone else's decision to do that.
Yeah.
Screw that.
I would work as a gunsmith, just not for the military. I mean, like
no, a gunsmith is impassioned and making something for some personal. He's not like if you're a gunsmith and you're making guns, that they're not. You're not going to manufacture a case that's going to go to some sort of ethnic cleansing in the fucking broken states of Europe or something like that. That's different. People who. I'm not anti-gun per se. I think that it presents a lot of problems to countries like America having guns, but so at the same time there's a libertarian aspect, which means fuck it, you have your guns. That's the way the world works.
My cousin used to live in LA, right? And she moved to, I think, North Dakota, one of those states where everybody carries a gun. And she went from LA, Long Beach, right, full of gangbangers and all that. And then she went to this mid-US, and now she owns a gun, her and her husband. You know what she says? She says this to me, oh my God, it's the greatest feeling. I've never felt so safe, and so everyone around here is like, it carries the gun, and it's so good. It's not like LA, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because people protect people, not guns. But people kill people, not guns, right? So to have a gun is to be able to protect people. You know what I mean?
You can have in the UK. No one's officially got guns, but my best mate, my age, he's got a 12-bore shotgun in his house, locked in the cabinet. I could get a gun for sport. I'd have to have it in a locked. Approved locked cabinet at all times, and someone from the government can just knock on my door at any time and say, "Show me your gun cabinet." And if it's a jar or it's not in there, they'll revoke my license on the spot. So you can own a gun in the UK. You can't own an automatic weapon. You can't own a pistol. You can own a hunting rifle.
Well, the thing is, if the government, if anyone is trying to take your gun away, right, you should be smart about it. They don't need to know that you own 20 guns. They only need to know you own this one gun that you're licensed for. That's it. That's you know what I mean?
Long as got the coconut guns.
I mean, it wasn't that long. It wasn't. World War II is not that long ago, and during World War II in the UK, they were facing potential invasion from the German forces in France. Yeah, so anybody of their generation who wasn't at war in this country was issued a gun, issued a rifle, a single what's it called, a sliding action, rifle.
All I'm saying, bro, is I'm not taking a knife to a gunfight. That's all I'm saying.
So there was the point I was going to make was that as after 1945, there's a period in this country when loads of people own guns, and the government had no fucking idea who owned them. They all went missing. They all just disappeared. The government's preoccupied with dealing with recession, frankly. And we had in this country, in this part of the world, went through gun amnesties. I think for the vast majority of people in that period, they owned a gun at home and they had some ammunition, but you couldn't buy any more ammunition. And people used to shoot the guns for fun in their garden or whatever, yeah. But once you ran out of the ammunition, you were going into the black market then to get guns. So they became an irrelevance to people. There was no culture for having them. So there was an amnesty. 1948, and people just literally just piled guns into skips and stuff. Then I think the last one was in 1976 in the UK, and they, and obviously criminals have got guns.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Is that they use crime, so it's power reaction solution, right? People having guns is dangerous for any government or any ruling person that's ruling, right? So how do we take away guns from people when we know that it is absolutely evil to do so, to harm people, right? Like, it's not your right. But then if you start showing things like show a problem, right? Like, well, look at all the gun violence. Well, how is all the gun violence happening? All these guns and criminals, how is that happening? Because you promote it. It's because you created a culture to promote violence and all this shit so that you can say to people, we need to take away your guns.
Stems from the music industry, Bong, that you
Gangster rap is a psyop.
Entertainment
Gangster rap is a government psyop.
Well, you work in the music industry.
NWA was CIA.
You see movies too. You see all these guys in movies, shooting guns, killing people, and they promote and they celebrate them, freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that shit. So of course that's gonna increase violence in the streets, in the ghettos, in the places that they've set up. Because now we can take guns. Now we have a good reason to tell people to give us their guns, to tell us exactly what they own. You know what I mean? It's like it's how they do anything. You need people the people has to give you the okay to do it. But then how are you going to get the okay? By creating a problem and then providing a solution, right?
I completely advocate a U.S. citizen. If someone in America wanting to own I wouldn't take. I don't think that they should. There's any mandate that we should take them away from you unless you all agree with it in some form or other. Yeah.
Sure.
However,
what a nationalist idea. I like this gentleman. Please continue.
The point is, but bear in mind, the one thing I will say to you, okay, right, is the constitutionally foundational part that says, it's the right to bear arms, it's your way of protecting yourself against a tyrannic government or a despot in power, yeah, is you're getting to a point soon when that's going to become an irrelevance because you're getting to the point when the army will have AI, they'll have drones, and they'll have military robotic infantry, yeah, right, and then your guns in that context mean nothing at all because if they really wanted to eradicate a swathe of the national, it'd be like Terminator effectively, yeah, and that's coming.
That's how it
was coming.
Bro, if you think about the sword and shield, it's the same thing. The Romans and shit like that. You can't go up against the Roman army. Sure you can. Sure you can.
I could fight 500.
You can't go up against drones. Sure you can. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can actually, but
800.
Sound
in the Revolutionary War think the same thing. Then a huge part of the population during the Revolutionary War think there's no way you can go against England. You can't beat their army, right? But it was done.
Oh, this is a different kind of army. I mean, this is a different kind of war.
It's a robot, but listen, it runs on a battery, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you can't fight a war if you don't have the if you are misinformed about a war, you're not really fighting a war. You're just being controlled. You're just doing something. You're believing.
We are fighting a war, though.
Well, that's what I mean. This war we're fighting is more of an information war, and it's the same war they're fighting. So this whole physical violence thing, it's just just the outside benefits. But the real war is information war. I think if we fight with information, we can win.
They're the physically violent ones, Bong. You know what I'm saying? Like, they actually like murder
Exactly.
people.
Yeah.
Well, these people won't look at truth, right? When you show someone like, hey, that's not actually what he said, and they say, I don't care what he actually said. I would like to still remain in ignorance and think that he said something racist, so that I could hate him, right? When you got people doing things like that, and throughout the left and right, because I'm on either side, guys, you know that. When you do something like that, and you're just ignoring reality, right? At that point, like, you got to be the enemy of everybody else. So everybody else who doesn't ignore reality with you, they're a far right Nazi, wingnut, right? So it's like these people that just refuse to look at the truth, these relative truthers, I call them, or subjective, truth. Everybody has their own truth, right? Those people are like the ones that are lying and going along with the lie, and that's a very deadly doctrine, I've been told.
Yep. Propaganda, at the very best.
About 6 months ago, I saw some papers, some technical papers that someone was dishing around, because a lot of it was to do with some patents that are being issued for drones, and things like drones are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and lighter, and the only real boundary for all this kind of stuff is the physical sciences. How the material sciences. I'm sorry, that drives how efficient and small and practical batteries are, and these things that drones use. But don't be under an illusion. They're going to get to a point where they want to make something the size of a housefly, that lands on you and kills you without ammunition. They're going to get to a
They
point
can
where
already do that if they wanted to. They don't really want to do stuff like that.
I don't think that they can actually believe it or not. I think it's part of the propaganda that they want us to think that they're 30 years ahead. I mean, they are, but again, it's like I see nothing, so maybe they're not.
I don't think they've got.
I'm just saying.
I don't think that's practical now, if I'm being perfectly honest. But it's a long-term aim to get militarization of military machinery to that size, because
they also want to make big boys.
That's a war you can't win.
They make super soldiers, big boys, like
exactly, but
8.5 feet, 9 feet tall, like 350 pounds of muscle, and they'll fucking destroy anything. They got them.
Yeah. You just shoot them.
Well, kind of. If they're all in a bunch of bulletproof shit, they'll be able to come towards you.
Yeah.
Unless you got a bomb or a big gun.
Yeah, you got a really big gun.
Unless you have a crossbow.
You guys want to talk to this new guy?
You mean a BFG?
ND or whatever.
BFG 1000. Yeah, let's do it.
Repeating crossbow, steel bolts with armor-piercing heads.
I think the problem is so cool, and I think getting people to scare themselves is also what's the best solution to this? Stay in your fucking house and don't ever leave, ever.
Right?
Right. And join the metaverse. This is your new reality. I think the solution.
Here's your Oculus Rift, and off you go, huh?
Don't you only need a fishing license to have a spear gun?
I don't know that. So is his name Boxnod?
Yeah, Boxnod.
There's also Delta 8 THC and Baffle.
Is he muted?
Delta 8 THC. He sounds
all right. He's unmuted.
Okay.
Do it.
Any of them want to talk?
Hello.
First one. Hey, first come, first serve. How you doing, Delta 8?
I'm good. I'm high as fuck, dude. What's up?
Oh no! Fuck you! Fuck you! That's the piss drinker.
That's the
piss drinker, dude.
Purple Doom.
Muted him.
From your perspective.
Oh, you're here again. Wow.
I'm glad you caught that. It would have taken me a second.
Oh, bro, like from.
He said it was possible.
Let's make a note on his account here. It doesn't count if you.
Wait, let me change his name. I got this.
Purple Doom. LARP.
Good when you drive up and the plug is home.
What happened?
It's like, yeah.
It disappeared when you started making.
He did.
You moderator, you.
Well, there's two more. Baffle and I guess it's just Baffle. Oh, and he's deafened.
I love the moderator.
He or she is deafened. They have Pepto-Bismol in there.
Hey, we have Crypto.
Picture.
Crypto, don't often see you here this time of the evening.
Yo.
Crypto?
Did he say yeah?
Hey, yo, dude.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, bros?
What up, man? Good, Crypto.
Yeah, good, man.
Oh, we do have Matthew Learns, by the way.
He's not new.
No, I know, but he's something.
Just want to say,
food to play with.
Just want to say salam alaikum to Cyrus.
Oh, alaikum salam, bro. Sure.
Are you guys talking about like a jihad now? Come on, stop that.
Yeah. Crypto's funny like that. Fucking wanker. That's why.
Yeah, but salam means peace, right?
I know, man. Yeah. I know.
I'm the bloody wanker.
Salam
alaikum, brother. Yeah, I'm also a Muslim. Yes.
Okay, everybody take their turns rumpusing.
I know. Let's rumpus it once.
I know a guy whose dad is Turkish and mum is Jewish, so I say to him, Shalom alaikum.
Okay.
They actually say that, bro, in Hebrew. Shalom alaikum, yes.
So Jewish
No,
it's actually Hebrew, it's the same thing, by the way.
So
that's
Jewish
not even
and
a joke,
Turkish.
actually.
Alaikum is to you guys in Hebrew too, so which is
Yeah.
So Jewish and Turkish would be jerkish.
That's linguistically over my head.
Nice. Beef jerkish.
Jerkish. That's funny.
But
I'm still learning though.
What are you learning about?
I'm learning Arabic.
Oh, cool.
Nice, dude.
I like learning.
Just the fact that you guys got to say peace every time you meet each other to make sure you're not trying to kill each other.
Is there a language called Arabic?
That's nice, right? It kind of helps. Peace, bro. All right, you come in peace. All right, me too. All right, you know, like, a holster the fucking sword. All right, sure, whatever. The hammer, or whatever you got.
Shit, right? Peace on earth to you and to all a good night or something like that. I forget.
Yeah. Just be like an Italian mobster and grab the meat tenderizer, and that's what you got for the night. Destroy everybody who has a gun with a fucking meat tenderizer.
Fuck them all up.
More guns. We need enough guns for an army. Yes.
Right. Are you still DJing, bro?
Who?
Crypto.
Probably.
Hell yeah.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, now that we're actually allowed out of our houses and stuff, it's cool.
Oh, okay. So you guys are free again. Nice. They let you out of.
Everybody's free, bro.
Nice, bro. I didn't know that. Thanks.
My state just lifted the mask mandate too.
I'm not sure.
What about Canada?
Yeah, we don't have masks either.
Oh, listen.
Canada.
Don't do shit. Hey, we're
back to the flatter.
No, everyone was wearing masks today, man, at Home Depot. I don't think anything got lifted. Let's see, mask mandate.
2 fucking years. And I just walk around, ignore this shit. And look, nothing.
Oh, our governor's still thinking about it 22 hours ago.
I like it when you make simple changes and like it makes produces results. Like I separated my speakers. What? Wow, just little separation.
What do you mean separated them? Like distance? In space? Or you separate them electrically.
Hey, what time is it between your speakers?
I don't have a way to test that.
Can you measure it in light seconds, please?
We used to have the technology to test that, but we lost the technology. It's a painful.
Destroyed it. You destroyed it.
Your ears, right, has a distance.
We destroyed it.
Right?
And they no longer ask me to do interviews.
We lost it out in space.
Put your speakers together, you get mono. So you've been listening to mono this whole time, and welcome to stereo.
We were out in space.
I got 7-channel stereo set up.
We were emptying the dumpster out in space, and we forgot we had all the 14,000 tapes for the telemetry data in it.
As long as they got a good sound system up there, I'm game, dude. Let's go. Let's go to ISS and party.
Man. Give us a couple thousand watts. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Boom.
A couple thousand, dude, in small space like that. Yeah.
You almost send them some speakers, right? Like a DJ stereo PA system.
What if it was bad trance music that got the aliens to come visit us? Like really, really bad trance music.
Hey, I don't. Can you post some?
You know what I'm trying to say?
How bad is your bad trance music? I mean, I like EDM a lot now. However, I like the shit from the 90s. I think
evilness.
There's good stuff.
We all kind of settle in. I like a lot of the stuff from the 90s too.
Yeah.
You know what it does? It puts you in a trance. That's what it does. You know, this music.
I'm telling you, man, my brain just, I could only get shit done now with just plugged in EDM and just so I could focus. Narrow my thoughts.
I went through that phase. I went through that phase in 2013. It'll pass.
No. Okay.
Is that like meditation music?
I went from classical to EDM. You don't do that.
No,
Right?
I'm telling you, it's the thing. I went from
You don't do that.
I used to live in my father's boat in the marina, and I'd be playing loud rock and roll on an electric guitar, and the people would say, "You're stuck in the 70s."
I'll tell you my music journey, bro.
Turn that shit down.
Shit.
They were like demons.
After the war, they put out all these music programs in school, and then they stopped it. They put it out so they can fucking get these musicians to sing about fucking peace on earth, new world order crap, bullshit.
This one old fucker that used to yell at me for riding my bicycle down the freaking ramp.
That's my train of thought.
He yelled at me so loud, I guess he ended up having a heart attack. Sorry about that, dude. It wasn't my fault.
The 80s had,
I didn't say be a dick.
digital music, right? It's
I wasn't the one that told him to be a dick.
Sorry,
I was gonna say something, man. Bonk style. You gotta take a break, bro.
Take a break.
Sentences.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like say a sentence.
My excitement.
Take a second. Think about the next.
Yeah.
Because now I forgot, and I'm trying to remember.
This is normal for me, man. That's what I'm trying to say. This is my normal
I remember.
pace.
Thank God. Dude, all right. So when I was a teenager, I listened to rap music, right? Exclusively, you can say.
Ew.
Disgusting. Check this out. Then when I was like 18, I got introduced to Bob Marley. And ever since, I never, ever went back to rap music. And then, of course, transcendent from there, too. So when I was listening to rap music when I was a kid, I still liked Beethoven and whatnot. So I had decent taste, but I don't know why I was listening to that horse shit.
Hey,
however, what's up?
Hey, did you live in Washington like your whole life?
No, I grew up in Chicago.
Oh, shoot, I was born there, too. Wow,
Oh, shit.
man.
No, dude, nice. All right. It's way better on the West Coast, right?
No, I was gonna say something about Washington. Now I lost my train of thought after you said
Okay, I lost my original train of thought. No, I didn't.
Windy
Music,
City,
rap.
Chinatown, what a trip.
So I went rap, reggae, and then classical. Now EDM, and of course classical still stands, but now just EDM, reggae. Yeah.
I remembered. Hold on, I remember. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry, I remembered. I was going to ask you if you grew up in Washington because I lived in Washington, and it's when the white kids up there first started, before they did in L.A. almost, started doing their cars like lowriders and listening to rap music. All the white kids, and I thought that these kids are fucking lame. like I grew up, I grew up with hard rock, like all my life. Like I was like fully hard rock, Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, like all of that stuff, and I was like, these kids are listening to like they're listening to rap music. I'm like, what's wrong with them?
Dude,
I came back down to the Southland, and then everybody was doing it 4 years later. I was like, wow, what a trip that was. Anyway, that's the end of my
culture.
It's the age, because all the teenagers at the gym, they all listen to that fucking horse shit too. So I think there's society's programmed or set this way to make us listen to this shit somehow. Make us it only appealed to me at that age. Like today when I listen to it, like, wow, I used to listen to this. This is horrendous. Like this is just negative vibes. I feel negative vibes. I didn't know about Masaru Emoto. I didn't know none of that when I was a teenager, and everything made sense right after like a little bit of knowledge. Because knowledge is powerful.
Yeah, see, I forget because you guys grew up in a different era than I did. Like mine's from like the VH1 era, like when that was brand new, spanking new. Like video killed the radio store, literally. Like there used to be record shops and like phonograph stores. Saw it happening before my eyes. It was really bizarre.
Well, the CD is dead now too, so it's okay.
Yeah,
pretty quick.
So I was born in '82, so I remember getting like all kinds of musics on records, And then by the time I was an older child, it was all on CD, right? And then Napster. And then Metallica was like, fuck you, Napster. And Napster was like, oh, come on, man.
82.
And the music changed so much in my lifetime because I grew up like listening to a little bit of country, and then I got old enough to like start listening to the classical rock like Zeppelin and, Blue Oyster Cult, Pink Floyd, and stuff like that. And I gotta say, like, as evil as that music was, like, it wasn't talking about some of the stuff that was going on in the rest of the music industry. So I missed most of that and started listening to rap after I became an adult. And I just remember thinking how funny it was that they were singing about some of the things that they were talking about.
Yeah, the only when Aerosmith like did their little thing, walk this way thing, with that group. Forgive me, I don't know all the names, but that was like really the only time. I guess
wasn't it Run DMC?
Run DMC, yeah, that was quite a while ago. And P Diddy did this thing with Jimmy Page once with Cashmere. You remember that one? That was quite a while ago too. Wow, I date myself.
That Dire Straits song.
No, Cashmere.
Money for nothing and your chicks for free.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Figures the kid over here is the one that
MTV.
Oh man!
And it's a trip. I know like every single song. Like I learned how to play it back then, so like I can just pull it out of my files, and just all of a sudden I can play like almost every single 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s song. Like a lot of them.
So here, what kind of music is this, man? You tell. Glad. Check it out.
What?
Click play.
I'm gonna send you some beats.
What genre is this?
Hans Zimmer.
Sonny, I'm gonna send you shit to Glad.
I jam this all the time. I really like
Send
it.
anything you want. Hang on.
I hate the background, but I like the music.
Hang on. Go ahead. Keep talking. I'm gonna listen to this thing.
All right.
Hey, yeah, and Bong, send me whatever. Do you have my email address?
I'll DM you when it's ready. Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
I loot this and I just hit the heavy bag.
I'll DM you the Google Drive link, so that should
Perfect.
you can put it at your leisure. Yeah.
Because I'm starting to buckle down now.
Cool.
Hold on, this ad is fucking me up. It's like not loading.
Hey, Glad, make sure you buckle down.
What's the opposite of buckling down?
Buckle up.
Buckle up.
He beat me
or
too.
buckle up, butter.
Buckle up, son.
Buckle down.
So this guy wrote the soundtrack for Lion King. Hold on, let me find it again.
It depends if you're upside down, right side up.
Listen. This guy wrote. Hold on.
That's mostly bad trance, by the way.
You don't like this?
Zimmer,
no, it's not good.
Really? Didn't even start yet.
What?
What's
No,
your timestamp?
I just kind of skipped through.
You did? Oh, wow! You skipped music. You can't do that.
I can. I've been making and listening to music a lot for 20 some years. I'm not going to sit through a 9-minute song just to tell you the same thing I was going to tell you the first time I heard it. Without having to listen to more than 30 seconds, I can tell you I don't need to listen for 9 minutes.
Dude.
You hear what this guy wrote? What else he wrote? He wrote over 100 songs.
He's a movie score.
50 of them were nominated for awards. He won the Academy Award for The Lion King, Satellite Awards for The Thin Red Line, Gladiator, Last Samurai, Inception, Golden Globe Awards for The Lion King, Gladiator, Dune, Grammy Award, 2 prizes for Lion King, Crimson Tide, The Dark Knight, 3 Saturn
He's got endless accolades. I know that.
Dude,
yeah.
At 136 it starts. It's like, bro, it just transforms. Like, this is good stuff. It's
pretty good.
Not the trance stuff. He doesn't know much about EDM. That's okay. That's fine. He can stick with the other scoring.
So this is garbage EDM or garbage
to me it is. Yeah, to me I could make this in an afternoon. Not even. Yes, I could. Very, very easily, my friend. I'm not even fucking with you. I can make this tonight.
Oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm just jamming it right now. I'm smoking.
I'm not kidding. That's the thing.
I'm dancing right now. I don't care.
Well, good. It's not hard to make good music or music that people think is good. It's not hard.
But the point is, the music is a medium, right? It's not like air, right? Air, we use air to send a signal through, right? Like sound. You know what I mean? Like music is like a medium for what?
And here's another thing. Cyrus has a vibrational frequency that's all his own, like a radio signal, and some notes are going to strike him right more than others. Same with anybody. Some chord structures are going to strike people more than others, so you never know.
Yeah. So, okay, post something that's really good.
I totally understand.
Oh, man.
Your best, or, okay, not your fave, but something that you would loop.
I'll send you some electronica that I would listen to.
That it is loop worthy. It has to be loop worthy.
No, I don't know if I've looped stuff.
Hey, Bong, can you listen to that Hans Zimmer remix? I want your opinion on it. Bro, your mic is fucked, man. It just makes me angry every time you try to talk. Fuck, bro, can you fucking fix it?
Mic check. Mic check.
Not you, Sonny. Yours is Mike.
Excellent. Okay.
Yours, like, Bong. Yours goes inside.
I'll tell you one thing. I am the pickiest person that you're going to find in music, other than another person on this server who will remain nameless. But yeah, I'm real picky about the music. So 95% of people would probably like this, or 95% of people that like a certain thing, I may or may not, because I'll find one stupid little thing wrong with that or the recording or whatever, and just be like, nah, I'm done. Okay. So it's not your fault.
If you want excellent music, I'll post you as Bach, but we already know that, so we're beyond that.
Sure. Yeah, Bach's amazing, always.
Yeah. So
I was
gonna say, yeah.
If you put some good music, I'll dance to it, or I'll try.
Well, okay, so check this out. Whatever the tempo or whatever that Hans Zimmer song, that makes me move a lot. That rhythm is just I move.
Here,
especially
I'll
on
get the tempo right now. I'll tell you what it is. Hang on a second.
Great. I don't know the music terminology because my music knowledge is 0 out of fucking 10. Mm-hmm. I know about sound, not music. What? So, I know about harmonics, octaves, but not music.
Hey, Cyrus, what part of Chicago?
I graduated from the northwest suburbs. However, we moved around when I was in the city. Fuck. The school I went to was in Bucktown. But where did we live?
I was born in the northwest suburbs.
Do you know where Reese Park is?
Is where what is?
No, it's not Reese Park. I'm sorry. It's not Reese. No, hold on. What is it called? Is it Reese Park? Reese Park, I think. Is that a real thing?
It's 128 beats per minute at 4/4 time.
Do you know what streets it's like? What cross streets maybe? Because I know everything by the streets. The
name is off. It was on Fullerton is close. Fullerton and something else.
Sort of too.
Also, the intro is pretty, Cyrus.
That's not that far from where my grandma lived back in the '60s in the projects near Clybourne. That's not far. We took a bus by Fullerton. I remember that whole area.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Now, all right.
The intro is pretty.
I thought
I had to get the tempo. It's 128 is the tempo and 4/4 time. Yeah, I mean it's.
I'm confident.
I listen to a lot of
I do this.
Oh man, this stuff's easy. But like I said, a lot of people like it, and I told you, the beginning is really pretty. I just, man, when that kick and snare come in on 4 on the floor, I just get so bored so quick. So, but that's just me.
Do you know the Moon Tribe? Oh,
I was part of the Moon Tribe.
Barracuda. These are psytrance DJs, and I was just if Glaflow knows them.
Yeah, you'd have to show them to me. I stopped remembering names about 15 years ago, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
There's no way to just keep them up there.
Yeah,
I know the fucking artists.
I met them in person, and I was and I'm following them on SoundCloud. They're pretty nice. They're pretty cool to listen to.
Word, post them up, dude.
Okay, there's one that's the Good Vibe Tribe, and then there's this guy from. His name is Trevor, but he's from Trevor Moon Tribe. His name is Trevor, but he's from the Moon Tribe. And then there's Andy Barracuda, and I forgot which tribe he's from, but he's pretty cool too.
Yeah, post him in the voice text and DM me that stuff.
Okay,
and also,
sure.
No, yeah, totally. Thanks, dude.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all right, okay. Now I know that you don't feel it, Bong. Gotcha. Is it fast? Would you consider that like a fast, like I don't know, EDM or something? Or no? I know there's worse than that. I like stuff that's way faster. It's like, depends, man.
I just don't like the style. I just don't like that style of trance. That it's a bit soft for me. It's a bit like
Okay. I'll post one that I
yeah.
All right. I was rocking this today on a 24-foot ladder up in the air. Just I looped this today for sure. Oh man, this is my new jam for the next few days for sure. Just loop. Like I can't stop listening right now. It's like, oh man. How about this one? Glad. Mbong.
I mean, I admit I like the beat. Like on
Bro,
the second one.
I used to love Tiesto.
I love like anything that's classical and EDM. It's so good. And there's so many people like doing that shit today.
I like the beat.
Tiesto, yeah, Tiesto's dope. Hey, 1-1, relax. I'll unmute you.
I like this a little bit better because it's Tiesto. I respect Tiesto a lot. Well, I've been listening to him since at least 1998.
Okay,
so.
I like Tiesto. Right.
Yeah.
I'm jamming it right now.
His first records, first like 2 or 3, one of them was called Summer Breeze. For me, it's still one of the best trance records. Also, the very first Paul Oakenfold, Transport. That one's sick as fuck too.
Yeah, the Paul. Oh, okay.
But those are old. Those are.
I like it.
That was like year 2000 kind of shit.
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
That's when I was back into trance. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But so this Tiesto's good. It's decent.
What was that Tiesto album called?
And it's called Summer Breeze. It's super old. I would say 98 or 99.
Cool. I would like them then. I like that.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, you might. It's trance. It's the same style.
I dig that era of trance. Yeah.
Yeah, man. That was right when the UK scene was starting to really blow up with it too.
Yeah,
exactly.
I like the European shit. Yeah, here, I'll post something that's my first like. It wasn't acid. It was 2CB. Here, let me pause the music. 2CB.
I don't miss that shit.
So this piece of music right now that I'm about to post is engraved. It has its own circuitry in my brain. Own circuitry.
Sure.
Oh my goodness!
It was the Austrian chick. I asked her, "What is this?" She was like, her accent was just crazy. The way she rolled the R, I can't say, but it's a la Farben. I was like, what? It's like, it means all colors. I was like, okay, cool.
What the heck?
Like Farben?
A la Farben.
Like Farben. Like they got their. No, it's Austrian. I can't do the Austrian accent.
Oh yeah, the back of the throat deal.
Yeah, the R is insane. It's like, oh, okay.
Get to the chapel. Just spend some time in the back of the throat. That's what that is. Go ahead.
All right. So let me. The artist was Ron Flatter.
I like the.
Yeah, there it is, dude. This is all right. This is my jam, man. Any day of the week, anytime you play this, I'm game. Very oceany, I call it. Very watery. So it's always peaceful.
Mantequilla. Does that mean butter?
Got no idea.
I think it means butter.
Butter it is. It builds up, of course.
Okay.
You need the building up,
Okay.
All I see is the 49th Captain America movie ad here. That's what I see. Oh, it's after the ad. Got it. Sorry.
You're unmuted, Sasha. You're welcome. Bitch. Oh, no, bro. Who posted that? GG. I like that a lot. Especially that one. Nice. Thumbs up for that, man. It's my jam.
Yeah, it's got timbales. It's got like a Caribbean beach rhythm because it's a bunch of. I think it's surfers making this music. But even if not,
This other stuff is not surfy at all.
There are other stuff.
Yeah, Ron Flat Earth artist.
Got it.
However, this one, oh man, I love it. At 1 minute 6 seconds when it kicks in, boom, whatever the bass, or I don't know what the fuck that means. I'm just an idiot, right? When that bass kicks in.
Well, you're not an idiot.
Well, in like music making, 100%.
You just don't know some stuff. That's all.
Yeah, my ear knows it. I just don't know what it's called.
Your ear knows?
Yeah, my ear knows. I just can't tell you.
I can't tell you what that is either. I've never heard of something like that.
I have to know the term for it.
Oh, ear nose.
The nose knows what the ear knows.
Of course. Where's Bong?
Goes.
What the fuck, Bong?
Well, if you can smell it and hear it, you better be all right with it.
Sure. Do you like that one? Glad.
Some of it I like, some of it I don't. It's like for me, it's this kind of music is hit or miss. Some I get.
It is hit or miss for me, yeah. Because, like I said, I used to like
all of it, including the one that Cyber Blitz.
And you know what it really is I burnt myself out on it a long time ago. That's all it is.
Did you really?
Oh yeah, dude. Listen, I got these huge subwoofers, right, and get a nice stereo system in the car, and thinking I'm king shit, all driving around all the time, picking up my friends, going to places. But I got to drive because I got the cool car, right? And so all the music that I was into at the time, everybody had to suffer through, and it was always really way too loud. And I would drive around listening to the same kind of shit all day long, all night long. And eventually, I just, I fell out of love with the movements that happen within trance songs.
Oh, okay. The movements. Interesting.
Wildly personal. You know what I mean? Like most people can get into trance music at any given time. So that's the normal.
If I want to get things
done. I understand what you mean, Glad Flub. I had to stop at a point.
And I've done that with tons of different genres. Like I only listen to a specific genre right now. I'll show you a song I listen to. I started listening to hip hop when I was. My first favorite was hip hop when I was like 8 or 9, and I bought my first parental advisory tape. It was a tape. 1991.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. Everything I said might as well have not been said.
Yeah, you haven't lived until you try to listen to something like Disturbed, right, with a parental advisory on there.
I like.
And you're
Disturbed.
like, man, this is. Yeah, but not with a parental advisory.
So okay, funny thing. When I used to like listen to rap as a teenager, Disturbed was okay. They got the thumbs up. Like Down with the Sickness, or the album was called The Sickness, I think.
Yeah, they were angry enough to get a lot of people's attention. That's for sure.
Like
that guy's voice, right? He was like, I need a gimmick voice. Get up and down with the Whoa.
Whoa, bro.
What are you doing?
It's transformed. Sasha, yo. All right.
We either do or do not want to hear what's happening.
Yeah, well, I just muted you. Like, I'm not interested, bro. Didn't sound all right. Take some tabs. Oh man, yeah. There you go, Cyber.
You're playing that? I'm like confused.
I listen to this sober, man. I just jam.
All right, I finally found the link. This is
If you like Disturbed, check out that metal mix I just put up there. Pretty good.
I like the Trevor Moon Tribe one. I like that one. That's cool.
I just want you to know that I am the metal mix, but thanks, bro. I'll check it out.
I like this song for the production value because I'm a sucker for these kinds of like cheesy love songs. And you're just fine with that, by the way.
Of course we are.
Yeah. And now the cops are driving by. That's fun. There you go.
Love their timing.
Their timing, yeah. I don't care if you guys hear it. It just happens a lot.
They're watching your net traffic. They're like, well, he's a flat earther.
They would be so bored with my shit. Oh, I'd be watching if I switch roles and I'm watching me. I'm just like, this dude. Why doesn't he ever just fucking make a mistake? What is going on?
Yeah, that's good music for for lots of things. People used to actually go alone.
It's not bad, but I like it. Like, I'll give it. Go a 4 out of 10. Just because, I don't know. I'm over people singing.
I know.
I can't. I was like, I'm not interested.
I'll tell you, it's funny too, because
I'll listen to Frank Sinatra though if I want to hear people sing. Like, sure, yeah, okay.
It may not sound like it, but that song's harder to make than the trance song.
I'm sure, but I like the Trevor.
It's just weird too, because it has a lot less going on. I'd think it'd be easier, but yeah, I hear you. So anyway, that's because of the production value, and I'm a sucker for those kinds of pop songs. I've always loved pop music. That's what I listen to right at this moment. There's other reasons too that are none of your business.
You need a few more acid trips. Get you back on.
A few more?
More.
I don't want to listen to Led Zeppelin ever again. I mean, it had its time and its place. Seriously, dude, show me Stairway, and I'm like, I'm gonna leave now. It's also because you got to listen to the whole song. You can't just listen to part of Stairway and be like, yeah, well, I don't like this anymore. You listen to the whole thing. You pay your respects.
Right. That's how you gotta do it.
Did you hear the Tenacious D song about the greatest song in the world?
No, I'm not a movie buff.
That's a good one. Master Exploder.
Yeah, so Tenacious D. It's not their movie. This was on their first record.
Okay, I thought it was a movie.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is really quality. Their first record's dope. Hang on.
This is not the greatest song in the world. This is just a tribute.
Tribute, right.
It wasn't that song, but I did a parody over one of his because I just love the beat so much. Flat Earth parody. That one's pretty good. When I actually have time to record.
You always have time to record. You can make the time. That's what needs to happen.
Did you guys
I'm
catch
trying
my
to.
backup vocals? It's okay if you didn't.
Okay, tribute's up. take a listen to that. It's a great video, great song.
Is it just me, or is no one talking?
It's just
No
you.
one
You're
was
the only one
talking,
talking.
but do you understand the paradox of what you just asked?
I keep getting yelled at.
No one was talking, and then the only person that was talking was the one saying, "Is it just me, or is no one talking?" That doesn't fuck your mind up?
Well, I mean, I haven't talked to one in a while. I hear he's a nice guy, but I haven't talked to no one in a while. I talked to everybody yesterday, and somebody the day before. But I haven't talked to nobody in a while.
Wait, who's on first?
What's on second?
Exactly.
What about third? I don't know.
I haven't talked to nobody ever.
He's an asshole, trust me.
Yeah, wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. Nobody really cares, I guess, then.
I haven't had anyone get in it, like go in on me with that joke in forever. Go in with me on that joke. Sorry, tongue tied.
There's a time and a place, and right now it sounds like you should take a break from speaking for about 10 minutes.
Oh, shoot. But why? I don't get
And that's as a friend. That's as a bro. Bro.
All right, bro.
I'm just kidding.
Bro.
My mom tried to tell me about the globe today. Go ahead.
Oh no, the globe is way more exciting than what I was gonna say.
It's just a quick little thing. My mom today tried to. She said she wanted to spark my interest back into believing in the globe. She said almost word for word. I was like, okay, here we go. I'm trying to remember what she said. Oh, the sun. She says we are getting closer to the sun, and that's why seasons are doing what they're doing. And I explained to her the analemma and the thing that happens in the sky. The sun makes a figure 8, and yes, it's going. It's getting closer to the North Pole or further away from the North Pole as it spins. So it does that little figure 8 overall. And she's like, "No, that proves globe." I'm like, okay, that's. I don't know why. I don't know how. I said, so the heat source is moving further away from us from time, on a cycle. I said, you don't have to have a globe for that. She's like, okay, honey, okay. I was like, all right, so we're done with that. Because if we go any further, we have a little tiff every time. You know what I mean? I'm getting used to it. So she was saying seasons, basically.
Can you imagine? She'd be like at the bridge club going, my poor son, that he thinks the earth is flat. Oh my gosh.
Well, it's not that. No, she doesn't. Maybe she used to feel that way. Now she's just like really intrigued into what I think it's like for her. It's like a circus sideshow. Okay. So, but she's being nice about it. So I guess I don't really, what am I going to do? It's my mom, Yes. But she wants to know how the bearded man got the beard, or bearded woman got the beard. You know what I mean?
That song is called "The Walk of the Gladiators."
I have relatives like that too.
Nice. Yeah, I think everybody does.
That song, though, the circus song, that's called "The Walk of the Gladiators." Funny story. And then camouflage means clown paint.
If I were a gladiator and I had to walk out to that shit, I'd lose the battle.
The clown song is called "Walk of the Gladiators." How ironic.
I know. I thought the same.
Yeah, and confetti used to be thrown into the ring after someone dies.
There may be some things I just leave to the very last before I look into them at all, and that might be one of them. Just kidding.
Well, it's like the movie Gladiator. You're like, oh, it's a good movie, great movie. Yeah, so tragic, so amazingly poignant and all that. And it's like, dude, and that's just a movie. If shit like that was really going on, I don't want to learn any more about that. Why do I care? It doesn't happen now, and that's what I like. Let's go with that.
Yeah, right. Ain't there enough shit to worry about?
Does anybody happen to remember his name?
Who's?
Whatever his name was that played the character.
Marcus Aurelius.
Was it Marcus? No.
No. His real name is Australian dude. Shit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Russell.
Oh yeah, Russell.
Yeah,
Russell.
I'm talking about the character's name.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Like, Crocodile Dundee.
Magnus. Something. I don't know. I don't know.
Anyway, that name. He's like, are you not in the change?
The character's name in what movie? You're like totally stumped.
Gladiator.
Oh.
Maximus. Russell Crowe.
Maximus.
It is Russell Crowe, isn't it?
Russell Crowe was Maximus, who's the character I was struggling with. Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like Glutus Maximus Aurelius or something like that. Like he just kept on saying
Gluteus Maximus.
Maximus Aurelius, that makes sense.
Am I not merciful?
Glutus Maximus?
Sure.
This is a character in a
I couldn't remember his name
about Roman gladiators in the arena. The plot focuses around a king who is murdered, and gladiators fight for justice for him and his family.
Really kind of a sordid homoerotic tale.
It's a classic. Visually stunning, and the plot's not bad either.
It's not homoerotic, it's incestuous.
There is
the brother and the sister.
There is a difference, yeah. Okay. We want to make.
But who gives a shit anyway? It's a. Other than that, like that's the only part of the movie where I'm like, I hope people just kind of black out during this part. But yeah,
it's not Maximus Aurelius anyway.
Oh, what is it? Punk.
No, it's not Aurelius.
Oh. Hey,
Aurelius the.
Maximus Decimus Meridius.
There it is. See, the Aurelius was the other, the
Husband
emperor.
to a murdered wife.
Yeah, the royalty.
Father to a murdered son, and I will have my vengeance.
Boom.
Ancient history. That's a great topic.
So he was like the Inigo Montoya of the 2000s.
You kill my father. Prepare to die.
What do you think about people trying to say that the modus tollens is not specific enough? Like,
what?
Yeah.
As stated, the argument's fine, but they're sneaking in other premises that aren't covered in the initial premises of the argument, saying that refraction can make the horizon go
Right.
out. But it's a geometric claim. I mean, if you're
I
going to
know.
sneak in other premises, that's fine, but yeah.
I know. Yeah.
They don't even know what refraction is. Ask any one of them, they'll not be able to define it. And it's an equivocate.
Hey,
when they do
Sisyphus,
define
what's
it,
refraction?
when they do define it, it's equivocation fallacy.
When you ask them that, like, which of the three kinds?
No, not even that. No, it's an equivocation. They're talking about Snell's law of refraction, which doesn't apply, and equivocating it with atmospheric or terrestrial refraction.
They switch them back and forth.
Yeah, equivocation fallacy.
They don't.
Which both are fucking wrong anyway. It's just a convoluted gaggle of cluster fuckwittery.
Gaggle of fuckery wittery. Okay.
Yeah, they're just parroting weak ear what they've heard from another idiot baltard.
Like I was saying earlier, strung all together like this yarn work of this made up stuff. Just all.
Yeah, they can't define shit. Just it's a fun exercise. When they come in and state a claim, pick out the words. Be real quick, even if you have to write them down, and then stop them at the end and say, "Okay, so let's start number one. Define this." The word that they use, they won't fucking know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Then it gets really fun. Then the name calling starts.
We started doing that here. Yeah, I think it gets picked up pretty quick here.
This little trick I introduced many years ago, but not too many people follow it. They want to go off on their own little tangents. Try it. See if you like it.
Write down their words in the first sentence usually, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yep.
Write it down. And like if you forget something, that's what I did. Because I had a question because I wanted to stop them on something, but sometimes conversation is bulldozing ahead like a locomotive. It's not going to stop. So I just wrote down two little words, acceleration and deceleration. And I asked the question, what about in a circular orbit that's continuous acceleration and deceleration?
They don't know what acceleration is.
They don't have any clue. And
Nope.
never got answered. And I said, is it an elliptical or a concentric orbit? You know, they couldn't tell me.
Yeah, but that's too high level.
Like that's, and then like so because of either one, if it's circular, all circular motion is continuous vector change and acceleration.
Holy shit! They can't even tie their shoes. You're way ahead.
And an elliptical orbit requires.
And then you're continuing to go on. When you kill them, just end it there. No sense in going.
And I didn't even bring out their math because I don't care to. I just killed.
They don't have any math. None of their math, as they would say, works. That's their favorite fucking word. They don't even have math. They don't have any mathematics.
They don't even know.
If you actually look at it, ask them what you got a ball tart. There's math. You tell them to provide formulas, something that works. Go ahead, let's say it.
It works. It makes more sense.
They just say it. They headline it, right?
The Pythagorean formula works.
Oh, a squared b squared equals c squared. Fuck.
Yeah, that one works.
That one works. Okay, that's a fucking right triangle, right?
Right triangle. Oh,
Exactly.
oh. That doesn't have a curved adjacent.
No, their new thing is We just have a right angle, not a right triangle. That's the new one. It's fucking hilarious, man. I couldn't believe it's so fucking stupid. I couldn't believe that they're saying it in mass now. I love it.
Peacock.
This guy's a retard.
I was trying to make my parrot imitation. Yeah, it's funny how they all paired the same thing, then they changed, then they all paired that one. It's funny, like.
It's almost like they go to the same little boys club.
I know, what's up with that? Yeah, wow.
So my son went to a psychiatrist, and they pretty much, released him and said there's nothing wrong with him. But he was asking the guy, like, hey, what is that, like, checker, on this picture? He was like, I'm a Mason. I'm part of the oldest and largest fraternity. I'm like, oh, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh my God.
At least he cleared him and didn't diagnose him. It's like, he's not even.
It's like a horror show.
He can't be disabled because he didn't have anything.
I was just trying to take my son to the doctor. It was like I woke up out of a freaking nightmare. Nightmare in a truther's dream.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to get back to Matthew on that. Let's see if he concurs. Matthew. So do you concur with right angles or not right triangles?
Right. You're right.
Define a right angle.
A right angle is an angle that's equal to 90 degrees.
Uh-huh. Right triangle?
Okay.
A triangle with 3 straight sides, but one of the angles is 90 degrees.
So, one of the angles boy, that sounds like a right angle. Can you show one? Can you show a right angle? Now, do this. I want a citation that states or juxtaposes right angles and right triangles.
What do you mean? I just defined them for you.
Citation.
Where'd you get the definitions? Can we see those, please?
No, I need a citation. No.
Third grade geometry
Shut the fuck up.
definitions.
I want a citation that denotes, that states or juxtaposes right angles versus right triangles right now.
Oh, I can't get it right now. I'd have to Google it.
No, you'll fucking get it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking clown.
It's about time.
And you're a fucking math teacher?
For 3 years, he's been in here saying,
Goodness
I
gracious.
can't get it right now. I would have to go look for it. But yet he made the statement and made a claim about them, even though...
Yeah, just a simple statement about what a right angle is. Everybody knows.
Okay, a right angle. So you're going to post like a fucking line, the adjacent, and then you're going to post the opposite. So what are the points at the end of those two lines?
They're just two points of the triangle.
Of a triangle. Thank you.
That's right.
Fucking idiot. You're an idiot. Don't you know that even though you fucking numpties don't draw the hypotenuse, it's implicit? Fuck. Goodness, you're a moron, sir.
Wait a minute.
At a fundamental level.
Did you say implicit?
Yeah.
That's sorry.
Goodness gracious, you're a fuckwit. You teach, you a fucking university professor.
Yes, that's right.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't have, if you were in my class, you'd be through. They'd disbar your dumbass right in class. I'd call you out every fucking second. The dean would have to come in. Fucking clown.
Which part of my definition of a right angle
smoke your fucking ass in here? I can't even count them. And I'm doing other things. For fuck's sake, I could do it in my sleep. fuck, man.
I know. It does get really...
The fuck, man. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, good thing tar and feathering isn't allowed anymore. Yeah, that's what I put in the voice text. I'm not ashamed
It's
to put
so
it.
fucking
That's
boring anymore.
like right them out of town. They're teaching nonsense.
Can you go find somebody that could challenge me just on basic shit? Just go do that and bring them in here. For fuck's sake. Then I could take my attention away from my bow and then focus on... What's going to happen if I focus my attention?
Uh-oh.
My God.
More numpty clips or something better.
I treat you... I put
like
you
Rush Limbaugh said, he could defeat liberals with half his brain tied behind his back. So if you showed up like with your full attention, you would probably do the same kind of thing.
Yeah, like that PhD in astronomy that showed up and then all of a sudden had technical difficulties when I asked him what a hypothesis was.
And couldn't ever show back up.
It was sad, bro.
With the independent variable.
And he was from Princeton, a Princeton astronomer.
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable.
Wait, so QE, do you think you can find the distance between two cities with a sextant?
Shut the fuck up. Don't ask me anything.
Question withdrawn.
Why is he even asking that?
Like fucking Elmer Fudd asking Tiger Woods about questioning his backswing. Get the fuck out of here.
I know, man. It just gets beyond ridiculous. I don't know. Like, it's funny for a while. Yeah, I get a good belly laugh, but you get destroyed so much, Matthew. I mean, like, really? Like, what gives? I'm starting to really want to... I'd really like to know, but maybe not. Never mind. Forget the whole thing.
We can move on to the skank and file retards. Is any other baltards in here? I want them to show us how they can get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. Oh, there's fucking extremists. You better run, you motherfucker.
There's someone named Hekra.
Hekra!
Are you new? Welcome to the server.
I'm not new. Thank you, though.
You a baller?
Nope.
Good thing.
One
For
second, I'm
you.
eating. Yeah, I'm not new. I'm usually in here, just listening and stuff.
All right.
Can you ask any ballers the next time you see them how they can have a fucking curved adjacent?
A curved what?
On measuring elevation angle? Ask them that, man.
A curved adjacent.
Yeah, they wouldn't even address that. When I was the other day, I went to Jim Panda's, and they wouldn't even address it.
Nope.
The thing that's crazy though, like even most Globers don't even know what the fuck you're talking about when you say angles and shit like that.
Yeah,
Nope.
we know. Yeah, we're used to it. They don't know what really anything is. How to measure. What a measurement is. Like what an angle is. The difference between a plane, a horizontal plane, and like a ball, a sphere. Like they don't even know the size of their own sphere. It's unbelievable. We have
It's
to tell
pathetic,
them
isn't it?
We tell them every day what their own model is because they don't know, and then they're begging us for a model, and they don't even know their own. So it's so.
And they don't have a model. But
They
we
don't
give
have-
them their
they got
fairy
nothing.
tale model.
Yeah, they got nothing. Nothing close to even a model.
No,
It's
they
not-
give you headlines. They'll give headlines and shit, right? Or start with the ad homs right out the bat, right?
It's more like lamentations or like there's they're doing chanting.
This headline phrase is the word refraction. Gravity. They don't know what the fuck these things mean. That's what I'm talking headlines, right? Words or phrases, right? That's it. and then they stop. It's fucking pathetic, man. I just sit back and laugh. They think they're intellectuals, right? I love when the audience is listening, and I just tear them to fucking shreds. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, literally, like, the people that come in here and like the Globers that come in here, they watch like some YouTube videos like how to debunk flat Earth, like some from like Vsauce, and they like think we believe that the Earth is accelerating upwards, and like we believe in space and all this other shit. And they come in here thinking they're gonna make us look stupid, but they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. And then they get their asses handed to them. What was the other proof? I asked somebody for what is their best proof for globe Earth, and they said sunsets and sunrises, QE. They're fucking retards.
Once again, the hardware store measuring the
every
ceiling
single
light
one of
for the floor. We need some floor carpeting. Measure the ceiling light. Can you help me with that?
Yeah.
There's some guy in here the other day that actually knew what he was talking about, though, when it came to that. He was like, as a student or something. I can't remember his name. I was listening, though.
He
knew his math. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what the conversation was or whatever, but you guys were talking. I don't know you specifically, but like he was in here talking to a lot of people, and you still like showed him up, but he like, and when he like mentioned the flaws in his theory and stuff, he like kind of acknowledged it. He was kind of cool.
Kaza does that. No, Sisyphus, Rolling My Boulder, to some extent, does that as well.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually have a conversation with them because they're intelligent enough that they're not fully black and white thinking like most of the Globers are. They're just so stuck on this. They don't care what kind of ridiculousness they have to go into to describe this fairy tale anymore. It's like they're just completely lost.
Yeah.
No, it gets funny when they don't know what a circle or right triangles are. It's fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm. And they're adults, yeah, I know. Oh my God, dare I say teachers? Oh shoot. No, not teachers.
The thing is, without gravity, like the whole like globe Earth falls apart, and there's literally no like proof for gravity actually existing. Like it's crazy.
Gravity's
the galaxies would literally fall apart.
Yeah.
Even with gravity, their galaxies fall apart. They got to invent extra gravity called dark gravity or dark matter to make the math even work out right.
You know when they say they found like water on a planet like trillion billion miles away, and they say, "Oh, we saw it with a telescope or whatever." Like it's not possible. Like.
I like the ones that come in with spectrochocoloscopy. Those are my favorite ones. Maybe it's about time to have another one. I haven't heard too many. No, I'll just wait on that.
What's that?
About spectrochocoloscopy, where they say they know what the makeup of the sun is by spectro. They fucked the word up. They can't even say it.
From the light, yeah.
They have no idea. Like I said, they're headline parroters. They have no idea what spectroscopy is from Jump Street. They have no fucking clue.
Hold on.
Every single one of them.
My connectedness is it's in the red. Hold on a second. I'll come back.
That's been happening for the past few days. I haven't looked at it. In fact, what is today? Yesterday during my show, it fucking kicked me out of Discord for the first time ever. Just fucking booted me during my show.
Pretty sure Discord was down yesterday for like half an hour or something for everyone.
Yeah, it just kicked me. It just boom, gone. I had to pull people back in on Skype.
Skype?
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Yeah.
No, Skype is still living, even though it's a dog.
I've been used it since like 2013.
Yeah, it's still going. We still have Skype groups. It's a good little backup. I hardly ever use it for anything else.
The only thing I use Skype for is like calling international numbers with like Skype credits.
I'll change the VPN location then. Alrighty. No problem. We'll see how that works. Wow, it went from 22 milliseconds to 5,000. What the heck? That's wild.
That's one hell of a lag. Anything over 100 is pretty bad.
Hold on a second. That's crazy. Yeah. Let's see if it allows me to change this right now. Should be able to. Let me disconnect again and try this.
Wow, this is boring.
Makachak.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Oh, and then QE slips away. What the heck? Why'd you let that happen?
He didn't find any Globers.
Not sufficient.
And his audience doesn't find joy out of flat earthers. We're looking for globe blood.
That's right. I mean, yeah, well, when you're in the hunt, you know, it's okay to stop by other villages and say hi, but when you're in the hunt, then you got to keep hunting.
No, I mean, you know, a lot of people say a lot of bad stuff about globetards, you know, and I just want to say that they're just brainwashed. I think that they're just, you know, a product of the system, a product of their environment, even though I hate Freud. I disagree with most of the stuff that guy said. But yeah, I think in some cases he was right. And, you know, the people that come out believing it's a globe, it's like, well, shit, you know, it sucks to be you. Right? You can't discern, you know, that which is unverifiable to that which is verifiable.
Yeah.
And if you can discern if you're mentally capable, right? Because some of them aren't capable. If they are capable, then they just choose to believe it because it was a tradition their father passed down to them,
or something akin to that. Yes.
or their
Yeah, but there are
professor.
some of us
Yeah.
who think that there's sufficient evidence, so it's reasoned and intentional.
But the reasoning,
like what?
The reasoning is kind of off though because it doesn't match with reality.
Well, and so that's where we disagree. I think it does match, and you think it doesn't.
Okay, we've seen no.
Well, let's give Matthew a little bit of floor time. Okay. Matthew, could you tell me what you meant by, Oh, now I'm getting a phone call. Yeah. What do you mean by that, Matthew?
Yeah,
What's reasonable?
Here's a piece of evidence I'll show you. There are some distances between cities, and if those distances are true, then those cities can't be placed on like a flat surface.
Now, can you show us where these were actually done in reality?
Yeah, so you can measure the distances between cities using sextants, or you can verify them by flight times.
Oh, okay, great. When was it actually done in reality with sextants at these locations?
I don't know. So are you saying number one, the distances are wrong, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say it at all. I said it was never done in reality, so it's inefficient data. It's incomplete.
So is it impossible to tell distances between cities?
I'm not making a claim.
Okay, I'm making a claim that these distances are accurate, and you're saying that we don't know that. Is that?
I'm not making any claim one way or another because it's insufficient data.
Okay, I'm making a claim that these distances are correct.
Okay, but you can't show that it was ever done in reality with the devices that you were mentioning in your statements in this diagram or
Right, yeah.
image.
I trust the data sources.
Therefore, you have no empirical data that can be rechecked.
Okay, so either these distances are correct or they're incorrect.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I didn't make any claim on them one way or another. It's just numbers to me.
Right. So if they are incorrect, then my argument doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't know. It's your claim.
Right.
With no empirical data, so that's...
Talked about the distances to cities before. Sorry, bro, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no. How would you find distances between cities?
Well, even if you did a chain and you made the chain like tight, it would still have, lag, and there would still be topography, so there's a lot of stuff you have to calculate. So when you're going up and down hill and around corners and you're driving through people's farmland, but you can't drive through this one, you got to drive around that one.
What if you used a sextant? Could you use a sextant?
I'm not making any claim about sextants.
So sextants either
I barely understand it. I'm not making a claim because I'm a land lover and I know very little about sextants. So it would be more possible that I could teach you more about automatic transmissions than a sextant.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I guess it would be very helpful if you could actually show somebody doing it, like in real life, like a real observation of someone actually doing the measurement, with someone there that's verifying it. Not just one person. Someone there doing the measurement using whatever instrument you're claiming is accurate, and with someone there to witness it and sign off on it, so to speak.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I just have never heard any other claim.
That would be sufficient. But if you don't have something like that, it's just not sufficient, Matthew. I mean, you can't just, what you showed us was a drawing. Anybody could have drawn that. Anybody could have written them numbers down. They might be accurate. They might not be. But there's just one sure way to make sure that they are. You do the observation live time, have it observed by someone, have it verified by someone, and there you go. And
Yes,
until you have that, it's all you have is a piece of paper, bro. That's it.
But I've never seen anybody claim that there are different distances. Every time you look up distances between cities, these are the numbers you get.
Yeah, we don't care. It's all been messed with. So all we know is that when navigators are out at sea, they're navigating and they're double checking. They do this 3 times.
So navigators can tell distances between cities.
You have intersecting lines of those circles of equal altitude. They all match up, and you could double check. Are you in the place where where they all converge? Where these 3 circles of equal elevation, where they all converge in the center?
Okay, so wait, now you're saying that sextants, you can tell distances with sextants.
You can verify the distances. Yes.
Okay.
You can. You could double check it with your dead reckoning. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I was saying. That you can tell distances.
And then you make
cities.
corrections based on because there's currents and winds and waves that are pushing you different directions. Right? So then you can double check with the sightings that you do with the sextant. You could not do this on a curved surface at all, because even at 8 inches per mile square, if you're doing your zenith measurements at, let's say, 100 nautical miles or 100 miles, like you're doing 3 of them within 100 miles. So then you can find out, okay, so we were off by 10 knots because wind, current, and then that's how you navigate. You do this all from flat charts.
Okay, so
verify where you are based on the sextant sightings. See, you can't do this on a curved surface. One would be tilting one way, another one would be tilting another way. Do you get that?
Yeah, so let me just be clear about what you're saying. Are you saying that the distance between London and Johannesburg is 9,040 kilometers, or is not, or cannot be known?
I didn't say it. No, I just said I don't know and can't confirm those distances myself, so I can't make a claim on them. If I was out at sea and I left from a port, listen, if I was out at sea, I left from a port, I know where I am, and then I get out beyond where I can see anything, right? Then all you have to go by is what you're seeing, and you have the ocean and you have the sky. So you have also like ships moving along shipping lanes out there at sea. So you have those things to go by too sometimes, not all the times.
Yeah, so if you're in a ship right outside of Johannesburg, you could use the sextant to determine how far you are from London, if London's a GP of a star, and then you could determine if you're 9,040 kilometers away or not.
Yeah, that's a very long distance to be doing this.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally be doing that long of a distance.
Besides that, when you're doing that long of a distance, using any method, the chances of it being inaccurate become greater the longer the distance becomes. So would be better just to choose something that's obviously closer, that's easy to measure or verify or witness, have the observation witnessed and have it measured by, whatever you're using. But, you're going to choose something 9,000 miles away. If that's what you're doing, that's an extremely long ways away, which, with distance becomes more error. I mean, that's common sense.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you try to use a number that large? I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that makes no sense whatsoever when it's not necessary.
Yeah, but it's only
to prove what you're trying to prove.
Degrees. It's less than 90 degrees in the sky to shoot that distance in the star.
Yeah, so I mean, unless you can show us somewhere that somebody's using a curved surface and they're being able to figure out circles of equal elevation have to be accurate where they intersect 3 of those circles, and that's your location where they all intersect. You get where I'm coming from? So if you put those all together, let's say you were going 5,000 miles across the Pacific Ocean from, let's say, San Diego to somewhere out in the South Pacific, one of the islands, 5,000 miles, right?
Right.
And all along the way, you're doing these sightings. Let's say you do them, you probably do them every single day. But like if you just put those all together, you're either doing those measurements from a flat horizontal or a flat horizon, a level plane, or you're not. If you're not, then they wouldn't fit together. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? The distance would be way off. And they're not. That's why ships use this type of navigation, because it's not off. So, like, if it was curved place, like, and you had 3 circles, try to figure out, wrap your head around how you're going to take 3 circles and manage them to find out a location, and you have a curved surface to work with. But you have 3 horizontal datums, like these 3 circles that are level, and you're going to try to put them to find out your location. You see how cattywampus all that would be?
Yeah, if you're using flat circles, I think on the globe you would have to use distances along a curve.
Then why doesn't anyone use something curved, where you put 3 curved things together? Why isn't anybody doing that?
I think they are, but I don't know the details well enough to explain it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You think they are, so we're looking for that information. So you want to go ahead and give that to us. We'd love to see that. We don't think they are. Nobody has ever used it.
So where do you think these numbers came from that I presented? Are they just made up by somebody?
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not verifiable, it doesn't mean anything.
I'm just saying, anytime you look up distances between cities, it's fairly consistent, on Google, on any type of website that gives distances.
Yeah. Do you trust that? I don't trust them to teach I wouldn't trust them to teach my kids in school, so I'm not going to trust the maps that they're providing either. Why would I? They're the same group.
Well, the problem with maps is, they say this, they say that, but there's always a road to follow if you're on land. You don't need to try and figure out anything. You can set your odometer and you can drive the road. And yeah, it's probably going to be close to the miles that they say, but you're probably going up and down hills and around corners and all that kind of stuff, which adds miles. And so it's not a straight line. And so you can't use that kind of information to figure out what you're trying to figure out here. That just doesn't work.
Even if you figure out the exact place from capital to capital, right, of each city or each state or whatever you're trying to measure, like the roads are going to change. One road might flood, another one, gets completely taken out and rebuilt, right? Construction, so. And the fact that, cities are this far away from each other, it's pretty close, right? Like when you drive it, it's like, okay, yeah, that was actually pretty close to what the GPS said. That still doesn't prove the shape, So the whole thing about the shape is that it never presents itself as the way that you guys, the globe believers, say that it does. Except for during white swans, which you can show us as many white swans as you got, all you want, right? Because it only takes one black swan to prove the claim wrong that all swans are white. And can you imagine, like I said this other day, if all we could see was at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and the horizon was always there, no matter what. And imagine if the flat earthers were going, but refraction's keeping you from seeing past, the projected globe curvature, right? Like, you probably wouldn't even be here with us if that was our argument. Because that would be like a really weak argument, wouldn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, refraction doesn't prove anything. It's just one more piece of evidence, I'd say.
Right, it's a factor that we can factor in But what we can't factor is the super duper, refraction that some people claim goes around the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared. I've never seen anyone demonstrate that kind of refraction. It's only implied that it has to be there because we know the Earth is a globe.
Yep. So we have a lot of people saying they're doing a lot of things, but we have very little people that are saying what they actually did in reality, and where, when, and how.
Well, I just know if the flat earthers' argument was refraction and that every horizon was at 1.225 times the square root of these Earth's height in feet, I wouldn't be a flat earther. I'd be a glober. Because you can go verify it. Like if I would have went out to Corpus Christi and I couldn't see the other side, I would have thought, okay, I need to take more measurements. Right? But the fact that I seen it on the first try, and then the sun went down and I could see the lights. We're talking street lamps at a beach. You guys have been to beaches before. You know there's no 6-story street lamps from the water to the bulb.
Yep.
They wouldn't make them that high because they wouldn't light anything up. It'd be too far away.
Yep. And the super duper killer of the globe is this: if you can see a street lamp like that, and then across a certain amount of distance, see the reflection in the water right below the street lamp. You see the reflection of the street lamp in the water too at the same time. At like 5 miles, 4, 5, 6 miles. That right there, the lamp and the reflection of the lamp at the surface of the water. That cannot happen on the globe.
I didn't see that at 10 miles out. What I did see was the lights of the buildings and the street lamps.
Yeah, you'd have to be a little closer than 10 miles. That's probably too far to see that reflection in the water. I was like 4 miles.
Yes, because the lights don't have enough lumens to reflect that. There's not enough reflective power in the lights, not from a street light or it's not like the sun or something super bright.
Especially off water.
Right.
If it's not a perfect, like really perfectly calm.
Yeah, if it was completely calm and flat, and I mean utterly flat and motionless, you might be able to get a reflection off of it, off of a dimmer light. But yeah, you're right.
Even boats that are anchored in the harbor for that far away, you can see the lights.
But wouldn't you say it's easier to see the closer street lamps than the farther ones? Like law of perspective, the farther ones are harder to see, right?
Yeah, they seemingly get smaller. Yeah, apparently their apparent size shrinks. Yeah.
Okay, because I took a picture where the bottom of the sun is closer than the top of the sun, but you can't see the bottom and you can see the
Now
top.
you're talking about the sun and not a street lamp.
But yeah, another light that's far away.
You said it's a light. Interesting.
Well, we all know that things disappear bottom up, even on flat surface, Matthew.
I don't think they do.
It's been take a coin and put your face on a table and slide it away from you. Watch it disappear.
I'd have to put my my eye lower than the table, then the bottom would disappear.
No,
not true.
Not true.
Did it myself, my own table.
So have I.
The camera was sitting at the same location. It was on a tripod. The only thing that happened is the camera focused, but that's not going to change. It's not going to change the level of the table.
We've got several observations, I think, that you can see the sun looks like it's dipping over the horizon. You zoom in on it with the P900 and you can see the whole sun again. How could that possibly be if what we said is not true? I mean, we've got several observations that show that. The sun looks like it's going over the horizon. Half of it's missing. But you get out the camera and bingo, there's the whole sun.
Yep. That's the same
Yeah,
thing.
so you're right. If you're using a solar filter and you can see the circle of the sun so that you know it's not just glare, and half of the sun is below the horizon, and then you zoom in on it and it brings back the whole sun, then that completely debunks the globe.
Glare or not, if it shows space underneath the sun, that debunks your globe.
Yeah, we've got several of those observations, if you'd like to see one.
Yeah, I don't believe any of those observations.
You don't believe in them? What do you mean?
I don't think that they properly show the sun without glare.
How's that?
And so the glare would make it bigger, but there's still space underneath the sun.
No, the glare just makes it a larger thing. So you need to actually see the edge of the sun, the circular edge of the sun, to
so that
determine if you're looking at the sun itself.
That favors your side.
Well, it favors the truth.
No, it favors your side. But what it's actually showing is less of what your
help
side.
you see the truth of where the sun is. Glare is a confusing factor. Right? I mean, nobody cares about the glare. We want to see where the sun actually is.
And so why don't we see less space underneath sun when we zoom in?
Say that again. Why don't we see less space under the sun?
Yeah, you're saying it's making it larger. So, like then, never mind.
Okay, here's another argument for globe Earth. So sometimes if there's evidence, you have to do an inference to the best explanation. And here are a bunch of satellite dishes pointing straight up on the equator. And so the question is, what is the best explanation for what is happening there? What are they pointing at? Either they're pointing at stationary balloons that have been there since the 80s, or they're pointing at geostationary satellites.
Where are the closest ground station to this location? And what's the location of this town? Is it inside of a valley?
Quito, Ecuador, on the equator. That's why they're pointing straight up.
Are there mountains all around them or something?
Quito's pretty high, so there are some mountains, but they're pointing straight up, so they're not pointing to a ground station.
Maybe they got their own balloon.
The same balloon's been there since the 80s. Like, you remember that these satellite dishes were around the 80s and 90s.
You guys are the ones telling us that they're geocentric, which means Earth is stationary. So, I mean, welcome.
No, geocentric means the satellites don't move in relation to the Earth.
Yeah, and that means Earth is not moving. So, thanks.
No, it means they're moving in the same.
No, it doesn't.
Relative.
No, they're sitting over Earth. Earth is stationary. So, yeah.
Matthew, you're talking about geostationary satellites, not geocentric satellites.
All right, you're right. Geostationary satellites is what I meant to say. Thank you.
Why would you have a geostationary anything if you're moving? There's no detection of motion.
Oh, so geostationary refers to the idea that it's stationary with respect to the ground.
Like a drone going up or a helicopter just sitting there hovering?
Yeah.
Or pointing it towards a really tall antenna.
Mm-hmm.
Same kind of a signal.
with no Earth moving underneath said drone or helicopter. Yeah.
Well, so those satellite dishes in Quito, Ecuador, are pointing straight up, so they're not pointing to any antenna. The question would be, well, what are they pointing at?
Where's the closest ground tower?
But not straight up. I don't know which direction, but not straight up.
So can't you bounce signals off the ionosphere?
Some signals you might be able to, but that depends on the day and night.
Right. So what if every single country and every single company broadcast all their stuff right to the equator, because from the equator it can just about reach the rest of the entire world. So if they were bouncing off of the, equatorial sky, that region, right in between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, yeah, that would be a good place to point your antenna or your satellite dish at home, right, to get that information bounced back to you, even if it was coming from South America, right?
Okay, I hear your argument. That's an interesting idea. That's probably the best argument I've heard for that kind of question.
Here's another one. They could be surrounded by a ring of mountains with ground towers circling all the way around them on the mountains, and they're pointing up to hit those waves.
Yeah, but the mountains are to the side, not straight up. But you're saying it bounces off something in the sky?
I didn't say this. They wouldn't need to be straight up. Maybe that's where the best reception is, based on where those ground towers are.
Well, yeah, but these satellite dishes are pointing straight up.
Yeah, I don't care.
But the receiver for those dishes is not inside the dish; it's above it.
Yeah, it's at the focal point of that parabola.
Yeah, it's the focal point of the satellite dish, but that doesn't mean that focal point could not be receiving data from the side. You don't know that. You know how they're made exactly? I used to have a satellite dish in my backyard that supposedly
it's kind of like satellite dish, therefore globe. It's a really, really poor idea of it's not proving your globe.
No, it's just one little piece of evidence, the inference to the best explanation. Here's some evidence. What's the best explanation?
No, it's not evidence. It's correlatory at best, and that's it. Like, you can only make a correlation about it, but it doesn't. You have nothing to connect the dots, though. So you can't say, oh, because they're pointed up, that means it's something. They're hitting the signal from something that's transmitting it straight down.
Right. Something's transmitting from straight down or straight above them, and they're receiving the signal straight
I haven't seen you provide us any information or technical specifications on how these things receive.
Sure. Satellite dishes are parabolas where the focal point is at that black.
Instead of providing a citation, you're just going to have a bunch of words that you're putting together yourself?
Yes, because I'm smart enough to explain how this works on my own without a citation.
Okay, so you don't have to verify anything you're saying. Oh, great.
It's basic common geometry that, you could look up yourself if you're interested.
Oh, so geometry. So now Matthew's going to tell us about satellite dish specification technology.
Yeah, about how a parabola works, has a focal point, and that's how satellite dishes are designed.
Yeah,
that black thing, the black receiver is a
no specification. You don't have any data. You just pull this out of your ass.
No, it's common sense and how geometry works.
You just made shit up.
I didn't design satellite dishes. They were around before I was born.
I know, you just made this stuff up right now.
No, other people have been saying this before I was around.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you for, and you can't provide it. Just like before. Don't be a numpty, man. Just like QE.
I provided a picture.
QE asked you a picture. QE asked you for a citation too. You can't provide any. You have never.
QE asked me what a right angle is. I gave a perfectly reasonable answer.
No, he didn't ask you what it was. He said provide a citation.
Yeah, who needs a citation for what a right angle is?
Yeah,
it's
nobody needs
knowledge.
You don't need a citation for anything, right, Matthew?
Some things, yeah, but common knowledge, you
for
don't.
Everything that you talk about here, right, Matthew?
Common indoctrination, you mean?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, unbelievable that you think people are buying what you're selling here.
So when I said that a right angle was 90 degrees, is there anybody who disagrees with me? And if not, why would I need to provide a citation?
Bro, you know how to sure distract people from the fucking question that was asked. Oh my God.
No, QE asked me what a right angle was, and I explained it.
How about wrong
That's not what he
angles?
asked for. You're a numpty.
Are there wrong angles too?
Ooh, I like the picture that Seb posted just now.
I think you're coming at this from the wrong angle.
Yeah, so Seb, how do you calculate that distance down there between the boat and the GP?
Now you've got the right angle.
What I'm going to propose to you, Matthew, is that focal point that's on these satellite dishes, where that little receiver is. I'm going to propose that receiver can accept radio signals from any side and any angle. As long as it hits it, it's going to receive it.
Then what would be
even
the point?
From the side? Yeah. Even from the side.
Okay, so what would be the point of making?
You don't even have to use a dish.
You're right. If that were true, you wouldn't have to have a dish. So they went to a lot of expense to make all those dishes.
Well, the way the dish works is that the signals that come in would bounce off of the dish and get focused into the center. You know,
right? But only from one direction. That's how parabolas work.
Well, whatever it's in, whatever the dish is, it's open like an umbrella. Whatever is going to hit the dish is going to get bounced into the center.
No, not whatever. It's very directional. Parabolas
I want you to concede. I want you to concede that you don't know how this works and how the reception works and what angle the waves come in. Matthew, concede right now that you don't know this information.
If I'm looking up and there's an airplane up there called the satellite,
waiting for
there's
him
an airplane called the satellite. Yeah.
He needs to concede right now that he doesn't
Sonny,
know how this
I will not concede because I do understand how parabolas work.
And
They're
show us
basic geometry.
proof that you know what you're talking about by providing a citation.
You want me to provide a citation for how the focal point of a parabola works?
No, that's where you're using a red herring straw. You're using a straw man. No, that's
satellite dishes are parabolas.
How the technology works, that how they actually accept incoming waves or whatever, radio waves, whatever they're accepting. That you know the specifications of how they accept those waves at what angle. That's what I want. You show me a citation for that right now.
Followers.
Right? I didn't say that. Look, I didn't go to work. Right? I didn't go to work. No, I didn't go to work at all.
Hey, God Rocket, you're hot micing, bro. Followers are also called satellites.
Okay, so there's a picture that shows a focal point of a parabola.
But it conveniently left out all of the information. That's not a satellite dish.
It's the same shape as a satellite dish.
No, I want the specification for a satellite dish, bro. How the satellite dish, the technology that accepts the incoming information.
Yes, it works like this image right here.
And what direction it comes into the satellite dish, not just a general parabola. You got it?
So are you saying that the satellite dish is not a parabola? Is that what you're saying?
No, bro, you're a joker.
No, a satellite dish is a parabola or it's not.
Weasel. I really get it's disgusting.
What's that mean? It's
just
by
like so
satellite.
slimy like that, man. It's ridiculous.
Sonny, everything I'm saying is true. I'm not trying to weasel out of anything.
Parabolas in the technology that we're talking about, satellite dishes.
So satellite dishes are parabolas.
In the technology that we're talking about.
And the satellite dish ran away.
We're gonna have you fitted for a dunce cap soon here.
I got one.
Hold on. When I'm admonishing someone, fucking stay out of it.
Sorry.
Yeah. So anyway.
Sorry.
So in the technology that we're actually talking about, I need the specification for that technology. I want your citation from the technology that we're talking about, not something that we're not talking about.
Do it now. So what's he saying, Sonny? That what? Acute angles are what? Curving? What?
No.
I mean, right angles or what?
No, I'm asking him for the technology of satellite dishes, how they accept the incoming signal.
Sure. I just posted an image that shows how the geometry of a satellite dish is
It's just an
focused
image.
on a
It doesn't
parabola.
have any specification, bro. Come on.
You want some numbers or what? I mean, it's
Oh
a
my
clear
God.
image.
I want specifications. This is not specifications.
You're right. It's not a specification. It's a simple picture.
You just keep showing these cartoons to me.
Okay, so Sonny, satellite dishes either are parabolas or they are not.
I don't care. Blah blah blah. You know what? It's ridiculous. It
No,
sounds
that's a simple yes or no.
No. You don't have any specifications for the technology that we're discussing.
No, I'm just asking a
And
simple
you're
yes or no
claiming
question.
You're claiming things about technology, but you're not providing information, specifications for that technology.
Okay, so let me ask it as a question. What shape are satellite dishes?
I don't want another question.
Umbrella.
Yeah, what do you?
I'm not accepting another question. And we're
Umbrella.
not going to get past this. I want the specifications for the technology of satellite dishes, how they accept the incoming signal. Go.
My picture at 37 minutes past the hour. Answer.
What satellite dish? What chip is in it? How does it accept the signals? There's fucking
that's radio stuff. I'm talking about the bouncing of the signals to the
You're
focus.
unbelievably ridiculous. Beyond ridiculous. You don't even know what a technical specifications are, do you?
I wasn't talking about the detailed specifications.
So you missed it when I said it like 6 times?
I'm just talking about the basic shape of a satellite dish. That's all.
No, wrong. Non sequitur.
Matthew.
That's not what we're talking about. I told you this time and time again. I've corrected you about 6 times.
Just concede, man.
I want the specifications for the technology of how the incoming signal comes in to that technology. That would be
I do not have that specification.
That would be a manual for that specific type of array that's being used. I need the technical specifications.
I do not have the technical
Operator's manual. Why not?
Because that's hard to get, and I'm not going to look at it.
It's hard to get. You don't know what you're talking about. Concede.
I concede that I do not have the technical specifications of how specific satellites work.
About the information that you were discussing that you do not know. Thank you for conceding.
You're welcome. I don't know those technical specifications. My only claim was the shape of a satellite dish is a parabola.
And that's not what we were talking about. So there's that part.
No, that was my claim, is that it's a parabola.
No, your claim was about satellite dishes.
Yeah, my claim is about satellite dishes, that they are the shape of a parabola, and so they're directional.
Fucking specifications. Thank you.
What is the argument? According to Flat, like how to the debate. What are you saying about satellites that support the globe? Are you saying it can only work on a globe? Matthew learns?
No, yeah, Bong, at 35 past the hour, my argument goes like this. There are satellite dishes that point straight up at the equator. And so if we do an inference to the best explanation, what would be the explanation of why they're pointing straight up? Where are they receiving from if they're pointing straight up?
Well, they must have.
You switch the receiver to antenna mode. I'm just reading about it.
Yeah, I mean, there are many reasons to point it up, right? But how does it prove, or how can it only work on a globe? Like there's signals all over the place.
Yeah, the argument says that it's the transmitter is straight up, is what the argument is. The transmitter is straight up from those satellites.
Well, I mean, John Rockin said he just read that it's to use it as an antenna. So, I mean,
if that were true, why would they bother putting the dish on the bottom if they don't need it? If it can just receive.
Well, then what other reason? So are you saying they can't? They don't? That it's not used as an antenna?
I'm saying that satellite dishes are directional. They receive from the direction they're pointing.
Well, it depends on the satellite and what I mean, it depends on the dish and what you're okay. But Like, so how does that prove it's a ball? Like,
No, it
are you
doesn't.
saying
It's just saying that satellites are
ball?
pointed one direction, and the question is, well, why are they pointed straight up?
Well, why? Why do you think? Because why?
I think it's because the transmitter is straight up.
And what kind of transmitter would that be?
A geostationary satellite.
Exactly. So just like a balloon.
Oh, okay. So
Or a balloon that's directly above a stationary
not right.
balloon.
That's not right. Because you can point it left, you can point it there, you can point it at an angle, and still be pointing it at some, said satellite that's in space. You can point it anywhere.
Right, you can point it wherever. Exactly. They're
Yeah, wherever
directional.
you want. But it doesn't necessarily have to be up. And how does that
I got a
prove?
question.
That proves
Sorry,
that
Bon.
thing floating in the sky, in space. How does that?
It doesn't. It could be a stationary balloon or satelloon or whatever. That could be the other option.
Then it's nothing. Why spend the energy? Go ahead, Hank.
I just got a question. If there was a balloon up there or some geostationary satellite, right, and it was hanging around the equator, where would it get the signal from?
From the ground, it would receive the signal from the ground, and then it would rebroadcast it over everything that can see it.
Right. So why would it need to be rebroadcasted if we have like the long band radio waves that the civilians can't use, right? Like the side band on the CB radio. I've heard people talking from like Arizona to Georgia, and like I was in the middle of them, I could hear them talking. And even with just the 9-volt battery, right, with no amplifier, nothing but a 9-foot steel whip, I was able to talk to people from about that distance. Georgia, that's pretty good distance.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And I think that you could do that on some frequencies, but if you want to get higher bandwidth, you might need to use different frequencies, would be my guess. I don't know for sure.
Right. So these corporations, they could probably, pay the FCA or work with them or whatever they have to do and just beam up their stuff up towards the ionosphere, because apparently the ionosphere, even though it's supposed to be a very thin layer of atmosphere up close to, what we call the Kármán line, right? Even though it's thin, apparently it reflects signal back down to the ground sometimes.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
even
but
back in my day, I think I remember skipping on the regular. Now this is a pretty good shot, 11 miles, right? Just with the regular CB whip antenna, and this was on the regular station. Breaker 19. This wasn't on the sideband. So sometimes things skip off of things, and you can actually bounce your signal off the ionosphere. Some people say they bounce laser beams off the moon. So if we can bounce our signals, what would be the point of getting that satellite up there other than what, maybe to help with the inverse square law? But I don't see how that would be necessary if, me and my little, 1996 Toyota T100 and my little 12-volt battery could talk to Georgia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my guess would be bandwidth and reliability, because the ionosphere isn't that reliable and you can't get that much bandwidth. But that's just a guess. I don't know all of the reasons.
Well,
it sounded like a guess. You're right.
I just know that, if people can talk from the UK all the way to Australia, like in the early 1900s, Marconi, right, with Marconi's technology or Tesla's tech, then, we really don't need a satellite up there to relay signals.
I used to listen to Wolfman Jack out of L.A. here in Utah on the radio on a cloudy night.
We used to hear him all the time in L.A. That's what we listened to growing up.
Yeah, well, I could hear it. I could listen to it here in Utah. Wolfman Jack.
That's a trip, huh?
So I think the real answer to the question is money. People put satellite dishes make a lot of money for somebody because it costs a lot of money to have direct TV and all those things. So somebody's making a bunch of money. But
look at those waves from the millimeter bandwidth. Like, I bet you didn't know that. Look, that's propagating perfectly horizontal. Yeah, I've never heard of anything like those waves moving anything but in a horizontal fashion. Like
Well, a lot of things are line of
they
sight.
can come in at all these different angles to these satellite dishes, though. I mean, they do like they're line of sight.
Yeah, it's harder to try and make it work on a ball. You know, now you gotta say it's bouncing around, but now you know what I mean? Like when? Like how can you say you bounced a signal off the moon and then also say we're bouncing signals off the ionosphere?
And rolling my boulder. I mean, thanks for that information, rolling my boulder.
But on a flat surface, the higher you go, right, and the stronger your transmitter, the farther your signal travels. Oh, you're gonna hit some trees, maybe some buildings or mountains, but you know, on a ball, what are you doing? Are you flying things around the ball? Satellite, you know, like the word.
They say somebody does, but we can't find any flyers that are saying they're going around a ball.
Falling.
Anybody?
We're falling around, right?
Any test pilots? Like any of them say they're going around a ball? They're going the fastest of anybody alive, you know? Do they say they're going around a ball? No, nothing at all. Interesting.
Are they higher than the ISS though? Or are they like 500 miles?
It's just like medicine. If they don't bother to test for something, then obviously it's not necessary.
And satellites is such a weak argument. Like,
I got a question. How do you send a radio signal through the atmosphere and bounce it off the atmosphere? Even though the atmosphere is a contradictory in terms. Yeah. How does it go through gas yet bounce off of gas?
Could they show that somewhere? Can they do that in a lab somewhere?
Well, the sun charges the ionosphere. The explanation is the sun charges the ionosphere, which makes it impossible for high frequency signals to get
That
through.
sounds like fairy dust.
Right. Yeah, but you know, it has nothing to do with bouncing a signal off of anything.
Sprinkle,
You know, it's
sprinkle
like,
some of this here and make this go away because
I was like, I know. What if it's bouncing the signal off of a solid?
pesky flat earthers are asking questions, so sprinkle some fairy dust over here. Make them forget. Make them forget. Forget.
Well, you know, Bong, that would be in the Bible. So if that were true, then the Bible would be real. We don't want that. Right?
We don't want to mix
Anything
religion.
but that.
Yeah, we don't want that religion mixed up with this religion. Exactly.
Go
Yeah,
look
you
at
can't make one worshiping.
Go look up the Hickenbein transmissions that the Nazis used to bomb London, and the Brits were all wrong, thinking there was a globe in the way, and they got the shit bombed out of them. So like, go look that up, Matthew.
Hey, I have an idea. There are drones, well, planes, solar powered planes that's been flying, gliders actually, way up there. They've been gliding around for like 5 years. Some of them probably
Yeah,
stay
but
up
the satellite dishes are from the 80s and
I have an
90s.
idea.
We didn't
I
have
have
that
an
back then.
idea. I have an idea. Why don't we bounce our signals off of those planes? I have an idea. There are other planes up there. There are balloons. I got an idea. Let's bounce them off the balloon. I mean, there's so many ways to do it, man.
Yeah, in fact, Google is doing that with their Loon project.
I mean, they've always been doing that. This is how, like, when you're targeting something all the way across the somewhere, you know, some other continent, right? And you want to send something to blow it up, right? Something that's targeting it. There's something in the sky, right? That's looking down and locking onto that thing. So when you send your missile, right, it knows exactly where to go because we're communicating. See, this balloon up here or this plane up here, drone, whatever, is communicating with you, saying, "Yeah, I can see it. I'm to this place." Yeah. How do you do that on a ball, on a curved surface? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Son. Hi. Satellites, such a weak argument, man. No one does that. No one operates on a curved surface.
Yep, wanted any technology that uses this globe to do anything real. All points bulletin.
I mean, you see, you got a router, right? You got a router. See? That's simple enough to understand how you can get a signal from up there. I mean, how do you develop the technology to fly, right? To fly things around and say you go to space, but not have the technology to get something up there, right? Like a balloon or a glider or some kind of solar powered thing.
Well, I want to know how the Germans did it with radio technology using very high frequency in World War II. You know, like triangulated their bombers. They picked up the signal and knew they were right over the target. How could that work? They were supposed to be like it should have been. The signal should have been something like 1,300 feet above the bombers.
Tesla developed the technology, radio communications. He learned the science. You know what I mean?
And
And
Marconi.
all these other and power too. Wireless power. That's basically what all this technology is that thing. And when he died, the military took his research. What I'm saying is, what information? Like you're being told that there are satellites in space, but you don't know what's up there. You don't know what they know. I mean, look at wireless power. Like you don't know what technology they have or information they have. What you have is information for you to do your job, labor. That's it.
Satellites pointing up, Earth globe.
Yeah. And you have to assume a flat surface if you're going to do some of this shit. Because lives, right? Because money, because we spend a lot of time and effort to develop this thing that we are trying to develop. I mean, look at the internet. Now look at the world. Now look at the drones and the weapons and the military industrial complex. And now look at yourself. What are you? Who are you, right? Who am I? Who are you that you think you should be? You should have all the truth and information available to you like, who are you? You're a slave. Like you don't need to know anything. You only need to know what we tell you is need to know basis, right? You don't need to know the truth. I mean,
And
come on,
certainly
man.
don't question anything. Yeah.
Right. You want us to hand over our power to
everything will be fine. Just trust us. We would never steer you wrong, honestly.
Right. Look, you just want to live a happy life, right? Oh, have a happy life, happy wife, happy life. Get a house, 2 kids, get a mortgage, go into debt, just like if it's normal. This is normal.
And you get robbed all along the way by these legal
Yeah.
pirates.
Yeah.
Every corner there's a freaking pirate there. And you go, no, and that'll be another 20% over here at this corner. You can't pass unless you give us this 20%. Yeah, sorry.
I know it looks flat. I know you think it could be flat, right? But what, you think you can believe your own senses? Who are you
The
to
price
think you can make the decision in your life?
now
You think
the price doubled. Now the price is twice as it was last week. Sorry.
What, you think you're in control of your mind? Like, who do you think you are? Like, you can't just think shit you want to think just because your eyes told you some bullshit. No, if we say, yeah, if we say the earth is a fucking dinosaur, right? You believe it. That's your fucking job, man. You're not. Who do you think you are? The arrogance. Arrogance.
Everything but that the water is always flat over all oceans. Water's flat.
You'll eat dirt if we tell you the Earth is a chicken nugget.
They'll believe a chicken nugget Earth, before they believe that Earth is just flat and it measures that way every time. No,
you want
Sasquatch is real.
What else do you want? You want some French fries? Maybe have the whole meal with it. You want anything else, sir?
Like, have it your way. You think this is Burger King?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Serving Soylent
Who are
Green
your
over there.
parents anyway, right? Like, I mean, look at your parents. Now look at yourself. Who do you think you are? That we should truth deliver to you on a platter. Like, there you go, sir.
Questioning authority should be outlawed. Oh, wait a minute. That was 1984. Oh, wait a minute. That's right.
We have sacrificed everything to know the truth.
Right now.
And you think we're just going to hand it over to you, boy?
Some people are complicit, though. You know what? What was that? The archipelago. Who was that? A Sicilian or something?
Yeah.
No.
Who was the
Gulag Archipelago? It wasn't Stitchin.
The Gulag Archipelago. Yeah, forgive me. I got the wrong name.
It was a Russian guy. that wrote it. And this was the story.
Solzhenitsky.
Yeah, and it was a story of these people that could not make it in the archipelago would always think that they would get out. They wouldn't succumb to the realization that this is my life now. There is no outside, so I'm going to be the best criminal I can be.
Yeah,
Those ones survive.
So therefore, you have many people, such as the Nazi concentration camp, the guards, and things like that, that were just normal people. Isn't that talk? It talks about that in that. Isn't it that everyday normal people can do horrible, disgusting things, it put into dire circumstances, right?
The sacrifices we have made.
Stanford prison experiment.
Yeah.
I have given everything to know and find.
I think the point I was trying to make is specific, and there's people that are complicit to the horrors of human slavery that are happening right now, and these people come in here and talk with us. Good, bad, or indifferent, it is what it is. But if they don't know they're being complicit in crimes against humanity, all I can say is I hope they have a plan.
You don't even want to know the truth. Like, look at
people. They need their Air Jordans, man.
I deserve the truth.
Like, you aren't even looking for it. You don't even care about it. Why do you care? Nihilism.
And all
Truth
that,
is whatever, dude.
all that shit's going on, and we have doofuses coming in here like freaking baby Huey talking about satellites pointing straight up. If you put that in perspective, it's like kindergarten. Like somebody coming in with a kindergarten toy. Look at this. This is a triangle. I just learned it. It fits into triangle space in my little toy. Thanks, Matthew.
You know what else points up? Middle fingers, dicks, penises, phallics, rockets point up too. Like penises flying up and wherever they're going. They're not going to space. But they do. They kind of look like, Johnson. Oh, I got something on the radar, sir. What is it? It kind of looks like a like a penis. Yeah, man. Yeah, NASA. And space sex, right? I mean, space sex. How do you say it? Space X? Yes. X.
I know, like that was an accident or something. Sure.
Are you saying space sex? Dude, you have such a dirty brain.
Sure, it was an accident.
I'm pretty sure you're saying space sex, man. What the fuck? Like,
Remind me never to be in a small capsule with you for 15 days.
No, that would be bad for me too. It'd be like, fuck, I'm stuck with somebody.
No, but look, he's like a Samoan, so he probably knows how to navigate. Shit, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, like, look, you stay on your side.
I agree with you, Sonny.
He probably fishes better than me too. Oh,
anything you say, Sonny, I agree with. I don't care.
Who is that? Wait a minute, who is that?
Yeah, because we got to get the fish on the
Who said that? Thank you.
It's the LARPer again.
I have another.
Right.
I have a fan. I have fans out there. Huh?
I'm just stuck with people.
Oh, 1 minus 1. Good to see you again today. How are you, sir? How are you, a young man? I can call you a young man because I'm older than everybody.
I am 20.
20, you're such a young person.
Oh, you're still a baby.
No, I'm not. I'm a grown man.
You're a grown man? Okay, very good. That's good. That's good. I mean, I can appreciate that. That's important.
You're not even old enough to buy alcohol in the United States.
I am a legal grown man. I am a legal grown man.
Yes,
Sonny's got about 25 years on, or 45 years on.
Wow. You're my dad.
40, more than 40 years. Yeah.
You're my father.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're my older brother.
I swear I'm not your father.
Your uncle. You're my uncle.
Definitely not your older brother. Could be your mom's boyfriend, though. Maybe.
Sad thing is I could be your father.
If she's attractive, she could be attractive. I don't know.
No, she is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's horrible. God, you make me feel bad now.
That was a joke. You didn't have to answer it, dude.
I know that's okay. I'm just going along with going along for the ride here.
It's okay.
I like this guy actually. I like you a lot, man. I think you have a lot to offer, and I appreciate you keep coming back and have these guys grill you. They don't get your ninja. That's funny to me.
I love it.
I get it too. I get it, man. Like I know where you're coming from, and I approve wholeheartedly. So I like how you just stand there steadfast in the face of rotten tomatoes being thrown at you. Like you just continue on. Like great.
I love it. I don't care about the haters. I block them out.
Haters gonna hate.
Haters is going to hate my nigga.
Right. They hate us because they're anus.
See, I wouldn't want to miss a moment like that, you know?
And players are gonna play.
Yeah, players be players. What do they say?
Yeah. It's called a game.
Something about
You don't play is the same as forfeit.
pimps and hoes. I know there's a pimps and hoes joke out there somewhere.
You don't play, you can't win.
Derp check. That sounds like something.
By the way, guys, I made a drawing, a very crafty one.
Players only
and in the argument with the satellites, satellite dishes, all we have to tell them is that the transmitter is above the ground, but not as far as high as they say it is. Satellites. It's just antennas on ground level.
Sure is.
100 meter, 200 meter tall antennas.
Shoots out a signal. Boom. Like triangulates it out.
And
it goes
over the flat Earth, those radio waves angle will always be at that angle, no matter how far they propagate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They could probably, like pointing straight up, they could probably get something from 45 degrees over to one side and 45 degrees and every angle in between. Like any signal coming in there. If they can tune to it, then they can pick it up. If they're
okay, so get you're saying that satellite dishes are not directional?
No.
Okay.
The signal, they're not like microwaves.
No. It's more.
Yeah.
Like what kind of receiver would be direction? Like a receiver. It's a receiver. It has to be able to receive from all. Like as much as all without. It's trying to focus. The area, the signal coming in.
Yeah,
but
receivers are non-directional, but the dishes behind them can focus it so that
you see them something like a laser, Matthew, right?
Yeah, so like microwave dishes are.
They're not like that. And microwave antennas, they have to be like precisely pointed one to the transmitter to the receiver.
And radio,
so do satellite dishes, right?
Radio.
They need straight line of sight.
Radio direction finders are used on both aircraft and in ships. And they use a horizontal plane, and they don't work on a globe.
I'm not a satellite expert, but I did work with satellites in the military, and it's not we're not transmitting to space, man. We're transmitting it to another location so they can transmit it to space. But you never transmit to space. Like, come on, man. Like, what kind of craziness is that? I mean, why hasn't it been hacked then? Like that's
next you're gonna tell us you're shining something off the moon.
It should sound better. Like if it's coming from up, you should have a better signal, right? Like, you know how cell tower cell
one
phone
going to
tower.
the moon. Wait, Bong. What about the one going to the moon? They should have a really good signal. What's up with that?
Yep. Well, I know, right? It's nothing in there to.
No matter how the Earth turned all the way around during all those times, they were the spaceships were supposed to be out in space. They never lost signal the whole time. Or they only did like they didn't when the Earth turned all the way 360 and they were on the wrong side from where the.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we're gonna have to
That
go on.
didn't affect it at all. Well, it just went around the Earth. Whoop. Oh, now it's back behind us. Whoop. Just goes back. Okay, it comes back around. Whoop.
How long does it take for them sunrise, sunsets, whatever they say? The ISS.
So the moon, when they went around the backside of the moon, that's the only time it got blocked, but not when the Earth turned all the way around the other way.
What the hell kind of stupid? What kind of stupid shit is that? Like what dark side?
Think about that.
The moon is going around the Earth. It's always getting hit by the sun. What do you mean? The dark side of the moon is the side facing you when you see an eclipse, you idiots. Oh, and
the whole entire Earth was in the way of their communication, and they said they still had communication until the Apollo went behind the dark side of the moon, which sure they did. Fish, that's a fish story. I'm with Jim Carrey on that one, man.
The sun doesn't shine. That side. The ass of the moon.
No, you're right. The dark side of the moon is a misnomer. If you're speaking more precisely, they should have said the far side of the moon.
Oh, now you're going to start talking about the red herring. Oh, okay.
No, the backside of the moon. Because it's the backs of the moon. Man.
And just slips right in, talks about something we weren't like just one little.
You were talking about the dark side of the moon. I was explaining what the better term is the far side.
How did they maintain communications when the Earth was all the way 180 degrees in between the communication tower and the Apollo capsule? The Earth, the communication tower from Dallas or wherever Houston was on the other side of a whole gigantic Earth, was in the way.
Yeah, that's why they had communications antennas in Australia and other places.
Could I see that specification sheet, please?
You can't science it, right? Like if you can't figure it out, then it didn't happen.
Do you have that technical specification data?
Think about it. How can any engineer
technical manuals for how they ping pong that signal until the bang 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 bang, and then all the way out to space, 250,000 miles away? Do you have that information, please? I'd love to see it. I used to read blueprints for a living.
Gotta figure out how to ball
and manufacture parts.
I'm gonna try to make something up. Like, why are you gonna try to make something
Some
up?
of the most complex devices that known to man.
Why don't you just stick to the explanations that NASA gives? Why do you try to?
But last time you were here, like, I should have drugged you. I should have put your face in the dirt for that one. Last time you accused me of not knowing what I was talking about, man. I don't even know how you can show your face.
Oh, no wonder why Sonny still angry at you, man. Shit. Yeah, Matthew.
Hey, it's a full moon tonight.
Are you feeling itchy?
Thanks for telling me that. I'll tone it down.
Matthew, are you feeling itchy?
No. Why?
I mean, it's a full moon.
Oh, no, but it is an interesting observation that the full moon stays the same size all night. That's interesting.
Why don't you move? Why don't you change elevation and see what happens?
It wouldn't change.
I'm not talking about climbing your roof. Well, maybe.
How does it stay the same phase all day, any day, if there's so much motion going on? If it's supposed to be related to the position of the sun and the moon, like why isn't it changing phase for any
conditions?
Like it's the same phase for everyone on the same day. Every day that it's a phase of the moon is the same phase for everyone all over Earth. How does that work on a globe?
Because it's so far away that we're looking at it from the same angle.
It's so far away. Can you show us that specification?
That doesn't make sense.
No, I was answering your question.
I know, but how did you come up with that?
How does it being so far away explain?
Globe model. Can I see the model?
Yeah. Where is the parallax?
Could I see it so I could do so I could look at the numbers, the data, and go through the numbers myself?
238,000 miles, you mean?
Yeah, about 238 plus or minus.
Yeah,
So did you
yeah.
work this
So how
out or
is
something?
that big in detail? That 238,000 miles.
Hey, relax.
Yeah.
That's only his radius, guys.
I
Yeah.
know. It's a
When you have
terrible,
40,000
it's
miles,
a terrible thing to lose.
I think it looks electric. Moon. I don't know.
Out of everything I've lost, the thing that
You
they
know,
hate the most
I
is the radius.
I I only thought it was terrain because I was told it was a ball. You know what I mean?
But
But
do you
now
think it's a
when you look
physical
at it,
object, or do you think it's something else?
well, it looks electric to me. Like but the only reason why I ever thought it was terrain like the Earth is because I thought the Earth was a ball. You know all that shit. But it looks like it doesn't look like a physical object.
When I've looked at it through a telescope, it looks like a physical object to me, but you should look at it
Okay,
yourself.
whatever. Yeah, okay, sure.
So
I've looked at it through the
question
telescope.
is, do you think it
Yeah,
can
all
follow the law of
channels.
perspective or not?
Yeah. Okay. Is it emitting light? Is it?
It's reflecting light, yes.
Oh yeah. What does that mean? Does that mean dirt reflects light like all
Yes,
the
it does.
238,000 miles? With that resolution, right? With the details that you can see.
I don't think it's that detailed. It's just that the mountain ranges are
It's
huge.
not that detailed. There's a freaking rabbit on it. You know what I mean? But there's freaking. Have you looked
The
at it
man
through a
in the moon.
telescope?
They
It
did
looks.
that, you know, Bong. They did that like a slingshot. They didn't know where they're going because they didn't have a radius value. So they just slingshot that sucker out there and they nailed it.
I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I've
So
always looked
so
at
you
it.
think it doesn't need to follow the laws
Bible
of
says when you
perspective?
look at the moon, don't be fooled. Don't get whatchamacallit by its splendor. Don't look at it and then try to worship it like it's some kind of opposite to the sun. He said, "No, this is night daytime, right? Govern the day, and this is to govern the night. These lights,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean, and the stars included. Stars can only be seen at night, and they're like arranged in a certain way.
There was light before there was the sun.
Yeah. So I don't, because you believe the Bible. That's why I'm bringing that up. But I mean, if it's a thing, then you know more than God. I mean, God is kind of like doesn't know what he's talking about anymore.
Yeah, I know.
If the
Right,
earth is a
Matthew?
ball,
You
then
know
the
more than
Bible
God,
has got to
right,
be saying
Matthew?
anything.
Do you know more than God, Matthew?
So you think that God said the moon is not an object?
He said it's a light, and that's why I'm
Yeah, he
asking.
didn't say it's an
Lights can be
object.
objects.
You're saying
God
it's a
said it
reflecting light.
is
That's what I
a
don't get.
luminary.
Sure, but lights can be objects.
Yeah. No,
But
it's not a
not
light. It's not an object. It's a light source.
Can't it be both? My light bulb is both.
no, it's not. You
No,
need a
God,
container.
listen,
You need a bulb.
about the sun, did God say it's a giant burning ball of gas?
No, but he didn't say it wasn't either.
No, he didn't say that. He said it's a light
Right, it's a light.
for day, yeah?
Right, that's its purpose, to give daylight.
In nature, show me a process where you can have, yeah, a perpetual light source.
What do you mean a perpetual light source? I mean, the sun is an example, right?
Well, show me a sun here down on Earth.
Yeah, there aren't many things on Earth that are perpetual lights. Even fires go out.
Bong, was that you? Bong,
Fire?
Are you the one that muted -1?
If you have like these drill oil, in Iraq when they burn them.
Sorry, get.
Yeah. It burns the oil as long oil comes out of it, but when it's finished, it goes off. So, show me a perpetual fire that burns like for thousands of years.
You're
Not
right. On Earth, there are
billions.
none.
Show me for 1,000 year, not billions, as you claim.
On Earth, there are no such light sources. You're right.
Yeah, if you do the math, yeah, to get an output or an energetic output of 100 petawatts, yeah, how much stuff do you need to burn? How much uranium? If you use, let's say, the plutonium, all the nuclear power plants, yeah, do the math. How much uranium do we have in the world? Yeah, quantify it and check out how fast it's gonna go off to produce 100 petawatts like every day. Well,
So 4.289 times 10 to the 12th grams per second is lost in mass at the sun.
you don't know that for a fact.
Right.
You haven't seen the sun. You haven't seen the sun consuming itself. I mean, you don't
Right.
see
It's
it
a
change.
theoretical calculation based on nuclear physics.
Exactly. But let's say we have some sort of metal, yeah, in a superfluid liquid helium in quantum states, yeah, below the lambda point, where you have superconductivity. So the smallest source of energy, it's propagating and it doesn't lose anything, you know, due to propagation. So the smallest input, you will still have those perpetual vortices in the liquid helium. They spin forever. So we see electrons flow in liquid helium, like they are abundant, you know, and that's pure electricity. It's like liquid electricity. Mic check. So yeah, you have all these nuclear physicists, pseudo experiments, you know, all sort of crazy detonations and stuff, but they never showed you nuclear fission. It's It doesn't exist. It doesn't work. Not for the hydrogen atom, not for the helium, not for the plutonium, not for the uranium, for no element. Nuclear fusion is bullshit. Nobody has it. If it existed, today you wouldn't be paying money for electricity. It should be free.
Yeah, but transmission lines cost money, so even if energy were free, you'd have to pay money to transmit it.
They don't cost money, transmission lines.
They're free? Who's going to put them up if they don't cost money?
It costs to build them, yeah?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It did cost to build them, yeah?
Right.
But you paid 10 times the price for them to be built.
Yeah, because it takes money
already.
and manpower to maintain them.
So you're saying you're paying actually the maintenance when you pay your electricity bill? And you're not paying for the electricity? The electricity is free?
No, electricity is not free, but even if it were, we'd still have to pay.
Yeah, but in comparison, these prices, yeah?
You'd have to pay for the service.
It costs to produce.
House.
You either burn coal, yeah? Or you have a dam or a nuclear power plant.
Well, a good analogy is water. You still have to pay a water bill, even though they're getting the water for free. You're paying for the transmission of water to your house.
If nuclear fusion was real and we have unlimited electricity energy, yeah, we can build our motors and pumps, yeah. We can use the damn turbines, yeah, as those generators. We can use them as motors instead of generators, yeah, to actually pump the water where we need it.
It would open up other sectors. You pay for the service and people don't know how to do everything. So sometimes they just pay for the service and to free up their time. Same with the water, like you say, it's to bring it to your house, the pipes, to desalinate it, to put the chemicals in it. That's what you're ultimately paying for. So if we get free energy, another sector will open up where people will pay for that service instead, probably like how to service your Jetsons car, or service the teleporter or something like that, or teleporter maintenance or something like that.
If nuclear fusion would work, then yeah, we will be using our nuclear power plants to actually produce gold, produce a lot of elements, rare earth elements. Yeah. Because we can actually make them, but it costs a lot. Like to turn lead into gold, it takes like vast amounts of energy, which it makes the price of that gold 1,000 times more expensive. It can be done, but it's very expensive. So if we had unlimited energy source, then yeah, we could do all this stuff. You know?
I think we do have unlimited energy, right? It's just, are we going to tap into it, right? So you can make ground generators, also known as ground batteries, and that might light, a small room in your house, maybe a few rooms in your house, right? So then you can make geothermal radiation from, what is it, compost, right? And then you can make your vacuum contained hot water heater.
Well, you see, these are methods to tap into the nature's energetic system, this dynamic system. But we can't harness large quantities of energy from this. We take only very little, you know.
Well,
Even
then you
for
can take the
geothermal heating or even electricity producing using this geothermal temperature difference. No, actually, those are heat pumps. Yeah. So you can use them for heating in your house, but it's not like if you want to make like 60 degrees in your rooms. No, it won't work that way. If you want to use it to boil water, probably you can boil 1 cubic meter, but that means you have no heat in your house.
What about using solar panels to crack water? If you crack water, you get hydrogen, and they make certain types of generators that run off of gasoline, diesel, and propane. So couldn't you just replace the if you could produce enough hydrogen, couldn't you just pump that in as propane? Wouldn't it burn the same way?
Hydrogen is good fuel, but you'll need to match the voltage per elements, cathodes, anodes, to have the most efficient electrolysis. You don't want to heat that water. You want all the electricity to be used for the breaking of the water molecule, not for heating the water. And this here is a matter of voltage per surface area of that element. I saw a guy an old American man, who made a very, very efficient HHO installation machine. And he said that at one point he was just keep upgrading his car, And he said he got to the point where his car was running exclusively only on distilled water, Yeah.
Who's the guy? Is that Stanley Meyer or a different guy?
I don't remember his name. I saw the video 2015 or before 2013. I think before 2013.
I think my HHO chamber or reactor, I call it, would make you proud.
Yeah,
I like
and
it.
in his YouTube video, he sends you to the US patent because he patented this discovery. And yeah.
Okay, it's not electrolysis? Different method?
Electrolysis, yeah.
Okay. HHO is pretty cool. Been chasing that. Not fairy tale because it's been just we haven't been like I don't know. Stanley Meyer. You know, no one was able to replicate his output, which was over unity. So he was breaking the first law somehow, which isn't really breaking the first law. Just it's breaking Faraday's law, the electrolysis one.
Yeah.
So
you should check if he has a patent for his stuff.
He does.
Yeah,
he lies in his patent stuff.
And I remember he was saying that you need to have 1.2 volts per element, you know.
I know about the Joe Cell, old dude.
Yeah.
I have like what is it called? The Free Energy something handbook. It's like a 3,000 page book. They got all types of it's an archive of all the cells. The best one for HFShow is Ravi. Ravi is the best duplicator of Stanley Meyer to ever exist on the internet.
Yeah.
Some dude named Ravi on the internet. Duplicated. Yeah, that's all we know about him. His output was significant per amp.
I made one of those things my own and ran it on my Volkswagen, and it gave me 20% better gas mileage.
Nice. I never ran it on a car. I made it. I have an HHO torch when I didn't have my oxyacetylene. So I made a high output. Fucking just brute force DC. Just let's go. Let's run. Let's roll. I just want as much gas production as possible. I don't care how much electricity I use. I want to flame.
You know, actually, it's not so important the hydrogen as it is the oxygen. That is the most important element you want to have abundant in your engine.
Right. Well, hydrogen, man.
But when you take from air, like air, that contains 70% nitrogen. So if you want more oxygen, there will be implicitly more nitrogen also. You know, so yeah.
Hydrogen, I mean, like on-demand hydrogen production is for the internal combustion engine to live or like survive. That's what we need. You know, not stored hydrogen. I don't think that's the way.
We need NOS.
Yeah.
Laughing gas, yeah.
I could go for some laughing gas right now. Do you guys have any idea how much time I've spent on these ROADs?
You guys are unfunny, huh? Get it? Can I get some cricket noises?
I'm not the sound effects guy.
Get some.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, man, HHO, man. I think
that's the way. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, dude, the first like HHO cell I made. How old? Man, I was a teenager. I love that stuff. Electrolysis, you know, it's pretty cool. Electroplated stuff when I was like 14. I was electroplating, I think, my house key, I remember. And I learned a lot. Just You know,
Can I electroplate the entirety of my undercarriage so it doesn't rust?
we have to. Yeah, if you can submerge, if you got a tank that big, of course. You want to chrome plate it? Sure. You chrome plate everything.
Shiny.
Spray it, dude. Spray it, man.
Nah, I don't know if the Krylon and chrome's gonna cut it.
You can actually do electrolysis like with a towel. So you can actually, yes. You don't have to dip it, no. You just gotta be smart.
I need some of the
Really love to make a vehicle that
zinc.
just ran on HHO only, or some other form of secondarily to the HHO, burning it and running a steam turbine or something like that.
What? When you mean HHO, do you mean H2O? Or is that different?
HHO2 steam turbine.
Yeah. HHO is it's disassociated water.
The steam engine?
Mm-hmm.
So it has the perfect amount of, it has the perfect oxidizer with it.
Yeah, because you can burn this HHO very efficiently at very low volumes and create a huge amount of combustion, like or steam. Like
You know what your byproduct is from that reaction?
The pressure availability is like phenomenal. So you could run you could run little mini efficient steam turbines. Zzz, can you imagine? Like a little tiny race car with a steam turbine. It'd be rad.
What's the byproduct of combusting hydrogen? H. Can someone tell me?
Water.
Water.
No.
Oh yeah, there's a.
It's the cleanest fuel, man. You drink the exhaust water. Oh.
The Toyota Mira, something, whatever, is a hydrogen car, but spits out water.
Oh shit!
I think it even has a little button on the interior that leaks out water, like a party trick.
I miss
It's the same. It's the same type of technology, right?
Toyota.
Yeah, it's a hydrogen cell.
Oh, fuel cell? No, those are different.
That's different.
The Toyota Mirai.
Garbage.
So we're talking about actually making our own HHO and then running a that.
Even are you familiar with Eric Dollar, Sonny?
I've heard the name. Yeah.
Okay. If you haven't,
it's been a long time though since I've looked into all of that. That was one of the first things.
Well, he doesn't believe in free energy, sort of like where I kind of ended up. However,
yeah,
his opinions were like, if he was to start working on something like in that avenue, he said it would be HHO or the water disassociation, because there has been like demos in the past that superseded Faraday's relationship that he found. You could only get this many liters of HHO per amp or whatnot, so a lot of people danced around with patents. So, however, they all lie in their pants. So it's like, okay, we don't really know how this shit works.
You might know about the other patents, but I can't forget the guy's first name. I keep forgetting the guy's first name, but the last name is Pogue, Pogue, and he invented. This was like 1942 or 3 or something like that, in the 40s. I'm pretty sure. He invented an over 100-mile-an-hour carburetor. So I had that information and how to make it and everything. I still remember in my mind how to make it. Like after
they had ads for it, bro.
Yeah, isn't that a trip?
100 mpg plus carburetor. Yeah,
all you have to do is atomize the fuel with partially using the exhaust heat.
Exhaust vapor, right? And recycle that. Yeah.
Making a nice little homogeneous mixture.
The funny thing is, bro, I studied mechanical engineering only to get to internal combustion engines, which is a last year course. It's a last year elective. So you have to study a lot of shit to get to that level. I finally did, man. Yeah. And I aced the fuck out of it. And I was like, dude, is there a part 2 to this? He's like, nah, man. I said, all right, there isn't. That's it. This is the entire fucking book.
Like in the Navy, I learned the machinery trade. So the machine tool trade. It's actually, we learned all about, it's a machinery repairman. So we learned about all the types of machinery. From automotive to everything, locomotives, like the whole thing, mostly dealing with ships and turbines.
I'm a hobby machinist,
stuff like
I machine for myself. But like the fuel atomization thing, it doesn't add up chemically. Like if you balance it out, it just doesn't work. Like you need 14.7 units of air per unit. I think for volume wise of gasoline to burn, right? So it's like, okay, if we're using vapor, that's still the same ratio. So how the fuck are we getting 100 miles to the gallon on this shit? You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, listen, there is something weird. There is something weird about that. Think about people that do cold injection of engines. Like, how does that work too? That doesn't make sense either. Like,
I haven't ran an engine because, like, the way I want to do it, man, I'm gonna hook up a dyno to the fucking engine, gasoline consumption. Like, I'm be a scientist about it because I'm interested. I'm so interested here. It was like, okay, we know the thermodynamics, we know the calorific value, we know how much heat is in fuel. So how the fuck is this working?
listen, I think there's amazing things that could be done with the technology we already have, and things like spinning flywheel technology and spring, like let's say like high tension but very very high tech spring and flywheel technology, precision. You know what I'm talking about? Like clockwork.
Yeah, I don't believe in any of that. That's the problem. I'm yet to see one, a perpetual motion machine of the mechanical kind.
No, I'm not saying perpetual motion. I'm just saying something that goes fast using these simple technologies.
There's have you heard of free valve technology? Like it replaces valve springs just with solenoids that open and close.
Yeah, sure. It's still a valve.
Springs and flywheels could store a lot of energy, but they're super heavy, so it doesn't work for putting them in cars or something.
Well,
Maybe
that's
trains.
that probably is one of the problems with that. But think about what you could do in small, small areas and spaces. Like you could make something compact that could be very powerful. But it depends on what kind of technology that you're attaching it to. Like I talked before about HHO and having a steam turbine. What if you had a steam turbine with a flywheel that could keep this thing a constant, like this thing could be going at constant speed with very little input. I'm not talking about saving infinite amount of. I'm just saying something that's more much more efficient, like looking for higher efficiency than this terrible whatever it is internal combustion engines get. What is it, like
how efficient do you think they are? Gasoline
10%, 20%.
Yeah, it's 20%, something like that. Right around 20ish.
And once it gets older, it'll decrease.
Yeah, like 15. Yeah, just don't even.
I almost said it'll increase excrementally.
Dude, 80% of your dollars are getting pissed out as heat, just leaking out of your fucking engine.
I know.
Damn, man.
What a waste.
Yeah, I mean, turbines though. When you get up to you need speed. You need the speed. So turbines. Study those two. They achieve up to 40% efficiency, and maybe today even better. Or high compression diesel. I think Mitsubishi made a 40-to-1 compression diesel that's just a fucking wicked fucking machine. 40-to-1 compression is insane, which is pretty cool. But
you almost have to start going with exotic materials like Inconel and things that.
Sure, yeah, but why not? More efficient.
Exactly.
At least for your home.
Well, if you're not building it to be obsolete, at a certain time.
Since I was young, man, somehow it's the creator. I always knew free energy. Well, however, I didn't have the education to understand that it's not really free, but free energy was the way out of the system. And, as I grew older, I discovered that money was just created to limit your access to energy. And we're talking about calorific energy, legitimate energy, whether, burning wood or whatever kind of fuel, food, it's all fuel,
Yep.
Yeah, man.
True.
So, chase that.
To keep us limited so we can't go as far as we might be able to.
Yeah, it's the best way is just conventional. diesel engines are great, and you just buy some acreage and you grow some oil crop, sunflower oil, and you squeeze it. There's your diesel.
Make a couple acres of hemp or something.
Yeah, hemp, industrial hemp is the way to go.
Yeah,
because you can get a lot of like
you
byproducts.
You could have your little medicinal garden off to the side, just
Yeah, they look the same.
Have the whole thing. You could have the whole thing. It'd be cool. It'd be great. That's what we need. That's what we need. It's a grassroots industry with the resources we have that have been stolen from us. Oh, you can't have a plant. Interesting.
Well, you can't burn wood to heat yourself.
You can, yeah.
Because
you can't catch rain.
Wood is highly used in industry and constructions.
Yeah, but the problem is in the fireplaces. 80% of the heat goes out the chimney. That's the problem, and they create draft.
It doesn't matter. Have you been in a house with a chimney and make that fire?
Yeah, I used to heat.
Yeah, do you compare that kind of heat?
It's the best.
With
it's electrical for some reason. Just
central heating, you can't compare it with central heating.
Wood is better, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah.
You think central heating is better?
No.
Okay, wood? Okay, cool.
Central heating is unnatural.
Well, you can make a
burning
wood fire.
Wood is natural, yeah.
Well, that's how, I haven't built it yet, but hopefully before the next winter, I'll have it built. So it's pretty much a wood stove modified. What with a heat exchanger and the first 3 feet of the exhaust, a dense heat exchanger with an air to water, so I'd get hot water out. The whole idea is this: the exhaust temperature, either gasoline, diesel, whatever it is, you want your exhaust temperature to be as low as possible, meaning the heat got consumed into the apparatus itself, and thus you got your dollars out of it. So you want you put a thermometer up top or your chimney or whatever, you want that to be ambient, exiting your you know what I mean? But you're not going to do that. It's going to be hot as fuck. You're losing most of your heat up the chimney.
Hey Cyrus, did you see these guys that go adventuring through these 17th, 16th, and 17th century French castles and things like this? And they're finding some of these mansions. Have you ever seen any of those?
I don't know. I have not.
Where they find these 15th, 16th, 17th century carriages, 100 of them in a garage, in a mansion, in these estates. Well, anyway, the reason I mentioned this is because in one of these mansions, a 17th century French, whatever you call it, an estate, I guess. And they had radiators in the rooms, and they had pipes going all out. It was like artwork.
Wow.
There were pipes going out from all the radiators.
Wow.
17th century. So
damn, yeah.
Check it out, man.
Dude, that's the ultimate way to go. You do radiant floor heating that uses wood-fired, very efficient stove, and we have those today. Actually, we have them. So it's like an outdoor thing. You put it, and you can feed it pellets and automated.
You can have boilers. They had boilers in Chicago when I was a little kid, because I spent a lot of time from the ages of from 5 years old to 10 years old in Chicago. In the winters, a lot of times, and the big buildings and stuff had boilers in the basements. Yeah, right. Everybody had radiator heating, and it was from steam.
In downtown, you get the steam fucking plumes out of the sewers,
out of the manholes.
Yeah. They're not sewers; they're manholes. Right?
That place had a different smell. You don't smell that anywhere else.
I didn't know that you don't get to see that anywhere else.
Yeah, it's a truth.
It's oh, okay. I thought this is normal.
this far along, it feels like ancient times to me, man. I'm like, wow, I lived in part of this ancient time when there were like red brick buildings everywhere and stuff.
Oh, and check this out. If you have a fireplace, it does not have its own cold air intake from outside, which means it's going to have two pipes. One that's exhaust and one that's intake. If your intake is from your room, which means like you have an open face and you just toss wood in there, it sucks out the hot air from your house through the exhaust. Why? Because conservation of mass has to be maintained, meaning mass airflow out of the chimney equals mass airflow into your house from all the fucking cracks. Doesn't matter which crack, because that law has to be conserved no matter what you do. Just conservation of just mass flow rate. So you have mass that's flowing, well, it has to be entering from somewhere else. Or otherwise, if it's sealed, then you're creating a vacuum and your fire is going to die. But, it doesn't happen because it just sucks it in. So you gotta drill, you gotta customize your own. Be like, these guys don't know how to design this, idiots. And you just drill a hole to the outside, and you put a flute there, control how much cold air you want flowing. That way, the cold air coming in from outside flows directly into the fire, and then whatever it goes up to the exhaust. And of course, you want to toss some kind of coil in your fire, water to extract most of the heat, not going straight up. I mean,
well, that air which comes from the outside, you want it to form a vortex around the fire.
Yeah, sure. You can. I mean, you're sophisticated. You just need oxygen. Yeah, that's sophisticated, man. Yeah, you can do that, man.
The vortex airflow increases the burn. Yeah. Also, the quality of the burn. It makes more efficient.
I hope I made
burn.
sense, man. With the draft thing, in and out.
Mm.
Fire's good, man.
Oh, I like looking into it, man. It's pretty.
I love it. It's a gorgeous thing, man. What is fire exactly?
Plasma. I'm gonna go textbook on you. Plasma. Super excited gas. So if you're burning wood, it's a hydrocarbon mixture.
Yeah, that's what it says. But it's fascinating, man. It's such a cool thing. Campfire, fireplace. I love natural heat like that. Oh, it's so nice. It goes right through you to your bones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, the central heating, man. It's kind of ugh. You gotta breathe. It's just weird, man. It's not right.
And that exploding sound of burning wood.
Yeah. The smell, the smoke. Yeah. Kind of purifies the air a little bit with.
I like the splitting part, man. It's kind of my favorite. Yeah. Bro, I go ape shit on it. I go full fucking ape.
That's good workout, man.
It is.
That sound naturally puts you at sleep.
Yes, that's true. It has a certain
It's
vibration.
true, man. Yeah, you're right, bro. It was so easy to fall asleep to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Right in front of it. And I miss it because I don't have one at this place that I'm in. It sucks.
I don't know. You got a backyard or something? No.
Yeah, but I want to heat with it.
I know.
Indoors. I want to burn it indoors, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I do have a yard, yeah.
Yeah, I live in California, man. We don't burn a whole lot of firewood in the fireplace, man. We usually take it outside and just sit around. in the evening.
Oh, most people around here, like my neighbor, he stops burning in April, late April, early May.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a couple of that's all they use, so they just burn for half the year.
Yeah, they make some kind of heat exchanger thing that goes above the fireplace.
Yep. Dude, that's smart. Dude, 80% of the heat is going up the fucking roof, man, the chimney. I mean, so it's kind of
it transfers the heat, and then there's like a little fan and like part of it.
So you would, I mean, if you were to halve the loss, you know, you would take 40% of the waste. 80, bro, like, you know what I mean? Like, you'd need half of the wood that you would use per winter.
Yeah, it's just a little device, man. I remember my father-in-law had one, man. I was like, that's pretty cool. It was just, it even looked homemade. It was not something.
Yeah, make one, copper, coil that shit up.
Like this, like
toss it in the fire. Circulate water through it.
And it just would, push the air up through this thing, and it would heat up the metal, and then it would push that hot metal air out into the room. It was cool, man. Like,
just air to air. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was air. I don't know. I never saw it work, but it was there.
I like air to water because you can go.
Water would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, you can now. Like you'll have a tank of hot water that you can do whatever you want with.
But yeah, cool stuff, man. Fire, good.
Guten Abend.
It's good. Flat Earth's good too, man. Globe bad. No, it was a great conversation today, man. I was listening pretty much all day, just working, listening. I chimed in a couple times, but there was some great conversation.
I also find fascinating these water vacuum pumps.
Yes.
Well, water vacuum pump.
Yeah. You take a barrel and you add a pipe at the top, and on the bottom of the barrel you have another pipe where water is leaking out.
Right.
Okay.
As it leaks out from the barrel, it creates a vacuum on the top.
Right.
And through that pipe from the top, it has to be sink like in a river. And it will suck water from the river, that vacuum. And it will constantly fill the barrel, so it will be flowing, you know.
Like perpetual motion, right?
Yeah, it's a water pump, which, you don't need any,
electricity.
Yeah.
Energy. You're using the river and the water. Cool stuff, man. I'm really, if you had a small river by your house and had a little turbine, just a little turbine wheel, man. That would be great, man. You can turn whatever you want. You can turn electric motor, create electricity, or you can turn some tools. You could turn,
solar, bro.
Yeah, solar's
solar's overrated garbage.
Solar is like there's like a third.
Depends what kind.
I'm off the grid. Listen, I'm off the grid with solar, so maybe I'm biased. But
photovoltaic, or what kind of PV or solar panels.
I have a Jenny. I have a Jenny for when it gets if there's like a long period of time where it's rainy.
How big is your battery bank?
This shit is huge.
Okay.
Like,
how much did you pay for it, sir? That's my next question.
Garage. It's half his garage.
Just lead acid, just conventional, or did you go lithium?
lead acid batteries or lithium. Oh, he muted. Maybe his wife came in, busted him. Are you talking to those flat earthers?
He's buying way too many batteries.
Why are you buying so many batteries? No, you had a customer had a full fucking garage full of this fucking batteries years ago. He was way out in the middle of nowhere. I was like, he goes, yeah, man, I can run everything I want all night long. I'm like, I bet. You got 150 batteries here, man. Shit.
They're not free, and the solar panels aren't free either.
And they deteriorate over time. And then
they're not cheap, man.
People don't realize the amount to get the rare earth elements. There's an incredibly, like a 13-step, incredibly toxic process to make that shit happen, man. There's so much waste in making photovoltaic cells, bro. It's ridiculous, man. Every kind of fucking
solar to concentrate the sun into like water, make steam, and you either like steam turbines or Stirling engines.
Stirling engines. I remember those parabolic Stirling.
Yes, dude. I made one for thermodynamics class.
Oh, I love.
That's how I aced the class because everyone failed the final. Everyone. However, he gave me a 96 because he wanted a Stirling engine built, and I don't know, many have failed in the past. And I finally I made him one, so he's like, all right, you get an A for making. He's like, all right, awesome, cool. Everyone failed the fucking. But yeah, I love Stirlings.
I got a little miniature one here at the house. I like to show people.
Is it like the one you LTD? You know the type.
Candle. It's like a little candle, glass tube, little glass cylinder.
Yeah.
It's cool stuff, man. But I saw the parabolic one on a video one time, and the guy just pointed it at the sun, and it went. And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Imagine scaling that up to like a 4 foot. This was like a handheld parabolic. I'm like,
theoretically, if you're on the equator, and if your dish is 1 square meter, you're concentrating that. So that's about 1,300 watts.
Right.
So that's 100% efficiency, which is nonsense. So Stirling, whatever, let's say you're going to get
50 horsepower.
10% of that, right? So, I mean, that's what per square meter we're talking of sun that you're going to concentrate into the Stirling, right? Because you can build more panels. It's just reflectors, parabolic, and the square meter isn't that big. It's just a small, actually, it would be a small dish, small circle. It's not that big.
So out here in Nevada, close to me, a couple hundred miles, at state line, they got this giant solar panels. They're mirrors, all like they synchronize with the sun, and they point at this giant water tower thing.
Oh, that's not water. That's they store that at night. It actually runs at night too, man. Off the it's like a salt. It's like a salt chemical mixture or polypropylene polyglycol.
They boil this shit, and it's creating some serious power.
Stores a lot more heat than water, and they can store enough heat to run at night. Yeah, like run turbines at night.
Dude, this thing's like 300 football fields big, man. It is fucking huge, man.
That's the way to go, man. For solar, that's the way to go. Just reflect the sun on one spot. Boom.
Imagine putting all that energy. You could have a giant Stirling engine.
Like at the equator, you have more than 1,000 watts per square meter. Okay, check this out. Just build a black box, put a piece of glass up top, seal the glass box, run copper pipe or black pipe in there. Just paint everything black.
Right.
And still make sure it's bigger because so the sun that's hitting it, the solar flux is 1,000. Let's say 1,000. For easy numbers, 1,000 watts per square meter. Dude, you can easily build a 10 square meter thing where you have 10,000 watts of sun hitting it. Now, how much of that you can extract is how efficient your system is.
Right.
But just by running simple pipe, lots of turns in there, you'll have steam at the other end, man, if you have a long enough run. And so you'll have so much heat in the water. Now you can actually run shit. If you got Stirlings, now you got rotation, you got mechanical power. Right. Boom, attach whatever generator, and
Charge batteries. You can charge batteries all day long with that shit.
That's way better than mining all that shit from the earth and way batteries. Well, you still need the batteries though. However,
still gotta have lead acid batteries. It's fine. I'm okay with lead acid batteries.
If you're efficient, actually, if you're smart enough, if you can store some of that water, if you have enough storage, and if you're not running water in those pipes, where you can store it at a lot hotter temperature safely, you can run at night. And you're boiling water, and you'll run at night. You just make your tank big enough, and your reflectors big enough, and that's what they do now. Like there's one in Spain or something. I'll post it. There's several of that type. The tower and all the reflectors. Looking at it,
I wonder if you could use tungsten pipes as the heaters, because tungsten you can heat it at very high temperatures. It doesn't melt like copper or soft metals.
That's the light bulb filament right there, baby.
Yeah, it's you don't need it.
You can go like 2,000, 3,000 Celsius, like
how many you
your
want?
eyes closed.
Bro, this is a fucking gangster ass. Like you can run cities, like you can run shit off of that. Look at that thing.
That's a lot like the one out here, man.
That's
the one out here. They got like 3 of those towers like this.
Yeah,
and they're lined up like Orion's belt. By the way, they're exactly aligned to Orion's fucking belt.
Sorry, guys, I got cut off.
Hey,
I missed it, but
this is the world's first 24/7. This is the one here. I'm posting in Spain. It runs 24/7. This one, 24/7 around the clock. This power plant runs.
Those are only mirrors.
Just mirrors.
Somebody had asked me about my battery bank.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, it's a 68.
68,
and it cost me 27,000.
So what's your whatchamacallit? Shit. Your break-even point. When do you get back your investment? Did you calculate it? Did you run it out?
Yeah. I did. Yeah,
15 years from now, or 10, or what? What's your
9 years? But I'm going to send it.
Yeah, 10 was pretty close, wasn't that? Because I already know that's what.
I'm going big because it's going to take more. It's 12 years, man.
12, yeah, you're right on actually.
Hey, remember
the efficiency, the loss. That's why.
Well,
you got to keep it clean.
You got to count for climate change in there, man.
Climate change only benefits me because I live out west.
So. Refraction, though, man. Watch out. Refraction.
No. We're going into an ice age, man. You're fucked.
I think that looking at the details, though, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with the 9-year break even point in part because what's really important to me is
where
there could be variation, right? It could be 12 depending on how weather goes and shit.
Right.
It could be 12, but the more important thing is I'm not paying somebody else. I'm not relying on somebody
else. You don't have to rely on the man. That's worth every fucking penny.
Yeah.
In my book.
It's sort of insurance, right? Because if shit goes south, I'm good.
Oh, the grid's going down. It's going down.
I mean, it's not. I don't agree with that at all. But I think
they're gonna pull the plug. We're all gonna die.
I think we're fine. But
no, you're great, man. Congratulations, man. That must feel good. You feel good.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. I mean, it's nice just because irrespective of whether or not you think the grid's going down or whatever, energy is one of those things where I'm not really a fan of there even being a profit incentive. So energy and health both are places where I feel like as humanity, those aren't things.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to.
People, we shouldn't have a situation where people
a complete break-even situation there.
Energy shouldn't be capped, I think, but it should be okay to make money off of it. Like, hey, man, if I'm selling you firewood to heat yourself, like, yeah, bro, it's okay. I chopped it up. Same thing. If I drilled for oil, same thing, man. So I'm never against making a buck, but as long as you make it in kosher means, what I mean, it's fair trade, and you don't do dirty shit to not allow me to sell my product in the market and shit.
Like Enron. Enron. Remember that nightmare? You guys are probably too young, but anyway.
No, I'm not too young. I mean, I'm young. I'm not too young though. I remember Enron. I'm 35, so I'm old enough to remember, but young enough for it to not have been a huge part of my.
Yeah, I mean,
I wasn't. My frontal, my prefrontal cortex wasn't developed enough.
Right, exactly. my prefrontal. How do you know you have one of those? Did you verify that?
Yeah, well, last time I cracked open my skull, it was there.
There's no test to determine whether somebody has a chemical imbalance in their head.
Oh, that solar plant. It's a 20 megawatt plant, by the way. That's 20 million watts that it produces.
What do you think? It's like about like 10 acres, you think?
Oh no, a lot more than that. It actually sits on 185 hectares, which is I think 2.6 acres.
Oh fuck!
Something like that.
My goodness, dude.
Yeah, no, it's enormous, but it can run. Hold on, how many? It can run 25,000 homes, man. It has 2,650 mirrors. So yeah, no, it's a beast. It's a machine. However, fuck, man, it's the future, dude.
I'm gonna post my battery sword in the.
Go for it.
All right, man, go for it, dude.
Yeah, hold up. Oh, I can't. I don't have the permissions.
Oh, all right, I'll give you the perms. Just don't let me down.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Gotta find it though. Hold on.
I don't think I have. I can't give you shit.
Once I find a role, I shall grant it.
No, I love power. I love that we can do things with power. I'm a power tool guy. I love power tools. I think they're incredibly amazing.
What's your name? Dexter?
Dexter Gordon. Never heard of that name.
He's a great saxophone player from.
No, I'm kidding, dude.
Years ago.
I'm in the music business, dude. I know jazz. I like Dexter. Miles Davis. We can go down. He's great. Dexter was
68 kilowatt hour. Okay. Cool.
Wasn't Dexter a heroin addict? He was a heroin addict, right? Or am I thinking of Coleman? It was Coleman.
I don't know. I just listened to his music.
What's the battery chemistry there? VRLA, AGM, what's that?
Dude, I don't fucking know.
Okay, wow, so
you got the guy here. You figured out.
You forked out 27 G's for that little thing. It's not that little, right? It's huge, yeah.
Yeah, it does. It does. Look, it does the job.
Like 4 by 8 feet or something, isn't it?
Wow, that's. I mean,
roof is plastered. This little sucker is sitting next to one of the walls. Does the job. Hasn't failed me yet.
Oh shit, that's incredible, dude. Nice. I'll add it.
68 kilowatt hours.
Add it to my cart here. Hold on.
Let me crunch some numbers.
Add the cart.
Calculator.
I'm going to add the cart.
68 kilowatt hours.
Listen, that's a Honda Accord. Come on, you guys play.
I know. I'm just. Hey, yeah, click. Okay. No, I can't do that, bro. I'm different level than that. But no, that's good, man. Congratulations, brother. I love people that are off the grid. Fuck that.
Okay, so
I like the Bush people too, man. Those guys are cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I have some questions. I'm obviously new here.
Oh, sure.
I've got a question about the flat Earth thing. What's the deal?
Sure, man.
Hold on. Let me crunch some numbers. How many hours of night divided by 12 hours? Let's say. So you can run. Wow, that's a nice battery pack. You can run 5.6 or 5.6 kilowatt device with 5,600 watts for 12 hours to drain that.
Shit, dude! You could run your conditioner, you can run your fucking dishwasher, your fridge.
You can run the whole thing, man.
Yeah, you run.
I'm saying at night. So let's say you got 12 hours at night.
I don't use AC at night. Come on now.
You can for 12 hours, no problem. As long as it's like
good
under 5,000 watts.
Yeah, I mean the point of this is it's way bigger than necessary. So in times where the sun is shit, I'm still good.
Nice, dude.
So let's say it's completely drained. How long did it take to charge up completely?
That's a hard question to answer.
Right.
No, I got you. Just tell me how many panels you got on the power of your panels. I'll crunch some numbers. No, I got you. Just tell me.
I have a shitload of panels, dude. I have 28 panels.
All right, you got 28 panels, and how many watts a panel?
45.
Like 50 or what kind of?
I don't even remember.
That's the number I really need.
Let's just go.
Watermills are a great source of electricity.
Let me look through my email.
45 watt. They're 45 each. I'm gonna guess. That's my guess.
Yeah, 45 ain't bad. So that's theoretical 100% efficiency capacity. It's not going to happen. Let's just run that. So 28.
Take your time, man.
Oh no, I'm do this on the fly, bro. It's arithmetic. It's not even mathematics.
Dude, you're like just doing this shit in your head.
And then multiplication, division, bro, which is additions. There's nothing but addition. All right, 28 times 45.
27.
So
I got 27 of them.
If they're 45 watts running at 100% efficiency, 100% capacity, 28 of them, you'll get 1,260 watts out. Okay, so that's 1.2 kilowatts out, and that battery is 68,000 watt hours. So you just multiply that across to get how many hours you need. Let me crunch that. Who's making that? You, Sasha? Fuck you, man.
Sasha,
you get muted.
You're done. Thank you.
Son. You're getting banned next time you do that.
That was weird, man.
I know. Just jerking off or something. Fuck, man. Second time doing it on the mic.
We're close. We're close to a number here.
All right, hold on. All right.
It's like what? Like 10 days to charge? You think?
Oh, hold on.
And that's the second time Sasha did that in like the past few hours.
Yeah. That's why I told him. So if he does it again, he's just getting banned.
Hey, Hank, how you doing, brother?
All I know is I've had this set up for 2 years now, and I've drawn from the grid once for 12 hours.
All right.
Okay. Well, do you have any specs on your solar panels? Any how much?
Yeah. Let me hold on. I gotta look through my email. I'll look through my emails.
Okay. Just the panel spec, really. Unless you know how many amps are pumping out, or do you know how many watts are coming out of your panels when it's at high noon?
I'm not super tech efficient.
Okay.
I just had them do it, but
you don't have a meter on there.
Biggie.
You got to have a meter on there somewhere, man.
No, I have a meter.
Right.
Yeah, but
what is at high noon? High noon. Kind of guess.
Yeah, how many watts are coming out at high noon out of your panels?
No fucking idea, to be honest.
All right. No problem.
They set it up and it works.
I like your attitude, man. Yeah, I would be the same way, but it's fascinating to kind of break it down a little bit and say, hey, man, if it was high noon, I'm getting 1,200 watts. If it's 45 watts a panel, it might be more. I don't know. I'm going on some old numbers that typical solar panel would put out about 45 watts, I think, which is pretty good, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Hold on 1 second.
We got 27 of them, so that's pretty easy.
I think we missed the first new guy of the day. He said he wanted to know about the flat Earth.
Oh, he did. We went into solar panel discussion.
Hey,
sorry, Hank.
Dexter, do you play saxophone by chance?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, dude. All right, that's why you like Dexter Gordon. Shit.
That's right.
Ask us a flat Earth question. Go ahead.
I guess the question is, how do you believe that?
Belief. Belief. I'm going to say this one time, man. Belief is the enemy of knowing. All right.
That's right.
Yeah. Well,
And that is accredited to a guy named Crow 777. Right.
If I'm not mistaken, if somebody double check me out there, okay, if the panels are pumping out 1260 watts, just we're gonna fix that 100% all the time. That would take 53 hours.
Right.
That's if you drain the batteries fully 0%. That's a big battery bank. And I think his panels are a little bit better than 45 watts.
I would say they are because
I just pulled up the email. It said that I should expect on average 230.
230 watts.
230 per panel?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh no, bro! What can you put? What kind of fucking panel you got? Damn! How much is that panel? Fuck!
I think I spent 50,000 on the panels.
All right,
dude. Okay, all right. Baller in the house. Okay, I see. My God, bro, that's expensive.
Dude, do the breakdown though. Over the course of a year, you got a 3,000 square foot house. Like it's not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 9 years until you get your money back. But you it's cool, man. Good shit. Good shit. Is it 230 watts a panel?
Let's just
that's the email.
That's the email. Okay, so
we could probably cut about 10% at least off of it.
That's high noon though, man. That's like super sunlight.
No, bro, I'm a half that number actually. I'm gonna slice it in half. I'm not gonna play any games.
Yeah, let's
slice it in half.
You gotta slice it down because there's gonna be
230 divided by 2. So, oops.
That's maximum output. That's like saying I can get 300 miles on my
really
Tesla.
Good.
Yeah, but not if you're flooring it around town. You ain't gonna get 300. Fuck off.
So that's
it's not gonna happen.
So what was my number? So I'm just gonna divide my pretty much 54 hours divided by 3.22. Hold on. 54 divided by 3.22. Yeah, 16 hours to fill up. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if you fully drained it, just. That's 2 days, because 16 hours running 100%.
Incredible.
That calc is at 115 watts a panel. If they can actually do 230 watts, you can fill. Yeah, in a day, bro. You're 8, 9 hours, 10 hours. You're at full cap. That's insane.
That's insane. Yeah.
If you get 230 watt panels, it's like, woo, bro.
All right,
Baller.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Dexter Gordon. You solar panel motherfucker. Just kidding, man. How did we get to Flat Earth, man? Well, we were just like you, man, looking into things going, well, what do I experience every day? How far can I see? How do these celestial things reset every year up in the sky? And we started looking into a lot of this stuff. NASA. What is NASA actually doing, How can I verify what they're doing? How can I verify where I live? Well, the coolest thing about verifying where you live is that you live there. And it's cool, man, because we're standing on it and sitting on it and swimming in it. We love swimming in the water, too. I love it. It's almost like being in space swimming. You're kind of weightless a little bit,
Yeah.
It's cool. Anyway, water is an amazing thing, man. Do you know they use water levels, spirit levels, to build buildings and roads and shit?
Do I know that they use water levels to build buildings and roads? What do you mean?
Well, they use a level, man. Like, hey, man,
yeah.
Is that board level, man? Is that table level? They put a level on it, and there's a little thing in there, bubble. Spirit level. Well, the reason we use that is because it's very predictable substance, man. Water will always find its level, right?
Right.
If you look out there, you've been to the ocean, a lake, really, really far on some water, man, there's no curvature.
Yeah, so I guess the question that I have is this: how do you reconcile? Because I've looked at the models because look, I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't really have any doubt about the spherical nature of the Earth. But I've looked at the models of the sort of flat Earth theory, and it doesn't make sense. One of the quickest things, one of the things that I noticed the fastest is the nature of the poles, specifically sunlight and nighttime at the poles, as well as temperatures at the poles and how they shift. And it doesn't align with the models that I've seen from people who believe in flat Earth, as far as the sort of rotation of the sun around this flat disk. It's impossible. It doesn't work. Even just like a basic, looking at it at a very basic level, it doesn't make any sense.
We were talking about fire earlier, right? And that's the coolest thing, man, I've ever learned in my life is that fire's hot. If you're close to it, it gets hotter. If you're farther away from it, it gets colder. I mean, that's a simple thing we can all test right there in our kitchen.
Yeah. Okay.
So, if the sun,
what does that do with the change over the course? So, let me put it this way: why is it that for part of the year the North Pole gets?
Are you in the North? You've been up there?
I have, yeah.
You have? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Gets essentially perpetual sunlight, but also remains cold. And why is it that the South Pole, at that time that the North Pole is getting essentially perpetual sunlight, is getting no sunlight and is dark? Right. So why is that happening?
Let me see if I get this straight, man. So, yeah, we're just this time of year up north, man, it's pretty dark, yeah. Well, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time, right?
Well, the days are shorter. I wouldn't say it's
not completely dark. I mean, it was dark like a month and a half ago. It was completely dark up there for like a whole day, right? Or 2 or 3 or a week, or I don't know. It's very, very. You don't see the sun come up over the horizon, do you? Up there, way up there.
Well, when you say way up there, do you mean
North Pole? Talking North Pole. You mentioned.
Oh yeah, there's a period of time each year where you don't. There's no sunrise or sunset. What there is essentially twilight that appears and disappears, right? Which perfectly aligns with the spherical Earth, but it doesn't align with the flat Earth.
That little 23.4 degree tilt lines it up perfect every year. Is that claim?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So a 20.
If you take a
I've done the experiment, man, where you tilt it 23.4 degrees and
shine a flashlight on it. Yeah.
Shine a flashlight. Yeah, did all that. Yeah, it looks good, man. Looks good on in theory. Yeah. Do we have?
It looks good in practice, right?
Like it looks good in practice, but let me ask you about the temperatures, though, man. I mean, you're talking about a measly 23.4 degree tilt, but the sun is 3 million miles closer that time of year.
What time of year?
In the winter. We're 3 million miles closer to the sun in the winter.
Yes, but do you understand that that's why
miles, right? Not in some.
No. There's an easy explanation for that, right? Those three. First of all, there are two, right? There are two parts to this. One, those 3 million miles aren't a huge fractional difference, right? Because we're really far from the sun. So that's thing number one, and then thing number two is that the southern hemisphere, if you take an equal latitude of the southern hemisphere, it is warmer. It's warmer during the winter than during its winter than the same latitude of the northern hemisphere. There's a reason for that, right? And it aligns with what you're saying.
How'd you get the distance to the sun? How'd you know how far away it was? I'm sorry.
I don't know how far away the sun is. I just took what you said as truth, right? So
well, that's what we were taught, man. I'm just saying what we were taught.
Well, you said the 3 million miles doesn't matter because it's a fraction of the distance. Thus, you're sticking with the mainstream.
So the distance from the sun, right, is I just looked it up. This functions with what I was saying is 91.85 million miles, right? So our and I'll agree with you that the Earth's rotation, at least as the scientists say, around the sun isn't a perfect circle. So there's
every picture I've ever seen of it looks like a perfect circle to me.
Well, that's pretty close, right? Because if it
looks perfect, man. Absolutely, that ball's perfect. I'll say
but it's pretty close, right? Because if
it's a 3.2% difference, so that's quite a bit. We're talking in astronomical number, 3%, bro. It's quite a bit, man.
Yeah, but if you have a circle, but if you have a shape, rather, you can't say it's a circle. If you have a shape that is either an oval or a circle, I guess technically an oval, where the radius between one side is 3.2% less than the radius from the other two sides, the diameter between side A and side B is 3.2% less than the diameter between side C and side D, or point C and point D. It's not going to, looking at it, it's not going to look crazy different from the circle.
See, it's the 3% is not the diameter difference, because you got closer to the sun 3 million miles, and the heat that's coming in from the sun, of course, it's a vacuum, so the heat that's reaching us is by radiation. The radiation dissipates off by the square of the distance. So it's exponential. So getting a little bit closer, you get a lot fucking hotter. It's not linear, the relationship. That's the problem.
That's fine, but doesn't that explain why if you're at 40 degrees south of the equator, given the tilt of the Earth and the current circumstances, why if you're at 40 degrees south of the equator during the apogee of your winter, it's going to be warmer than
way south of the equator.
I don't witness a tilt to begin with. I don't know. I don't see any tilt. Like I'm untilted as I sit. I pour a cup of water. Like I pour water in a cup. Everything's leveled in my house. A little bit. You know?
That also aligns.
That's what I'm saying.
In your mind,
I observed the same thing.
In your mind, it aligns, but in your reality, does it align? In reality, if you're closer to fire, it's fucking hotter.
Listen, in theory, it aligns. I'll give the ball Earth a lot of credit for a lot of things. Like I like it. It was just too bad there was no curvature when you actually test for it. But
anyway,
it makes sense.
Closer to fire,
kind of
it's hotter.
Kind of.
I mean, I can fucking verify this. You guys can do this, man.
Oh, that's why they added they amended the theory with their duct tape, and they installed the tilt of the Earth, because they're like, oh shit, we said that we get closer in the winter. Oh, we got to fix that. So fudgy. Here comes the tilt. As a discovery, we have discovered that there's a tilt to the Earth. Of course,
it's also just logical.
Logical.
Because we're closer, it's fucking hotter.
The tilt is
colder. That's my logic.
Well, you have to consider the nature of the tilt,
I can imagine shit all day long, but
well, okay, then imagine the nature of the tilt, right?
I can't imagine, because I don't know what that means. Things are level, water is level, the ocean is like.
Well, you can do an experiment yourself, right? Like you can take a flashlight, for instance, or you can take if you have the ability to measure temperature at a microcosmic degree,
a laser pointer temperature.
Yeah, bro. Okay. So it dissipates by the square of the distance. Like
somebody pointed one of those at my head recently, man, and said, "Hey, I'm going to take your temperature." I was like,
anyways,
okay.
So how big is this anyway, bro? You get into. I don't want to drift off into Narnia and space and the sun.
Microcosm degree.
It's full of holes. we like to bring it back to Earth, really.
I guess it's funny to to put on a nasally voice and say microcosm degree, but like this is
That wasn't me. That wasn't me, man. That was somebody else came in here, bro.
It's just we're just talking about what you can replicate and perceive.
Exactly.
And you can replicate and perceive that there's no fault. You can replicate and perceive that there's no fault in the logic.
Here's what I'm gonna do, Dexter. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a fucking like a 4-foot metal ball, something that's metal, right? And add some serious fucking heat to this bitch. I'm gonna heat this thing up on my bench, and I'm gonna tilt it 23.4 degrees, and I'm going to measure the temperature down, where versus right dead center. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What you should do if you're going to do that
I'm going to definitely get some variance in the heat, but to what degree we'll find out. And it's hard to replicate an experiment like that, man. It's not going to be.
Because you're going to have
a couple of days of planning and buying this and getting the fucking heat. And
you're going to have air and ambient temperature, but at the end of the day, if you do the experiment, if you do that experiment 100 times, right, and then you'll probably control for those variances, and if you do it in a way where you
What experiment? Rotating a ball or rotisserie? We cook chicken this way. We do, man.
That's true, man.
Heat on one side, rotate the chicken so it doesn't burn.
Well, no,
the heat's intense.
But the heat is even on all sides with the rotisserie chicken.
Seriously,
not the glass side. No, it's not. At least maybe on 3 sides or no.
I suppose it depends on what you're cooking it in. The way that I cook a rotisserie chicken is in something that has equal heat on all sides.
Convection, is that convection rotisserie?
That's the idea, right? Because you have
all right. I was talking about radiation rotisserie. I was fucking with you. Gotta get scientific with you, man.
No, this is like science hangout.
24/7.
24/7 master's class here. We're just hanging out. But we're all enrolled in like the high level fucking physics class, and we're just hanging out having a beer at the bar. We're not like trying to disprove anybody or prove anything wrong.
Look, I also think that we've come to the conclusion of the questions about flat Earth. I think we've had a good conversation about it, and I'm not gonna like drill you guys on it anymore. We were talking about
no, dude. You can drill us all night long, man. That's not. It's. You're just having, you can drill, man, all night, 24/7, bro. And we're going to be here and we're going to say, hey, man, reality is reality. When I'm closer to fire, it's hot.
Hey, man, and I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to say reality is reality. And this shit makes sense. When I'm closer to fire, it's hot too, which is why I think the Earth is
Yep, perception, perceived. So when did you perceive curvature? Let's start there and work our way up to the sky.
I think the first time I flew in a plane.
You saw curvature.
You got any pictures of that?
Huh. I've been up many times, and there are no curvatures.
Neil deGrasse Tyson disagrees with you.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the physicist, the Hollywood actor physicist guy.
So how high up, bro, do you think you have to be to see a curvature? How high up do you think you have to be?
Hey guys, hold on one second.
What altitude do you see curvature at?
Hold on. He said, hold on, man. Hold on.
He's a serious dude. I could hear him.
No. He's got something in his... He might have a kid. Just hang on. Hold them horses, boys and girls. Come here. No, we like reality and physics. We like all that shit. Science. The scientific method, especially. But,
I want to hear if he goes against Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, he might.
He might
want to check out what Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He will.
Might want to check out what his priest says first.
Yeah, maybe.
Shit is flat, or that stuff is flat.
Shit is flat, man.
You wouldn't expect to see curvature at that distance.
You can't see it at that distance.
Bang, bang, bang.
There you go, brother. Roger posted it for you. Can you check out that last video, man? Just real quick.
We're gonna scare this guy away. We're gonna scare him.
Dexter is badass, man. He's cool.
Dexter Gordon is going to play sax for us here shortly, man. So just chill, man. Hold on. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow or something.
Yo, Dex, check out the Neil deGrasse Tyson video. That stuff is flat.
That's hilarious, man. Check that out. I don't know if he's in the. Is he in the live?
And if you go against that, you're gonna have to show me some math. I'll show you all the solar math I crunched.
We crunched it, bro. We crunched.
Sorry, fellas.
No, Dexter, you good, man? You're good. Hey, man, in the live stream voice text, there's the Neil deGrasse Tyson quote from, I don't know, right from his mouth, and now he's the physicist, bro.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. If you're asking me about seeing the curvature of the Earth as a function of like actually seeing the curve, no. But when if you're talking about if you're talking about if I've been in an airplane and have seen the sun rise and set at a much faster rate.
No, they asked
it's not the same thing, man. It's not the same.
Well, wait. So why did you say you saw curvature if you haven't seen it?
Because isn't that a perception of curvature if you're seeing the sun rise?
So you haven't seen it then?
Are you asking me
perception of curvature?
Have you seen curvature?
Have I seen an actual curve? No, I've seen.
Okay, then it's okay.
No,
not in a plane then. So not in a plane.
He said something about perception. What we perceive of all Earth nature. So I was like, okay, so what is it that we perceive about?
But isn't everything that you perceive essentially an indication of something else, right? And so the indication here, if I'm flying, if I'm flying against the movement of the sun, then the day is extremely short, right?
Okay, so if I hover, if I just go up, the Earth should rotate beneath me.
What's going on, motherfucker?
Every time I go up to dunk, a 360, wow, windmill or whatever, the Earth should move a little. The hoop should move. Why not?
No, not at all.
Not at all. He said
that's gravity.
It's gravity. Actually, it's not conservation of momentum, but you said the wrong thing. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. It's not gravity.
How is it the wrong answer?
The wrong mainstream answer. The proper answer would be like, have you ever jumped inside of an airplane? Right? Nothing will happen, right? Because you're traveling at the same speed as the airplane, and momentum is conserved.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same thing.
I know the mainstream answer, and you didn't. That's all I'm saying.
But that's
how to get out of it.
I'm not trying to get out of it. How is that not the same thing as gravity?
Who's the guy that just?
Yeah, I just muted him.
All right, okay.
Thanks, names.
My brain was just getting fried. Okay.
No, I was helping.
Not you, the other guy. Go ahead, man. Dexter, one more time.
Yeah, no, but does that not align with what I was just saying?
What was your answer?
I guess. Well, here's a new question that I have because
you said gravity. No, it doesn't align.
Yeah, no, but I have gravity. But I have this. This brings me to a new question. I think.
So a bungee's holding me to the Earth, even though I jumped off.
Well, no.
So can we conclude this point then?
Can I ask the question?
Dexter, can we conclude this point then? So you haven't seen curvature from a plane, okay?
Yeah, good point, Raj. So.
And then we can move to the next one.
You're asking me if the question about whether or not I've seen curvature is whether or not I've actually seen a curve, then no, of course not.
All right, then we can move to your next question. All right.
Now we can move on.
Now we can. I brought up the Coriolis horse shit, but you don't have to go there if you want.
Is part of the flat Earth theory also that you don't believe that the Earth is moving at all?
Absolutely not. Can you prove that it's moving?
This is my favorite subject.
Okay, this is just a yes or no question. You don't believe
it's absolute? No, stationary. However, myself, I'll give you the absolute fairest answer as a scientist. You need a stationary place that's neither like the sky or the Earth to stand to see what's moving. Because yes, if we are moving at constant velocity, you will not be able to feel it. However, so it's a 50-50 split, like the train thing. It's either your train is moving or the other train is moving. So it's either the sky is moving or the Earth is moving. However, there are other reasons why you can conclude the Earth is not moving. But just by looking up or down, oh, I see a rotation above. Who is moving, me or the sky?
What do you think?
That's
What do you think is outside of the Earth?
I don't know. Never been. I'm just talking about rotation of the heaven.
We're moving. We're going to be stuck on movement here for a minute.
No, we're not. We're not.
Well,
you look up.
Well, no, I mean I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out.
Split. Now what?
Hey,
what I'm trying to figure out is what you think. What do you think is going on beyond the Earth?
How about we just discuss what they taught us?
One step at a time. Do you want to discuss this, or we can neglect this topic and move on?
No, I'll listen. Go ahead.
No, I was just talking about I
want to go into
my fair stance. I think on what's moving. If just by looking up, it's like, oh wow, look at that. Well, you're going to say the stars are moving, right? And then the other guy, some asshole, was like, no, bro. You know what? The stars are not moving, and you're the one that's moving. You know.
Well, I think that. Well, I actually don't.
On that.
I don't think anyone's saying that, right? Like, I think what everyone is saying is that. No, I think that what everyone's saying, what I certainly believe, is that we're all moving, right? The stars are moving, and the Earth is moving.
You guys are dipping into my wheelhouse.
Yeah. We're all moving. The sun is moving, and everything is rotating. Yeah. The great attractor, and yeah, sure. I know the alibi, but.
Yeah, we know the alibi.
We're keeping it kind of close to Earth.
Keeping it close.
We don't want to drift off to space yet. We can, but we'll bring it back.
So your idea is that maybe everything else is moving, but relative to Earth,
it's
not. And Earth isn't moving.
So I will take the stance. I'll be like, all right, it appears as the sky is moving, all right, and I need a third place to stand to actually prove it to myself. And if you claim that, nah, brah, we are moving, the stars are fixed, well, then you have to provide me proof.
Well, I think from our certainly, I'll agree that anything that's really far away that might be moving, if we're seeing it move on a daily basis, our perception of the movement is actually our perception of our movement. But I won't disagree with you that the stars are also moving, right? And the sun is also moving. But I think we're sort of moving in unison, at least with the sun. We're moving in unison with the sun, right? More or less in unison. I think there's some variance there, but
no, because if you're moving in unison with the sun, then it would never set. It would just always be
not at all. Of course, that's not true. Because of very easy explanation.
How does the sun set?
I'll tell you. All right. The answer is let's say that the Earth is just ride with me for a second. The Earth is a globe.
If we assume.
No. Just hear me. If the Earth is a globe and it's spinning on an axis, and the sun, just ride with me for a second. The Earth is a globe and it's spinning on an axis. The sun is a globe. Fuck, the sun's even spinning on an axis. It doesn't really matter. But the more important thing is if we're all moving, and the Earth and the sun are moving in the same direction at a really fast pace, but while moving in that direction, the Earth is rotating around the sun.
That's what you have to
hold on. If the Earth is spinning, if the Earth is spinning, while the Earth and the sun are moving in the same direction at the same speed, then if you're at a point on the Earth, you're going to have a sunrise and a sunset, irrespective of the fact that both of you are moving 180,000 miles per hour, or whatever the fuck it is, right? Because
agreed. Now prove to me that I'm rotating. That's it. Show me the rotation bit, and I'll give you everything else. Done.
Prove to me that we're not, because the reality here is that
I can look up. The stars move, not you. Are you moving?
But I think let's just make it clear.
How is that a position?
Hold on.
You're
Get
trying to recite.
Get a sensor and your old guy and G's on you.
Sorry.
Oh, you're cool. We're just discussing.
No, it's prayer roboting.
Most of the time.
Hey, we're spinning.
It's better than an apple.
What I just wanted to add there, was that
Okay.
all scientific experiments show that the Earth is stationary and motionless, such as the Airy failure, Airy spelt like air, AIRY, the Michelson-Morley, the Gale, the Sagnac experiment. All of these scientific experiments showed zero motion to the Earth. So you can assume that we're spinning and that we're moving around the sun. All of that is assumption based. The actual science shows that we're stationary. And if you fly an aeroplane east, west, north, or south, you're going to use a fairly similar amount of fuel to go either direction. So there's not a bias towards one side where the Earth is spinning that way, and thereby we can kind of coast downhill and save on fuel.
In the morning.
But do you understand why? Do you not understand why that is? Because
the point that I wanted to just my final conclusion was that with you saying, okay, let's assume that we're a spinning ball and we're going around the sun. We were all taught that in kindergarten, so it's not a new idea, but you're presenting it as though it's your idea. But we were all taught that idea. What we're trying to do is present an alternative explanation.
He's actually pretty
cool. I hear you. I do want to point about one thing that I personally think is a faulty assumption that you made, which is that you indicated that once you get into the air, you won't be moving at the same speed as the Earth below you, as if being in the air but also in the atmosphere of the Earth makes you essentially the same as floating in space, which is simply that doesn't align with any of the science, right? Because
what do you
let me hold on. Let me just give me one question. Let me just make this quick point. If let's just assume, right, that everything between the thing you can stand on and 10 miles above it rotates at the same speed.
Well, how? Okay, cool.
It doesn't. Let me ask you one question.
10 miles above. How is that rotating?
One time, please.
But no. What I'm asking.
I was talking to him. Now he's going to have to talk to you and Solar and me at the same time. With
one question that's completely related. Does globe Earth rotate underneath a helicopter?
Where's the helicopter? I would assume that it doesn't.
It doesn't, exactly. There's no drift.
I wouldn't expect it to.
Yeah, there's no drift. You don't expect drift. Thank you.
Well, of course I wouldn't expect it to, because when you're 100 feet in the air, the same gravitational forces are causing. You're spinning.
Yeah, I got him. I got him with one question.
But you didn't get me at all. It literally doesn't. Well, your question doesn't make any sense.
There's no get him here, bro. This is a back and forth for hours. Don't worry.
No. Everybody,
you get him.
The fundamental. I think the fundamental assumption that's being made here. The fundamental assumption that's being made here is that as soon as you step off the ground, you're subject to different gravity. The fundamental assumption you guys are making is that as soon as you step off the ground, even by 1 foot, you're subject to some sort of
what gravity are you talking about? What's gravity? Hold on, man. Are you talking about an imaginary bungee that's keeping the heli from moving while the heli's actually hovering above the Earth? If it was so strong, it would have never gotten off the Earth. So after it gets off, how does it keep it in place if it's not strong enough to keep it on the fucking surface? See, this is where your logic fails. Now reverse, rewind.
If I can,
Solar, go ahead. Solar, go ahead.
Sorry, Dexter. So I just wanted to respond to why I said that you would discern some kind of easier motion if the Earth was truly in motion. Have you ever walked in an airport where they've got the moving sidewalks, or that travelator where you stand on it and it's moving in one direction?
Of course, but that doesn't change anything.
And listen, let me make the point then. So is it easier to walk with the travelator, with the moving sidewalk, or is it easier to walk against the moving sidewalk?
Obviously, much easier to walk with it.
Obvious.
All right. And that's because there's motion. And when there is motion, you will notice that it is easier going in the same direction as the motion versus against the motion.
Right.
It would be discernible whether you're on the earth or in the atmosphere. It's regardless of
Yes,
whether you're actually
and it
still
is
attached.
discernible. The further
You
you
would
get away from the
notice.
earth, the further you get away from the earth.
How far away from Earth have you
So
been?
that's why I just said it's irrelevant whether you're off the earth or on the earth. Being on the travelator, you will notice the movement. Go fly a drone on a travelator and see if the ground stays below the drone. No, the travelator is going to continue to move underneath the drone. And if you then set the drone down on the travelator, it's going to continue to move in the direction that the travelator was moving. So it's very simple, like a treadmill. You can do this experiment 1,000 ways to show that if the ground was in motion, we would easily be able to discern it, and we are unable to. In fact, every scientific experiment shows that we're stationary, as in not budging any direction, not rotating, and not moving around the sun either.
That doesn't make any sense, with all due respect. And the reason it doesn't make any sense is because if you're 100 feet off of the earth, you're still subject to the same spin. You're still on the earth.
By what mechanism?
No, but you're still on. You're still on. All
Check
right,
this
never.
out.
All right.
Check this out. Check this out.
Dexter.
Don't. I don't. This is physics. I don't want to lose this.
This is physics,
I
man.
really don't.
Physics.
Physics is the
Coriolis. Mechanical means
Coriolis. You're calling Coriolis. Okay, we hear Coriolis. I'm gonna mute, guys.
Okay. Well.
Go ahead.
Well. Okay. By what method are you held to the Earth with the rotation of the Earth? Tell me. What? You can't just give me a label or a name for the method. No. Give me a cause and effect. Like, what's the method? What is that you're claiming? That way, I can either verify it or falsify it. So I can go. You know what I mean? So I can do something with it.
I don't understand your question. I'm not trying to.
Okay. Is the air rotating with the Earth? If the Earth is rotating.
Cyrus, wait, Dexter. I want to ask him a question, please, guys. Dexter, so
is it on this topic?
Yes.
No liquid fucking hydrogen. No liquid helium.
No.
Okay, all right.
You invoke the rotation of the Earth. The cars, they have a mechanism which they measure the speed you travel with. Can you show us something, a device that can measure the rotation of the Earth around its own axis and around the sun?
Can I show you a device that can measure?
Which a speed measuring device instrument which can show us the speed which the Earth rotates and around its axis and around the sun. Something physical, just like the mechanism inside the car.
Yeah,
Or
I'm sure I could Google. I'm sure I could Google and read some different articles and find you.
We also have.
I'll take that too.
We also have these lasers which can read speed of moving objects. Yeah. So, can you show me anything like this?
We can.
But how would a laser, where the constants are the thing you're standing on, and then the thing that's not a constant is the thing moving towards you? How would with those relative constants? How is that supposed to measure your movement around something else?
When I drive the car, am I in the car or outside the? Am I outside the car to read the speed of the car?
Is cool. Maybe you've got a remote control car, but I would assume you're inside.
Well, cars are cool also.
What the fuck are we talking about now? Can we just? All right.
Yeah. Let's go back to Cyrus's point.
He's invoking the frame of the world. You cannot measure the speed of the world because you are inside it.
Yeah.
But
his silence was your answer.
In the car, I have a mechanism that measures the speed of my car while I'm inside it.
I gotta repeat.
Yeah, and his silence was.
Let me ask Dexter: does globe Earth have 2 reference frames or 1 reference frame?
What does that mean?
What's the reference frame? Okay, he said what
Does Coriolis effect in the globe Earth model require 1 reference frame or 2 reference frames?
What? I still don't understand your question.
Exactly. He doesn't know what reference frames
What exactly
are.
is an answer? What
He
I'm
doesn't
asking
know
you
that
is to
there's 2
explain
reference
to you the
frames. So
to
that's
explain to
what
you the question.
Let me simplify this. Can I simplify this then for Dexter? What you just claim now is that it doesn't matter how far off the Earth or on the Earth, we're still attached to the spinning thing, which isn't shown to be spinning, but in your
It
imagination.
does matter how far off, because if you're outside of the
Let me
atmosphere,
make my point, Dexter. Just hold on for just 30 seconds. So my point, what we're talking about with the vehicles, or like Get just brought up with the vehicle, if I'm driving in the vehicle at 60 miles per hour and I jump out the vehicle, do I continue to move at 60 miles per hour alongside the vehicle, or does the vehicle continue to move without me and I'm no longer in the reference frame of the vehicle moving at the 60 miles? And now I'm lying on the floor, all bashed and bruised. I'm now watching the car drive away from me and crash into a wall somewhere. I'm now looking at it from a different reference frame than the moving reference frame of the vehicle. What you've just said now is whether I jump 100 meters out the car, or I jump 1,000 meters out the car, or I jump 100 kilometers out the car, I will still continue to move at the speed of the car.
No, I didn't say that
and I will move alongside with the car.
No,
That's
I
what you're assuming when you leave the Earth's surface.
But it's
And
not.
assert that you're still continuing to spin while no longer being attached to the Earth's surface.
But that's not what I'm saying, right? Because if you go up 300 miles, then or whatever the distance is to get outside.
If I jump 300 miles out the car, am I still moving at the same speed as the car? If I jump 300 miles,
Are you going 300 miles up, or are you going 300 miles laterally?
am I still moving at the same speed as the car if I jump 300 miles out the car?
That question, the answer is probably not if you're jumping straight up.
The answer is no. You're right. The answer is no, because once I'm no longer attached to the car, I cannot be moving at the speed of the car.
Which is
once
Let me ask you a really easy question in response to this. No, hold on.
I cannot
It's my
be
turn.
moving
It's my
at the
turn.
speed
It's
of
my
the
turn.
Earth.
It's my turn. Hold on.
But did you hear
Hold
my
on.
point?
But I do,
be
and
honest.
I do. Let me ask you a really easy question. You're in that car, right? And let's say the car is a big van, and it has a big back seat. It's a big truck.
Am I 300 miles?
Let me finish. Let me finish the question.
Just am I 300 miles outside the car, or am I in
I've
the
got
car?
a question that I'm just trying to ask.
I'm just gaining clarity.
He doesn't understand that globe Earth Coriolis requires 2 reference frames.
Let him finish. Let him
Over.
finish his example.
It's over.
Go ahead, man.
You're in the back of an 18-wheeler. You jump. Are you going to smash against the back of the 18-wheeler, or are you going to land?
Am I jumping 300 miles up, or do you say that I must jump like a couple of millimeters so that I'm actually my hang time is
Jump as high as you can.
Okay, Flutter Solar, can I explain you what he's trying to explain to you?
Bro, momentum will be conserved and you'll land in the same spot. What's up? What's good?
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
What's good? What's next? The capsule.
If you take air resistance out.
Yeah, there's
All
no.
right, but this explains this. The question, the question that he was asking me, the one that was like, well, if I'm jumping way further up, when I go further back, that aligns with what I'm saying and with the globe Earth, right? Because
No, it doesn't.
Because it certainly does. Because
So are you claiming that we're in a container enclosed and we're moving? Then okay, fine, cool.
No, what I'm
within a ball, done. I'll give you that because that means
interesting, though.
That's the same That's analogous to you jumping inside of the train car or whatever semi-trailer container, whatever it is.
Earth is
No,
That's
sir,
analogous.
you don't get it. You don't get it.
But
What he's saying
ball in
is
an
that
open container. No, sorry, dude.
what he's saying is that you cannot jump out of the car or off the truck because of the seat belt. Gravity is the seat belt. But in a car, the seat belt
in the
is
atmosphere.
you can put it on and you can remove it.
So why does hydrogen go up if it's belted with
No, I want him to show us how can he remove this gravity, yeah, so we can measure the damn speed.
He doesn't even know what gravity is. Yeah, we haven't really. We didn't really take him there.
Yeah.
You know, we've
haven't gone gravity.
beating around the bush.
Stay away from gravity right now.
So if what your example was true, Dexter, then no human being has ever jumped from a moving vehicle, because every time you jump, you would automatically come back exactly where you started from, and there'd be no way to leave the vehicle because you would always just have to conserve the momentum, and that you would always be moving at the same speed as the vehicle. Even if you jumped 100 miles off the vehicle, you'd still be moving at the vehicle speed and you'd come back to exactly the same location. And that's ludicrous, because if you jumped, call it 100 meters in the air while the vehicle's traveling at 60 miles down a highway, you're certainly not coming back in the same space. You're not landing on the same vehicle that you just jumped from.
He thinks globe Earth Coriolis requires one reference frame. That's the problem.
Correct, but I'm trying to make it simple so that he can understand what that reference frame means.
Yeah. So okay, is the air rotating with the Earth in your model, or is it not rotating with the Earth?
What is the air?
The spinning
air, bro. The air that you breathe, man.
The spinning,
yes, but the air that you breathe is different.
Molecules.
Atmosphere. Atmos.
It's okay. It's a fluid. It's a fluid.
Is the atmosphere?
It's a fluid medium, right? That is a gas.
Gas.
It's a mixture about 80% nitrogen.
Yes. It is essentially.
Cool.
It is essentially moving with the Earth, but the further out you get, there is drag.
Oh, so when you go up, there's drag, but
really far up outside of the atmosphere. Essentially,
it should be strongest towards the rotating surface. No, that's where the drag is the strongest. But not away. No, it's not true. So where air should be stuck to the ball is towards the surface, the rotating sphere, like the Magnus effect. Have you seen that? So not the air that's close. That's the stuff that's going to rotate with the rotating surface. You know what I mean? And of course, we don't want to witness that shit, and you already know, and you figured out where I'm going with it. I know. I know. So it's like, because we have wind, so obviously that's false.
Well, of course we have wind.
Yeah, and in all directions at any given point in time. So nothing is being dragged with the rotate because there's no rotation.
Well, because at this level, there are lots of inputs and outputs, right? There's
hold on. So at which level then does your inputs and outputs, equal drag? How high up?
What are you talking about? I mean,
because gravity is the strongest towards the surface,
right?
So we demonstrate drag further up, that the wind, the air is being dragged. There's at a higher altitude.
From my understanding, there's not really a huge difference in gravity until you get outside of the atmosphere.
Well, that's also just assumption. What I just want to say about the drag, Cyrus is 100% right. The drag effect is, imagine putting an oar into water. You're rowing a boat. As you put the oar into water and you push that water, is the water moving faster right next to the oar that caused the friction, or is the water further away from the oar actually causing the friction? Now, the logical answer is that the water that's in contact with the oar is the one that's experiencing the friction, and then it slowly ripples out, losing its momentum. So exactly like you were saying, the air that's the closest to the Earth would have the friction of the Earth turning, and therefore, as you go higher, it should lose that momentum.
Listen. As far as ores and water, I would assume yes that the most resistance I would experience from a
Friction.
pushing ore through water would be from the water that's touching the ore.
Do you know how your air would rotate with the Earth? Through something called friction layers in fluid. That's how it'd be attached together, and guess what? It would heat up because the rotating apparatus is putting energy into it. Yeah, it's different fucking dude. You don't even want to go there. Different can of worms. That's how we measure viscosity, actually, or a viscometer. It's like a rotating apparatus, like your ball Earth. And it does drag, of course, the fluid. That's the whole idea, of course, man. Depending on that resistance, we will figure it out. Viscosity. Anyways, so your air is being dragged or not being dragged? I forgot, man. Remind me.
I really don't understand your question. It doesn't make any sense to me.
You don't know what I'm asking? So if a heli is hover, okay. If you go up with a heli, you have like ground deflection. Will the ground rotate beneath you, or will it not? And why? Whichever way you go, and why?
It won't because you're in the same thing. Like you're spinning at the same speed. You're on the same thing. Just because you're in the air doesn't change the fact that you're in the same thing. I think your concept of ground versus air is one that requires a divide in your mind that isn't really the reality of how the globe spins.
If the momentum is conserved like that,
I'm not trying to be pedantic
then you
here.
have no
It literally doesn't make any sense to me what you're saying. Like the question is one that the answer is so obvious that I'm not sure if it's actually the question that I think it is.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was just laughing about Roger's comment. So, okay, do you know what Coriolis is?
Yeah, the idea that if you're let's say at the 40th parallel north and you're in the 40th parallel south, you're driving at the same speed, you'll be moving at the same speed. But if some other person is at the equator and driving at the same speed, they're going to be moving slower.
Okay. And
because
if you were to travel north, will the ground rotate beneath you or will it not?
If I were to drive north, will the ground rotate beneath me?
Not fuck east and west.
No, of course not. What?
All right, then it should. It has to.
What?
Hey,
because it's not traveling at the same speed as you're getting.
Any sense at all? Of course it would.
Conservation of momentum, right? So, what's your initial velocity at the 40th parallel is x, and you said it's greater than x at the equator. Cool, I said fly north, motherfucker, towards the equator. You're approaching something that's greater than x, and your conserved momentum is only x.
What?
Right? Ground will deflect. Will it not? It has to. Well, you don't get it. I'm sorry, you don't get it, bro.
I mean, I do. If you're driving 40 miles an hour east to west at the 40th parallel,
not east and west,
and you're driving 40 miles an hour east to west at the equator,
dude,
you will get fully around the globe and back to your initial position if you're at the 40th parallel at a faster in over fewer miles than you will if you're at the equator.
You're talking about circumnavigation. We're not. What the fuck?
Hey, seriously.
Hold on. My brain's melting. That's why we're talking about Coriolis, man.
Demonstrate any of that bullshit that you just said.
No. I'm gonna drop in. I gotta drop in on this one, man. All right, I'm at the North Pole. I'm in an airplane, right? I take off. North Pole, right? What's our? What are we spinning at the North Pole?
What's the momentum that's being?
What is your guys' deal with this idea that as soon as you take off from the ground,
As soon as you take off from the ground, you should the Earth should just be spinning below you. Like it doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm gonna go full fucking. I'll go full globetard on you. It's only when you travel north-south, bro. How about them apples? Not east-west. Full globetard.
Well, of course it would be because you're.
But you said we don't notice ground deflection, and the globe tells you.
Of course, but so isn't what you're saying right now that if the Earth were if the Earth were a globe, if you take off from the North Pole and you fly due south, then let's say 4 hours before
what's happening here?
The 4 hours before you get to the South Pole, you're not going to be.
No. We're talking about
on the same latitude line that you.
No.
Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
If the Earth would have spun below you,
we'll just cap it at the equator.
Of course that wouldn't happen. You would be. What?
It has to, according to the globe.
No, it doesn't have to because again,
well, that's the thing. Your momentum up top.
Difference between being on the ground and being in the air.
Bro, you talk about conservation of
soon as you step off the ground.
What's momentum, bro? Do you know the equation to momentum? You're talking about conservation of momentum.
No, you're the one telling me. You're the one telling me that it's
mv, mass times velocity. Your velocity at the North Pole is not the same as the equator. That's all that I'm saying. That's why on the globe model they stick the east to west. There is no noticeable deflection. So they say north and south. Yes, there has to be. Because there's different speeds, different velocities. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. So if at the North Pole, going south to the equator, ground has to move beneath you. Because it's speeding up as you're going south. Regardless of the speed of the plane. And plus the initial velocity. So you got the velocity of the plane plus the conserved velocity, which is velocity initial, VI, and that is the surface speed of the Earth. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Physics. This is physics. If you don't know your physics, say, I do not know. Don't grill me, Cyrus. And I will give you a pass. All right. Cricket sound effect.
Hey, Dexter Gordon. You got any saxophone for us, bro? That'd be cool. That would be cool. Hey, man. I love physics. I love.
Me too.
Physicality of where we live. And the physicality of where we live has been discussed for millennial. Okay? This is not a new subject. And I'm so glad to be part of the discussion in today's world. You know, I don't have to tell you guys what kind of world we're living in.
I hope I was clear with my point.
It's incredible. We live on this incredible place, and we get to explore it and measure it and test it and discuss it, just like they did fucking 1,000 years ago. Okay, they ain't no fucking different. They sat around a fucking fire, going, "Hey man, I fucking watched the star go over here, and the Earth is spinning, and the sun, and the moon." Fuck, they just sat here and looked at it and said, "Hey man, this is what I think it is. This is what I perceive it to be. This is what I perceive it to be. This is no different than 1,000 years ago, man. I guarantee you, man. We're having the same fucking discussions they had 1,000 years ago.
And Dexter, what you'll find is that why we keep talking about leaving the surface of the Earth is that the Coriolis effect describes when you leave the rotating reference frame, meaning the ground that's said to be rotating, and you move into the non-rotating atmosphere. That is what then creates an apparent deviation that you start to see the ground moving independently of you. This is what the globe calls the Coriolis effect. Now, either the air is attached to the ground and there's no Coriolis effect, or the air is the second reference frame that when you enter it, you can observe the ground moving independently underneath you. And to understand the question going from the North Pole to another latitude is the same as if you were standing on the roof of a stationary vehicle. So you're at the North Pole. there's actually no rotational velocity. You're standing on a stationary vehicle. Now at the equator, vehicles are moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
Can I ask you a simple question?
You jump from a stationary vehicle, you're conserving that momentum, which is stationary, but somehow you accelerate up to 1,000 miles per hour to catch up to another vehicle that's moving at 1,000 miles per hour on the equator. And it's while you're in the air that you would see, obviously, apparent, meaning appears, you can see it with your own eye, you would see that the ground would be moving quicker. And you wouldn't be able to make up that momentum. Can you hear? I'm mid-sentence. I know that you've got a question. You've been holding it for 5 minutes, so you've probably not listened to anything that I've just explained. But the point of the Coriolis is once you're airborne, you would see the Earth rotating underneath you, independent of you being in the air. And as you change your latitude, you would either have to gain momentum or lose momentum to be able to catch up to the rotating speed of the ground below you.
Yeah, that's not the point of it. But let's just set that aside for a second. Can I just ask?
You can't set that aside. That's what we've been talking about.
The point, yeah.
No. Let me just ask you a simple.
All right. Well, let me just set your question aside.
Whose
Whatever you're going to say now, I'm just going to set it aside.
Hold on, Dex. Hold on, baby. Hold on.
The simple question is, if you go to what the Globers call the 40th parallel, and no, it doesn't matter to me.
Well,
okay. I live on the 47th.
I'm on the 33rd. I'm on
That's fine. Let me just ask the question real quick. If you go to that parallel, and you use a compass,
Polaris. Hey, look at Polaris from the 33rd.
Damn it! Let me just ask the question, please.
Yeah, bro. Go ahead, finish, please.
Go ahead.
Just drive in the direction that is either due east or due west.
Okay.
And or use a vehicle. This may be a hypothetical because maybe nobody has the money to do this, but I certainly don't. But just move in the direction that is due east or due west, and measure the amount of distance that it takes you to get back to where you started, and then do the same thing once more, but do it at the equator. Start.
How could you do it again at the equator?
What do you mean? How could you
like distance measured by your tachometer is measured in rotations of the wheel that you figure out from the circumference of the wheel.
Great.
Oh, come on, bro. Okay. So
that's exactly
1,000 meters.
Yeah,
it's going to give you 1,000 meters equals this many rotations on any surface, a ball, pyramid. It won't matter.
This isn't a place where I can talk, right? Because I'm just trying to ask a question and give you two things that I'm asking you to do.
Hold on.
So that's why I made it
really just a simple.
You're gonna measure the same, bro.
But this is Dexter. Before you continue with your example, nowhere do they say Coriolis is being on the ground,
attached to the earth.
You can't drive at a 40th parallel and drive at the equator.
You don't care.
I'm asking a simple question.
Care because I'm trying to explain to you that Coriolis is where you leave.
And I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Okay, so I'll just do the question aside.
Hey, Cirrus, man, your speakers are coming through your mic, man. It's unintelligible.
It's not me, man.
It's not him, man.
It's not me.
Might be solar. Might be Dex sounds.
I'm hearing it too. My ears are just bleeding.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's me.
It's not
solar. Is it solar? I think it was solar's other.
Solar might have a problem.
Okay.
All right. Carry on, gentlemen. Carry on.
Your question. Finish your question, bro. Sorry for the.
All I'm asking you to do.
Okay.
Is I guess I shouldn't say all I'm asking you to do because the amount of money it would take to do this is not insignificant.
Yeah.
But Dexter, you're not understanding the point. So you want to talk about Coriolis, but you want to talk about a car which doesn't experience Coriolis.
All right, I'm going to get off, man. Every time this is out of control.
Dexter, this is not rocket science, buddy.
Dex, don't. Don't chill. Just chill.
All right.
Take
So
a
I'm
breath.
going to talk about a boat, and let's use an airplane as an example.
You're gonna talk. I'm not surprised. Like this is not. This is not.
Dude, Dex and I were
Does it
getting
make
along.
sense?
Dex, man.
I calculated his solar panel output and whatnot. We
This
got
shit
along
takes
just
months, years. We're not going to like crash it in one night. So just relax.
Dude, finish your point, Dex, man, please. I want to understand what you're saying because you're attached to the ground, so maybe there is a misunderstanding. However, are you done? Are you done explaining your point or your question? Or
I haven't even. I have a question that has two parts, and it should take me 25 seconds. But this one dude keeps interrupting me and talking to me about boats and fucking trucks, and I'm just trying to.
Floor is yours, bro. No problem.
Shit happens,
Just
Dex.
flat Earth, dude. Just let him finish. Go
ahead, Dex.
Just go to the 40th parallel and move east and calculate. Look, do the rotation of your tires or whatever the fuck you need to do to calculate it. Figure out how long it takes you, distance, and how measure the actual physical distance that it takes you to get back to the point you started from. Do the same thing starting in Quito, Ecuador, right? So start up with do it once at the 40th parallel. Set your compass to the east.
Okay.
See how long the vehicle you're in travels to get back to point A. Do the same thing from Quito, Ecuador. Just do that. And if there's a different if you actually are able to get back in either scenario, the answer should be clear just from getting back. But even if you're still skeptical, look at the distance.
Okay. Are we talking about like plane?
No. There's the biggest. This is like the biggest disconnect of disconnects I've ever heard ever. Because hold on, dog.
He doesn't know what circumnavigation on a plane is. Clearly,
you're just okay. Have you ever?
He also thinks he can drive over the ocean somehow.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay. So have you ever used a yard wheel or like a measuring wheel that you measure distance with? If you're gonna measure out a football field.
Yeah, I've laid a fence, dude. I know. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's all you're gonna be doing east for 1,000 meters, whatever. However, 10,000 meters. You're gonna stop. You're gonna have 180 degrees. That right, and you're gonna travel back the same exact distance to your attack. And you're going to see if
why are you going to travel back?
Isn't that what you want, or no?
No, I want you to go in the same direction the whole time.
And make a circle around Earth and travel on top of water. Oh shit! Oh, my brain just slipped some more. India got it. I didn't get it. I see. That's why India said that shit. Okay, man.
And the point that I just made is that Coriolis is when you leave Earth. Then you can see Earth spinning underneath you. So talking about a car is not leaving the Earth, which means you're not talking about what we're talking about. Coriolis effect can only be observed when you're no longer attached to the reference frame.
Hold on.
You can't drive all the way around the Earth, man. Did you know that? Just go.
I did know that. Shockingly.
How do you want us to do that then? How are we supposed to do that shit?
Get in a fucking boat and use a compass. It's not that hard.
How do you?
East and west are circles.
How do you measure your miles or your distance at sea?
Okay. So your point is that as soon as you hit water, it's all goes to shit, right?
No.
No. How?
How? Come on, man. You're talking to physicists there, man. We're not talking to some fucking schmo, man. Come on, Dex. Come on, don't be that.
He said travel east, and I didn't get it, man. I'm telling you, I'm just too dumb to understand your example. I guess. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, well, let me just explain. Explain what east and west is.
All right, solar. Go ahead,
Dexter. If you're standing at the North Pole and you're 1 mile from the North Pole, and you hold your compass out, it's going to give you a direction which is eastward. Now imagine you were tethered to the North Pole with a piece of string. As you start to move eastward, your compass is going to readjust itself to point back towards where north is, which means your east has now changed its bearing. And you will start to inscribe a circle around the North Pole while traveling east.
Beautiful.
So anytime that we're moving east or west, we're conducting a circle around the North Pole because the compass keeps correcting back to the north. So the compass always wants to point where north is. So if I'm at the 12 o'clock on the clock, then the North Pole would be downward toward the center. But if I'm at the 3 o'clock on the clock, northward is now leftward toward the center. And if I'm at the 6 o'clock, north is now northward toward the center. So going east or west, but it's on a ball as well. So on your sphere model, the North Pole's at the center, and the equator is a giant circle that goes around the north.
Great. Then do the distance question fine. Set all these things apart.
Do you still think that traveling in a circle means that you're on a sphere?
What you just said makes perfect sense to me. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. What you just said makes perfect sense to me. If we're on a perfect disk, right? That's a circle, and the center is the North Pole, and then my compass is going to operate exactly the same way if I'm at what I'm calling the equator, or the result is going to be the same. I hear what you're saying.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
So all I'm trying to make the point about is that you're traveling in a circle, but yet in our schooling system, we were mostly taught east and west is a straight line. So I just travel in a straight line east, and I come back to where I started from. Whereas you'd never travel in a straight line.
No, I get what you're
actually
saying.
traveling in a circle.
You're always adjusting. You're never ever on Earth. If you're sailing or whatever, however your method of travel is, you're always adjusting your heading, man, towards wherever you want to go, right?
No. What you're saying is that the hypothetical scenario that I just proposed would not do anything to prove or disprove your theory because
you're attached to Earth.
If you're on a disk in the North Pole.
No. We were talking about Coriolis. Had nothing to do with this.
No, but the hypothetical that I just gave, where you go to the 40th parallel or you go to the equator, I understand how you're saying that the operation, the outcome would be the same even in the world that you believe, which is a flat disk. That makes sense.
No, that's not what I believe. I don't believe in a flat disk. That's in your mind. I never said that.
Flat disk, man. The flat disk thing, man. Have you been hanging out over there at
Where'd you
Society or something?
No one said that here.
Like how you believe that?
Never said flat disk here anywhere ever. By the way.
Okay. Well, great. All right. No, you believe.
Large bodies of water don't curve, man.
The first thing I said to you, Dex, was belief is the enemy of knowing.
How many miles out?
Beautiful thing, man. Come on.
Do large bodies of water start curving? That's it.
Yes.
That's where we remember.
Large bodies of water.
Back to Earth again. All right, man. Let's hammer this one home. Hopefully.
Let's go bendy water.
So how far out?
Bendy water.
Till the water bends, pretty much. The tub ain't big enough. A swimming pool ain't big enough.
1 point.
I'm game.
It's
how far out then?
Fucking miles.
Look, it's a sphere. At some point, shit better start curving. It's always curving in all directions, but at some point, from a fixed datum, I should have deviation or deflection, whatever, drop, whatever you want to call it.
Hey, the boats go behind the curve.
How far out is that?
On the Bill Nye.
How much should I expect?
On his Bill Nye, the science guy, said boats go over the curve. I saw it with my own two eyes.
Anything, Dex, bro?
The Earth begins to curve at about 3 miles. It doesn't. That's not a drop off point, but that's where it starts to curve.
It starts to
curve. From your perspective, if you're as I am, 6 foot 1,
6 foot, 3 miles. Okay,
you talk about the horizon, not the curve, right?
Well, that's the same thing. That's when the curve. That's when the visibility of the curve begins.
Oh, really?
No.
Yes.
So no. Okay, it's not the same thing because curvature is given at a rate. Something.
Yes, that's what. But do you understand?
3 miles is not a rate.
Do you understand that? No, but do you understand the difference between visibility and curvature?
Oh,
sure, absolutely, yes.
When something becomes perceptible, right?
Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with that shit. Curvature is curvature viscosity. Visibility.
Which one
is the amount of matter suspended in the air, including the particles of the air between objects A and B. There you go. It's that simple. It could be dust. It could be shit. It doesn't matter. Stuff, air, water vapor. Don't matter.
Dust, sand.
That's what determines visibility.
Yeah.
Well, what he just said is exactly the problem with the globe model, though, is that the horizon should be at that 3 mile distance for a 6-foot observer or whatever it is, and it's not. That's exactly the problem.
Man. That's the problem. Hey, you can check this yourself, Dex.
At 1 foot, we got what? 10 miles? At 1 foot?
10 miles. Easy.
10 miles.
Easy 10. Easy 10.
We'll just call it 10.
I love what Gunnar just posted because it actually really proves the curvature.
that horizon is 10 miles out, bro.
Dax.
1 foot off the water.
1 foot off the water.
I love it. This shows.
Can you run? How big is this ball? How big is this fucking ball? Awesome. I love it. How big is this ball? Yeah, this is a ball. How big is
the ball? Hey,
fuck yeah.
Dax,
how big is this ball now?
What's the circumference and radius of Earth? Do you know that off the top of your head?
I guess our radius is wrong. Because according to our radius,
the circumference is what, like 27,800 miles?
Correct. Giving us the radius of roughly 3959 in miles, 3,000.
Oh my god! Whatever Adam Unsalted just posted, this is hilarious.
That is hilarious, man.
It is, bro. So, all right, for that given size of roughly 4,000 mile radius,
4,000 mile radius,
6 foot observer should be 3 miles out, right? Shorter or less. Cool. So at 1 foot height, we got 10 miles. What's good? How big is this ball now? Obviously, it's not 4,000.
How big is what? What are you talking about?
Okay.
So if this sphere, like you said, curvature begins at 3 miles, the horizon, for a 6 foot observer, correct or incorrect? You said that.
I think that's right. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So if the observer is shorter in height, should you see more or less? Where should your curvature begin for you if you're short in this?
I think you see less, but really minimally, minimally less.
All right, we'll fix it then. Cool. 6 foot it is. All right. So at 6 foot, if you could see 10 miles, that's where your horizon is actually at. Is this sphere now bigger or smaller? The same? What's up here? What's wrong? Because numbers don't match up. Because it's not at 3 miles. You verified, oh no, my horizon is at 10 miles. And according to the math, well, the sphere is much bigger. How much bigger is the sphere now?
Wait, ask me the question again.
Okay. You said for a 6 foot observer for a given radius of 4,000 miles, your horizon, aka curvature, should begin at 3 miles. Yes, roughly. Yes? Plus or minus. Yeah?
I think that's when you start to lose sight. Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
But that's not a point at which you lose everything. It's just...
if your horizon turned out to actually be at 10 miles, not 3, so you could see all the way to 10 miles, where your curvature actually begins at 10 miles, what happened here? It's not 3. How could you see 10? Because there's less curvature, right? The Earth is less curved because it's much bigger. Yeah.
Wait, I'm not sure if this is a joke question.
It's not. It's not a trick question, man.
No, I don't think it's a trick question. I'm just not sure.
Maybe it is.
Can I put it into dudology for you real quick, bro?
Maybe my English isn't very good, man.
You're great. You're great, man. Seriously.
Go ahead, Flat.
Dudology said, "Hey, man, if the model says, hey, man, I should at 6 foot observer height, if I'm standing on the beach, I can only see 3 miles. The boat should start to disappear at like 3 miles, right? 3 freaking miles. You start to see this curvature of your beautiful spinny globe, right? Now, 10 miles, man. Yeah, 10 miles is much farther.
How could you see
on a ball?
10 miles. Yeah, pretty much.
10 stinking mile, not 3.
Visibility will make you see less than your 3 miles.
And then really to get past these smaller distances, what do you think the longest distance of photography on the Earth is? Do you think it's 100 miles or
No
200
idea.
miles,
I have no idea.
300 miles? So I'll answer. It's 274 miles.
Whatever.
Is the world's longest photograph taken by not a flat earther.
Not a flat earther. A Guinness Book World Record holder. That's
275 miles when the horizon should be at 3. Makes sense to you? Okay, great.
Anyway, the point is,
This can't happen on a ball, man. That's the point.
Dude, Dax, bro, you got to go out and see how far you can see, man. From 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot.
Dude, I can see. So I live on a mountain, right?
Okay.
I can see about 90 to 100 miles on a clear day.
What's your elevation?
Let's plug that in.
2,800 feet.
All right. Let's see how far you should see actually on the ball.
To be clear, what I can see that is 90 miles away is a 11,000 foot mountain.
Hey, I was last.
Don't worry, we'll plug it in.
Hey, last week I was.
Is that all you can see?
Last week,
that's the farthest thing I can see. It's pretty big, though. I mean, it's not like huge, but I can see it in the distance. I can see I can see that it's a mountain.
Hey, last week I was at Death Valley. I was at 5,200 feet. I could see 110 miles straight across. 110 miles.
Well, there you go, bro. I mean, listen
at 5,200 feet. So
listen, man. I live in Malibu, and I can see San Gorgonio.
Cool. Yeah. Hey, have you known this guy named Jay Tolan? You've ever heard of this guy? Oh no. Shit. Okay. Let me see if I can pull up some of his shit.
Did you understand the radius and the horizon thing, though?
Dude, I'm going to give you his YouTube channel, man. Watch this guy's observation from Malibu to San Gorgonio.
Well, you got the Three Sisters, right? There's Mount San Antonio, Mount Baldy. Then you got San Gorgonio, and you got San Jacinto. San Jacinto is the one that's right outside of Palm Springs.
250,000.
I can see all three. I can see all three of them.
Oh, dude, you got
San Jacinto from
Malibu.
George State Park. 123 miles.
123 miles.
From 50 feet above sea level.
You can see the entire mountain of San Jacinto. You can see right down to the fucking 1060 freeway, whatever it is, 10 or 60.
Bro, if you look up, are you looking at the text chat?
I'm gonna give this guy.
If you look, India posted something cool.
Dex,
the horizon calculator. So you can see that we got 1 foot off the ground. We got about 10 miles to the horizon. It's a bit further, but let's just call it 10. And that would give you the radius of 250,000 miles for Earth. You see, that's the problem here. The numbers don't match up. If it's a ball, then it's that big. And that's enormous.
If it's a ball, man, remember that. Think about that when you go to bed tonight, man.
We went to space, and your satellites aren't based off of that number. They're based off of the 4,000 mile radius, right?
We have to have those numbers.
I'm not going to use this website. It says that.
Use something else. Use whatever you want.
Use whatever you want. Yeah, exactly.
Whatever you want.
It's not a flat earther website.
No.
That's a globe earther website. Look, just go through the website. You can see.
No. You're not hearing me. The website. My computer is telling me that the security permissions are invalid. So.
He didn't post a website. That was a picture, bro. Like what?
No, website? I posted a picture.
No, Indio at 42 minutes after the hour. If you scroll up, he posted a picture, dude. Yeah, it's like what? It's like
screenshot.
Yeah. There's no link.
shows what the horizon distance that the Earth. It shows you the size the ball would have to be to have a horizon 10 miles away from 1 foot above the ground.
Dude, we're busting balls here, Dex, man. Come on.
Boston balls.
We are busting fucking balls because
Google this.
you being a baller, you have to live on a ball. And if you live on a ball, that fucking ball can be measured, man. That ball can be fucking validated. It can be fucking proven a ball. And if you can't prove a ball, man, fuck off. And you know, not to be rude. I'm not being rude. I'm just saying, fucking, you know. But I want to talk about the fucking ball that you live on, and that's where I'll stay there all day long, man. Did we lose? I think we lost.
Do you eject?
Maybe, yeah.
You ejected for real?
I ejected
he's
him.
not here anymore. Maybe he'll come back. I hope he does.
He couldn't handle the truth because the truth is the ball don't stand up.
Well, when it's this far off, it's off by, what is that? 1, 2, 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah.
Hey,
that's not a measurement error.
Hey, that's a problem of 1 plus 128 zeros behind it. Okay.
And it's, you know, him trying to say that 3 miles is where the horizon should be, and then a long distance photography that shows 270 miles. He says no problem there. So it's like walking into a store and the person on the sign says $3 for this thing. You get to the cash register and they now say it's $274, please. And you say, great, I see no problem here. You hand them the $274 and you leave the store with your $3 item.
And they're like, come back anytime.
Come back anytime, man. Anytime. Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
He was fun.
Man.
That was cool.
What? Serious, man. Did you have
Coriolis shit. I swear to God, my brain just like I couldn't. The minute he said car and travel, all I'm thinking about is wheels, and he said measure the distance. Like, what the fuck, man? Tachometers? Like, I mean, not the tachometers, the fucking odometer. It's just the rotation of the wheel, you know. And if you got bigger wheels on, it's off and shit like that. It's like, anyway, it's like, all right.
No, man.
I lost him right there. So, but he wanted us to circumnavigate on the 40th. So stay on the 40th and just keep driving.
I think he had a family, kid. I don't know, man. But
I wanted to know why the 40th. Why not on the equator? Like, why 40?
Yeah, he kept throwing 40 at me. Like, let's start with like 94.
Stronger magnetism there.
No.
Gravity's strong over there.
It's strong. Gravity's a bitch. I used to tell people it's a bitch. I used to move pianos, man, and gravity was a bitch, okay? Shit's heavy. Fuck off. It's very
Professor Phil. Yeah, hey, man, you can hop in here and correct me, man. If I said maybe I flipped things around. Did I? I don't know. Hop in here.
We got Professor
Phil. We'll straighten things out with some numbers, actually, and some diagrams. Because my brain only works with diagrams. I'm very simple-minded.
Nah, he ain't coming in here, man.
No, he's not. I know.
Fucking.
He hit me up. He told me, like, did you really describe that the wrong way around? Like, conservation of momentum. I was like, no, I did not.
Get your ass in here.
Like, the first message ever read.
Come on, man. Come on.
Something which I wanted to ask Dexter, which obviously is not here any longer. But it was, does it sound like a belief when everyone in the room is asking you, what's your height above sea level? What is the distance you can see? And wanting to plug it into a curve calculator to demonstrate something. Does that sound like it's a belief that the people in the room are sitting with their fingers in their ears saying, I'm just going to believe it even though there's no evidence? Or are we so certain that we say to him, give us all your numbers. We'll show you how you cannot see or how you shouldn't be able to see what you are seeing daily. And then what that should mean logically, if you actually can understand what that means, is that the numbers are wrong. Their radius is wrong. The ball that they say you live on is wrong.
Yep. Hey, that's why fucking Dexter Gordon fucking bounced, because he knew at some point, man, your numbers don't jive, bro. They just don't jive with reality. And if you don't jive with reality, you're done, man. And reality rules. He was cool, man. And I hope he comes back, man. Don't ban his ass, man.
No,
please.
why? He was pretty chill.
He was great, man. I hope he just had to go to bed, his wife, kids, I don't know, man. But it was a pleasure having him here tonight, man. Talk to somebody who's really dug in, man. That guy Dex was dug in to the globe. He was dug in to it makes sense to me because I saw it in school. It makes sense.
Yo, Bong Shao.
Bong.
Just noticed that he's in here.
Bong is in the house.
What's up?
Well, it was good, man.
Playing a game, listening to you guys.
Yeah.
You played Town Star. It's like a simulation game, but you're actually mining crypto token Ether.
Oh, really? I have not.
Yeah. Check it out, dude. It's just a browser. You set up a town, you know what I mean? And you try to build an economy. Like 10,000 people join.
Really?
I'm up. I'm at like 600 rank. There's like 10,000 people, but the top 400 get paid.
Okay.
So now I got to build a nuclear power plant, right? And start shipping out the blue steel.
Oh man, these games.
Hey, it's a simulation game. It's awesome.
Fuck, Bong. Yeah, fucking nuclear power plant.
Come on, man. Got to use renewables. Got to use solar.
Simulate building accounts from a ranch. You gotta work your way up to industrial, all that. It's fun, but
industrial.
Dude,
I am fucking Bill Gates. Fuck off.
It's like this. It's like a whole month. The whole game is like 10 days up. I just jumped in on day 22. It's counting down to. It's legit too. It's legit. It's all connected to the whole, crypto system, Ethereum. It's pretty cool.
It's the crypto Ethereum. Yeah.
So what I do is you spend a lot of time on this visualizer that kind of shows you the thing without actually doing it, and then you just kind of plot it down like the plan. Like how are you gonna put all this shit together so it's efficient and you're all that crap. But fun game.
Well, that's a beautiful thing about games, man. It keeps you engaged.
This actual. Yeah, the actual grind, what you're doing, the simulating is mining the coin. It's mining. That's the mining of the you're saying trying to solve a problem, and the most efficient problem probably get the most payout. It's just like Bitcoin, but
hey, if I was a manipulated cock fucking banker. I was like, hey man, we can get these guys to buy into fucking crypto gaming. Crypto gaming, bitch.
Exactly.
Get out, man. That's the crypto game.
Snoop Dogg,
it's fuck all of fuck alls, man. We can get these cocks to fucking game themselves into crypto. Fucking check it out. I've got a great idea, man. I've got a great...
Can you share that link? I sent you a DM.
Oh, yeah.
That game.
Oh, it's called Gala Gaming. Gala Games or something. Yeah, let me check it out.
Thanks, bud.
Oh yeah. Let me grab the links.
It's one of those things that I've always sort of dreamt about as a kid. When you excel at a game, and the game shows that you have millions and millions of gold coins, how do you now cash out? You know, I'm done playing this now. I just want all those gold coins, please.
You know what? Let me give my referral codes so you guys can.
Referral? I'm not going to give you any free money with your referral code.
Just type the damn number in so I can get the points.
Fucking cock! You fucking cock, bitch! Hey, well, you sound like Richie from Boston. Hey, could you guys just join my crypt? Fuck off, man. Fuck off. That's so funny.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Like it or don't. Like and subscribe or don't. Fuck
and
off.
join the Discord community. Yeah, there you go. Just click on that link.
Shit, man. I hope you guys are laughing like I am, man. It's ridiculous.
No, it's not. They got different games now. If you guys look it up, it's kind of big.
Richie from Boston. Does Richie from Boston have a game yet? I'm curious.
I like the simulation game. Is like farming, right? I thought you build city skylines, man.
I love the farming games, man. I love the farm. Yeah. I got land and I'm watering and I'm growing food. Oh my God, I'm growing food. This is amazing.
Oh my God, look at
Your friend Dex is back, bro. I'm here.
Dex!
I'm going to go grab me a bite. You guys talk to Dex.
Dex!
Hey, Dex, we thought you left, bro. Anyways, it was good talking to you.
He's got family, he's got family stuff to do. Yeah, I figured that he was cool, man. He just had to drop out because his wife was like, "You're talking to those flat earthers again, aren't you? I swear, I'm gonna cut your fucking balls off." No,
yeah, I put that.
No, fuck, come on.
My wife brought the phone in and she's like, "I don't want to listen to this. It was in the kitchen." I was like, "Oh, sorry, I forgot that. What do you got? Coffee?" There's no speaker.
I tell my wife, I'm just flat earthing tonight, and she's like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Again? Are you fucking flat earthing?" Yeah. Anyway, she's got it, man.
Are you doing that? Are you hanging out with your flat Earth friends again?
Yeah, I am. I'm hanging out with my flat Earth friends. I'm good. Hey,
I downloaded a FL Studio and it doesn't allow me to play 432 hertz on it. It keeps changing it back to a negative frequency.
Hey, man. You gotta get a Macintosh, man. Get a Macintosh.
I try to Google search it. It seems like Google's cock blocking me, bro. Like I really can't Google search
you don't
any
do it
way
in
to
the
play this frequency.
video. You gotta do it in the synthesizer.
On
So
FL?
whatever VSTI you're using, you gotta go into this. If they don't have that, a lot of them do. You can just tune the. It's in there. You gotta go into the actual VSTI settings and
it just really disheartened me, bro, that I couldn't control the hertz and the frequency of my program, and it hurt me that I couldn't Google search.
Hey,
you gotta trick it, man.
Hey,
it just fucking hurt, bro. It really did. I
think it was the Canadian truckers.
Can I ask a question about that 432? Sorry.
432 hertz?
Well, from my understanding of electricity, is that you get a modified sine wave and a pure sine wave, and that any time that you're synthesizing a sound, it's generating a modified wave, which means that any synthesizer, in my understanding, shouldn't be able to achieve a pure 432 curved sine wave if it's outputting a modular square wave because of the digitization or the synthesizer. Bong, do you know about that?
Not really. I think it's just the it's like phase. You know how it goes out. It's just bringing
Can you generate a pure 432 using a synthesizer? And how would you validate that is a pure 432?
You can do it on the real ones that has the actual tubes and that goes transist the actual board, like the real stuff, but not on the computer.
Antelope.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
When you use a tuning fork, a tuning fork is a real piece of apparatus that gives you the pure tone, and the tone will fluctuate.
Hey, Solar, guess what, man? I'm a fucking piano tuner.
Yeah, look at this guy. Jazz kid.
Really?
Yeah.
But first, it's just the note, the A note, the A4 note. It's at 440. So it's just tuning it so that the A note is like 2, down. I mean, 8's going down so that it's 432. But I don't think you notice the difference because you need a little bit of off tune, right, in order for it to have that complex sound, which is the phasing. So you don't want everything perfectly in tune all the time because then it'll sound computerized. I don't know. It depends on the taste of people.
So how can I get closest to the pure tone of 432, bro? Because I'm really trying to align my music closest to that.
You can make a tuning fork that rings at that.
No, I'm talking about FL Studio, bro. It's a program on a
what they're saying is true. You can do it. The easiest way to go into your VSTI settings and do it there. But what they're saying is that you can do it in real life, right? And then tune that little pitch for the whole FL Studio thing that's on the top left. Yeah, you just tune that to match the tuning fork, the real 432 tuning fork, and just move your pitch until your A4 matches it. You know what I mean? But
is it negative 32 cents? Is 432? Isn't it negative 32 cents?
Man, it's not a real thing. I don't believe in that. I think it's just numbers.
Same here, bro. I think it's what is it? Kabbalah stuff. Like it's not. Yeah, I'm not into it at all.
Hey, man. Can we get back?
I'm into harmonics though, 100% for the 5th, 7th, and yeah. This shit is real. It adds up.
Fuck yeah, it does.
It's real. They all play on the piano. You know what I'm saying? When you actually hit it, the other strings are vibrating. Like you know what I mean, and you can measure it. Like you can feel it.
It's called sympathetic vibration, man.
Exactly. There you go, man. Flat Earth, dude. You're my guy. See, okay. People say resonance. No, resonance is the effect of sympathetic. Is the cause. Nice,
man. Is so key, bro.
It is key, bro. Good shit, man.
Key, bro. Write that shit down, man. Sympathetic vibration.
What's it called, bro? Sympathetic vibration.
Sympathetic
vibration.
And that's why the tuning fork, when you bring, if you ring one fork and you bring it closer to another one, the other one will start vibrating, it'll start moving.
Yes.
And that's due to sympathetic vibrations. So it's resonating due to sympathetic vibrations.
Guess who understood this beyond both of us, bro?
Who?
It's Nicholas Tesla, bro.
Yeah. Nicholas.
But these fucking cunts are slowing down my Google, bro.
Fuck your Google, man.
I've never heard anybody call him Nicholas Tesla.
Fucking cunt, bro. Straight up.
Come on.
Dude, that's such an inside joke, bro. No, nobody else laughed. Only you and I laughed, bro.
It's funny, man. I know. It's fucking hilarious.
Wait, you're talking about the desperate donkeys and globers go to the Google and try to find the answers? Fucking swines.
Ah,
Oh,
fucking.
you're not a Globey? Oh, new guy in the house. Rush,
Those
what's up, man?
those fucking. Hey, did we lose Dexter?
No, Dex is back. He's here.
Fucking Dexter. Speak up or forever hold your fucking EP, okay?
I've been holding my peace.
Hey, God bless your heart, bro. Thank you for letting me know.
Hold on. Shh.
Okay, hold on.
What was that?
Let's just be open a can of beer.
Oh, all right. Okay, I'll light up then.
Hey, wait, Dexter, man. What kind of beer, man? Not just like.
It is Miller Lite.
You're
A Miller Lite.
Did you use an Indian accent?
Dexter, you're drinking a Miller Lite.
No, I'm not. No, fuck no, I'm not drinking a Miller Lite.
That's why I said that, man.
What is the name of your beer? What kind of beer is it, man?
It's the Sierra Nevada Wild Little Thing.
Oh, the Wild Little Thing.
The sour.
That's a hazy. Is that a hazy?
No, it's a sour. It's a sour.
Oh, good choice. Good choice, man.
It's a weekday. I can't be drinking hazy. Those are like 8%.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't drink 8% beer, dude. Do not do that. Do not. 6.
Well, I do, but I do it on weekends.
You're only gonna have like 2 or 3.
You should start studying about the globe.
I'm a big guy. I'm 6'2", 220 pounds. I can handle.
Cool, man. Yeah, stay in like 7.2% area, man. You'll be good. Drink 3 of those, man. You'll be like, woo! Yeah, I'm feeling right on.
I tend to, if I'm drinking 7 to 8%, it's gonna. I'm not gonna drink more than
3.
More than 4. More than
5. Okay.
5. Yeah.
5 is gonna be a bad night for me.
5.
Okay. It's not gonna be a bad night. It'll be a good night. It'll be a bad morning.
Yeah.
It'll be a fucked up great night, but fucked up morning. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be fucked. You'll be
I'm not 20. I'm not 20 anymore. If I were 20, I could have.
I'm not 20 anymore. Everybody. Yeah. No shit. Yeah. Be careful, man.
I'll be back.
Good advice as far as drinking goes. Now,
what I do is I buy 6 packs of this water called Liquid Death. It's in a can, but god damn it tastes good.
Don't you ever buy anything called Liquid Death, dude.
It's water. It's just water.
Don't buy it.
It's water.
Don't on principle. Don't buy it, man. Don't.
God, it's so good though.
It doesn't matter how good it is. Liquid Death. It's water. Wait a moment.
Yeah, hold up. I'll post a picture in the chat. Hold on.
It's water. No.
Yeah. Let me post a picture in the chat. You'll see what I'm talking about.
All right.
In the future, death will run away. So get your bottle today.
Get your fucking death bottle water over here, please. I'm only trying to influence you with my magical powers.
If I post this picture,
are you immortal?
If I post,
are you tired?
I got the powers that prove everything. Fuck off. I own NASA. I invented NASA. NASA is everything. You must believe.
Listen, if I post this picture, I really don't want you to be intimidated by the size of my. Because here's the deal: I have very large hands, and I just don't want you to feel bad.
That means you have a really, really big dick.
That means you can hold a lot of shit, right?
Very small.
A lot of stuff. So hold on.
Dexter, man, do not take me wrong, man. I'm the best friend you'll ever fucking have. I swear.
Well, but that
don't get pissed at me because I like make fun of shit. You know, don't get pissed. Don't get pissed because I make fun of shit. Shit is easily to make fun of, man. We got a lot of shit to make fun of, man. We can make fun of, all kinds of politics, cops, or whatever, man. We could do it. And Michio Kaku. We can make fun of him. Michio I got a fucking caulk too. I swear I've got a caulk too. Liquid death, bro. Liquid death in the house. You do have some really long fingers. I'll give you. You're freaking me out, man. Dex, you're fucking killing me. No, man. No, you're a great person. You're a great person, Dex, man.
Liquid death.
So what are you drinking? Oh, liquid death. Wait. Liquid
death mountain water, bro.
Fuck.
What does it taste like?
Is that good?
It's delicious water. Yeah,
it's water.
I normally just drink this shit out of my faucet, but in the mornings and in the evenings when I'm feeling dehydrated.
Fuck off.
This shit tastes. It's just like a sweet. It's a very sweet water, and so I'll have like a can or two a day, and I have those
sweet water
when I feel very specifically like I need something more than just the faucet water. But
Alps from the Alps.
What? Hey, Dax, let me ask you, man, straight up, what the fuck is inside? Read us
the ingredients. It's just some fucking water that tastes. It's just some fucking water that tastes better than the shit that comes out of my faucet.
Is there any ingredients?
It's my luxury water.
Read the label on the ingredients on that water, please.
All right, hold up.
Take a picture. Just post it.
Don't just read us.
It says bottled at the source from Frankenmarkter, Austria.
Austria.
Made in Austria. Ingredients: water.
Wow. Okay. Well, how much is that can?
A 6-pack is $3.
50 cents, huh?
Yeah.
Sure. That's not terrible, I guess.
I mean, it's terrible in that it's water, and I have a fucking faucet. But it.
No. Well, I drink reverse osmosis water from I filter the city water. And it tastes real distilled or reverse osmosis tastes sweet. So I wonder if that water has very little mineral content and thus making it taste sweet, like reverse osmosis. It actually tastes sweet.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I use a pure filter for my regular faucet water, but
mine reads, I think 1 ppm or 0. Fluctuates between 0 and 1 after I filter it. So yeah.
I don't know. I don't read my water, but literally the only reason I buy this is because it has a taste that I enjoy, and
I'll try it.
I don't drink it as my primary source of water, but I drink it as like a luxury thing.
Hang on.
Is it sparkling water or no?
No, it's not sparkling. It's flat.
Dax, 40 years ago, if I had said, hey, man, I got an idea, man. People will buy water out of a can or a bottle.
Yeah, make it look like a Miller Lite.
and make it look like a beer. Yeah. Dude, when I grew up, man, we drank out of hoses
Dude, same
That's
with me. I grew up poor as shit.
Yeah.
There was some sprinklers on at the fucking park. I'd be like, hold on, guys. I have to get a drink. I need to run over to the sprinkler and get splashed all in my face. I didn't give a fuck all, man. I drank whatever was coming out of the faucet, man. I fucking drank.
Dude, I'm the same. As a toddler, I would deep throat 50 feet backward a fucking fire hydrant.
Exactly. It didn't matter, man. If the water was coming out of the ground or the air, if it was raining, I'd stick my tongue out.
Yeah, I do that with rain, but city water is just there's chemicals added to it.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I grew up, man, we didn't give a fuck all about any of that.
I didn't live in the city. I didn't live anywhere near a city, so our water was it was well water except for 3 years of my childhood.
Test it for nitrates, though. Well water. Test it for other shit, though. You know what I mean? So it's good to test for well water, anyways, just to know what's in it.
Yeah. My understanding was the quality was good.
Okay, awesome.
When I was drinking out of my neighbor's hose.
Personally, I like to know analysis, like what's in it. That way I know what's in it. Just to know.
Yeah, as an 8-year-old, I wasn't really analyzing the water.
I know. I'm just a fucking nerd, right? Like that. I do this with like every aspect of life in my life. I'm just like that.
Hey, we like to break down the things that make our lives, bro. And whether it's just seeing the sun or the stars or the sky, or seeing water roll down a river or come out of the ground on the well or whatever, man. We love the fact that we live in an amazing place that gives us the things that keep us alive, for fuck's sake, man. Like water. It's the most amazing thing, man. Water can solve the world's problems, man. Water. If you can get water to anywhere that I've ever been in this world, you can make shit grow.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can only live 3 days without water, but you can live almost 2 months without food.
They call it the 3-3-3, man. If you don't have oxygen for 3 minutes, guess what? You're dead.
No, there was a dude that did 40 days without water.
I've heard of those guys, man.
40 days without water? I don't believe that. Really?
3 days without water, you're a complete maniac. You're done. You're a complete dehydrated.
Let me see a link of some shit of somebody surviving 40 days without water. I don't believe that.
Man, I'm with you, Gore. I'm with you, bro. Show me that shit. No. 3 days without water, you're done.
40 days without food, I believe that.
Yeah. I've seen guys do like 120 days, man, without food. Man, I'm like, damn, you're sick, bro. That's awesome. There's nothing wrong with that, man. Being if you're in the right mindset, I think you can do way more than you think you can do. I mean, but without water, man, fuck. That would be tough, man. I've heard of aeritarians. Have you ever heard that term?
No.
Aeritarians, people that actually live on air. They don't even need food or water. Fuck off. Aeritarians. I've heard of this concept. It's a lot like outer space concept, man. It's a bit unbelievable. But people can actually live on air. Check it out, man. Don't believe me? Do not.
I mean, to be honest, I don't, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, they're out there, man. I've seen some documentation to the potential effect of people can actually just live on air. And I thought, man, damn, that's cool. That's
When you
interesting.
figure it out, let me know, and then we'll match the people of old getting up there in the 800s and 1,000.
Yeah. How about those cocks, man? Imagine having
That's
like
long. That's too long.
800. Imagine having like 500 years of your peak perfection, your prime of your life, man.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Imagine 500 years of your 30s or early 30s, right?
Thank you, bro. I'm 34, so that makes me feel good.
Think about that, man. You're 34 years old now. Imagine like 1,000 years of your peak performance, man. Sexually, physiologically,
There'd be a lot of people killing themselves, not wanting to wait so long.
So, but we only live, 100 years. But those people in the past might have lived 1,000 years, and you're like,
Right.
What a bunch of cocks, man. Fuck, why don't I live 1,000 years and have...
Nah, I'm cool not living that long.
Yeah, I don't think anybody ever lived that long, but yeah.
I don't know if they did or didn't, but it's been documented that they might have lived that long.
I mean, people wrote stories.
People wrote stories. Oh my God.
Oh, sounds like today.
People wrote stories about this thing called the Coriolis effect.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
Let's hear the solar system story.
I'm about to get off.
People wrote stories. Come on. Don't bounce, Dex. Come on.
I'm not gonna do this again. It's just so ridiculous. With all due respect, like I had a long conversation with you all. I enjoyed the conversation before we started talking about flat Earth versus spherical Earth, and then when we started talking about that, it became I couldn't get a word in. It was 10 people talking, and I just don't want to do that again. I'm happy. I enjoyed the company. This was fun before that, and I've been enjoying it after that. But I don't want to get back into that right now.
All right.
Well, come back on Ladies' Night.
Fair, dude. I enjoyed the solar panel discussion too and shit like that, man. For sure.
Yeah. And before and after, for sure.
Honestly, and the Coriolis and all that too. I enjoyed it. So.
Yeah. Me too, man. I enjoyed that. And don't Dex, don't be shy.
Yeah, maybe I got hot too. Maybe called your name, but yeah, it's just discussions. Yeah, sorry, apologize.
Just remember, Dax, man, we're just in a pub. I don't know where you live.
I come here to chill and have fun, man. After a hard day's work,
we're talking about physics. We're talking about electricity. We're talking about atmosphere.
Figuring shit out.
Barometric.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's not like we're against you, bro. We're 100%. No. We're with you 100%. We're just trying to define exactly the parameters of where we actually live, bro. Where do we live? And what are the parameters? And how can we prove those parameters? And how can we verify them and just check them out for ourselves, bro? And the last time I checked, man, if you can show me any experiment where there's gas pressure without a container, I am going to be your best friend for the rest of your life. Period. Gas pressure without a container. If you can demonstrate that to me beyond a reasonable doubt, I will
that wouldn't even be enough.
I will worship the ground that you walk on. You are the most amazing person in the world. Period.
Still not enough. should be able to detect the motion, but you can't detect the motion either.
Oh, damn.
Big problem.
Dang. Gas pressure without a container. I'm 100% saying, hey, man, if you can show that to me, man, I will be the biggest proponent of the globe that ever lived. If you can show me gas pressure without a container. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a beer.
Cheers, man.
I just love the factual things that I can prove in my life. And I've been working with gas pressure for a long time. And decades of gas pressure. And never once was there gas pressure without a container. Not once. And
Oh, yeah.
not once. If anybody can show me how gas pressure can happen without a fucking container, I'll be really happy to say, hey, man, we're good. We're good. We are good, bro. We're good. But gotta have that gas pressure without that fucking little bitch of a container. I don't care how thick the container is. It could be thin, thick. I don't care. But show it to me without that little bitch of a container. And I'll be like, hey, man, cool. We are good. We're good. We're good. So step right on up, boys and girls. Show me that gas pressure without a container. Because I'm sitting here all day waiting for it, man. I've been sitting here for 5 fucking years waiting for this shit. If you
Waiting?
got it.
I don't think you were, man. I don't think you actually were waiting.
I'm waiting, man, to see that experiment on my bench right
I don't
here.
believe you because you know you've been waiting forever.
Well, I'm still waiting. I've been waiting here 5 years. I'm still waiting. If you got a container without gas pressure, or with a gas pressure without a container, let me see it, because I'm here, man. I got a bench, I got gas, I got pressure, I got gauges, I got whatever you need, man. I got it.
I hear you. You're on a quest. Hold on 1 second. Echo, set alarm for 7 a.m.
Alarm set for 7 a.m.
Hey.
Echo. I love that you called it Echo. I wanted to just call mine hey, bitch. But I don't have one of those things.
Hey, what time, man? You just set your alarm.
Dexter, is there something you've learned today about Earth?
No.
So, like the horizon, right? That it isn't the leading edge of a sphere. No.
Is the question whether or not I've changed my belief about something?
No.
Whether or not I've learned something new?
A specific question. Is the leading edge of the horizon a sphere?
What is a leading edge?
The leading edge of the horizon, where the sky meets the water at the beach. If you ever go to the beach, you ever go to the beach?
Yeah.
Where the sky meets the water. Is that the leading edge of the horizon? Yes or no?
What does the leading edge mean? I feel like this is a trick question.
Not a trick. It's what you observe, man. So what
if you're asking me, do I believe that the horizon
is representative of, or I guess a better way to phrase it is, do I believe that the Earth is round and the horizon fits into that in a neat and easy to understand way? The answer is yes.
No, fuck off. Listen. Fucking question is, does
Jesus
the sky
doing this again?
meet the fucking horizon? Does
I
the
suppose
sky...
I did join the fucking flat Earth.
Don't join
Discord.
don't join anything, man. Just join the Earth, man. What you see is the sky meeting the water at the fucking... You know what I'm talking about. It's called the fucking horizon. The sky meets the water at some level. Do you agree with me or not? Physically, from your own eyeball.
Well, actually, no. I don't think that the sky meets the water.
Okay. Well, but what you see with your own eye is that the sky...
Well, can we go back to talk about solar?
No, we can talk about the horizon and the island.
Dude, I'm looking at solar panels right now, man. I'm kind of just, I swear, I'm just seeing what the market has now. It's been a few years since I actually looked at them. They got some.
It is getting better and cheaper at every moment.
Yeah. Good.
Listen, nobody was listening to me last year when all these carbon marketplace ETFs opened up. I was like, you got to invest in these. These are going to blow up. Like, look up the ticker KRBN. I bought in like a week after it opened up, and look at the return on it. Nothing can beat it.
Okay.
Hey, you know what can beat it? Is common sense, bro. Common sense.
Well, I don't think so, because you get 110% return on an ETF in a year. You're doing all right.
What about an NFT? What if you got
NFTs?
1,000,000% on an NFT, bro?
Yeah, but that's not sustainable.
It's not?
No. It's sustainable if you sell.
Why is the dollar sustainable? Please explain.
Why is the dollar sustainable? I'm not sure it is.
There you go.
But conceptually, if you have a,
doesn't it all come down to trust and belief?
Well, partially, right? But the other part is that
partially. No.
Jesus Christ,
belief or not belief? Come on.
No. It partially in that it all comes down to societal trust, and not in the value of the thing, but trust in the existence of society itself. But at the end of the day, the dollar is a fractional piece of the entire value of all goods in society, or of all goods and services in the country. So,
So I build guitars. I build and repair guitars for a living. I build something.
Are we really going to get into a whole conversation about fiat versus a fucking gold standard? Because I don't want to do that either.
Fuck that, man. Fuck the... We all know that if you bought a $1,500 suit, in 1980, and you paid for it in gold, today, if you'd have held that gold, it would buy you a $15,000 suit, right?
I don't know, maybe, but if you would have bought
not maybe.
Fine, but if you would have had an index fund in 1980, the amount of U.S. dollars that you would have gotten from the index fund would be worth more than the amount of...
Sure, they had index funds in 1980, bro, but they might.
Okay, well then if you would have bought, fine. Then if you would have personally purchased even fractions of shares or the right number of shares, made your own index fund, the right number of shares from the 500 largest companies in the country, and then each year check back in sold out the companies that fell out of the top 500 and then bought shares of the companies that came into the top 500 and done that over the course of the next 40 years, then you would be in a much better place. You would be in a much better place than had you purchased gold.
Decades, bro. It's 4 decades.
Yes, and you'd be in a much better place than had you purchased gold.
I don't think so, bro.
Well, you would. I mean, it's just basic. It's when you look at the compare the S&P. Just compare the S&P to the price of gold.
It wouldn't have been that much of a difference. It would have been
a massive difference. Absolutely massive difference, especially considering the reinvestment of dividends. The difference is like it's not even close.
Well, everybody can run their computer models and wish.
Well, no, I mean this is just like actual facts. It's not a computer model.
Well, actual facts is that when you walk outside and you walk out to
it's literally just dollars. It's just how many dollars do you get for the gold and how many dollars do you get if you do this basic strategy?
I'm telling you, man, you would break even with gold. Jesus. Break fucking even minimum. You were like, you're going to hedge inflation with gold, man. Guaranteed, man. You're going to hedge it.
No, listen, dude. I agree that gold is
1,000 years ago. A 1,000 years ago, an ounce of gold would buy you a bitchin' suit, and today it would buy you fucking bitchin' suit, man. Period. That's how gold works, man. If you don't understand that, man, I can't help you, bro. I can't help you. You got that, right? Come on, Dex, bro. Come on. 1,000 years ago, ounce of gold bought you a bitchin' suit. Today, it buys you a fucking bitchin' suit. It's not complicated, man. It's not.
Yeah, so it sounds like it didn't increase in value at all.
Well, it didn't decrease in value at all either.
Yes, agreed.
So that's the beautiful thing about it, bro. It doesn't decrease in value.
I'll tell you this. I think that I can get a pretty good suit for under $1,000, and gold is worth what, $1,850 an ounce now. So
let's call it $2,000.
Yeah,
yeah. Let's call it $2,000.
So it sounds like it's
it's holding its own, Mara. It's not
it's
like
holding its own, but also things in many ways cost less.
Well, dude, how much are you paying for a New York steak now today, bro? If you
let me ask you this: go to 1984.
Yeah,
and go to 1984 and find a house that costs $300,000. Put 10% down, and tell me what the ultimate payment at the end of a 30-year mortgage is going to be, and then find the same house now, and tell me what the ultimate payment at the end of a 30-year mortgage is going to be. People talk about the housing market getting more expensive, and in some ways it has, and in other ways it hasn't. The actual end result payment that people are paying now, people are still paying less at the end of the day, inflation adjusted, than they were in the 80s for a house because of interest rates in the 80s.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm dead serious. Look at the actual capitalized cost. Look at how much people actually spend on a house adjusted for inflation now versus the 80s. People spent more in the 80s on a house.
Hey, I have no doubt about that because I lived there.
Because the fucking mortgage rates were like 12%.
It was 19%. Are you fucking kidding me? It was 19, 17, 15, easy percent, bro. I was there, man. Apparently I'm a fucking boomer. And I know for a fact that shit was fucking ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous compared to the shit now. Are you fucking kidding me?
Exactly. I would rather have $1 million, and anyone with an ounce of sense would rather have $1 million house that they have a 2.8% interest rate on than a $400,000 house with a 19% interest rate.
Hey, I'm in that first bracket. I'll tell you that. Yeah, man. Shit's fucked up, man. 2%, 3% loan now. I mean, dude, we were paying when I locked into my house right here 25 years ago, it was fucking like 7.5%, bro. 7.5, bitches. And that was only 25 years ago. But back in the 80s, man, it was like 16%, man. 17%. 19% for fucking home mortgage, bro. 19%. Now it's like 2 fucking 3. Fuck off. Fuck off. I hate that shit, man. Fucking pisses me off. Say you motherfucking boomers got it all made. Yeah, we were paying 19 fucking percent, bitches. Fuck off.
Yeah, but it equals out because the
equals out.
Of course, it equals out because the house price was lower.
So does space and Earth. It equals out.
Literally, the only difference is that now when you sell your home, you get the capital instead of a bank. So the boomers are making bank off of us.
The fucking boomers. It's the goddamn boomers problem because
always the fucking boomers. The boomers fucked everything up.
Dude, there was 10 years of the boomers. The fucking stock market made fucking zero, dude.
Oh yeah, you mean like between 1990 and 2000?
0%. Zero.
Are you joking? Look at 90 to 2000. You're tripping.
Talking about like fucking,
You're making shit up. You are making shit up.
Bitch at the boomers. You're gonna bitch at the boomers. Hey, oh fuck, they were paying 19% on their fucking mortgage.
Yeah, on a fucking $50,000 house. Like, who cares?
On a $72,000 house here in SoCal.
Yeah, now it's $1 billion for a fucking 800 square foot. Come on now,
dude. I live in $1 million house. I paid $205,000. Okay.
Great, boomer. Enjoy.
I'm a fucking shit ass piece of shit boomer that just
thank you.
Fuck you. I fucking went through the 80s, man, when we were paying the fucking stock market made fuck all nothing, man. It didn't fuck off. Not that I'm not in the stock.
Yeah, you also lived through the 90s where it made a shitload. So congrats.
I bought in the 90s. I didn't fucking cruise through the 90s. I bought my house in the 90s when the real estate market was shit. And, I'm fortunate. Thank you. I made a good decision and I purchased it.
No, you lived at a good time.
No. Fuck. I lived at a good time. What does that mean? Dude, these aren't good times. Dude, the last time I checked, the guy on the homeless street got $4,000 last year, man.
The guy on a homeless street?
Yeah. Everybody in fucking America got like $4,000 last 2 years, dude.
Do you think that a heroin addict has the wherewithal to get his $4,000?
Doesn't fucking matter. I don't give a fuck what he does with his money. But if you
no. I mean, I'm talking about getting it in the first place.
If you give a heroin addict on the street,
no, you're missing my point. Do you think that a heroin addict has the ability to collect $4,000 that may come to him from the government?
Yes, I do, because he's that fucking.
You would be wrong because I went out and tried my best.
I would
to get as many homeless people access to the money that was being given out by the government, and so many don't pay taxes, haven't filed taxes in so many years that they didn't have there was no previous tax return for them to be eligible. So you're wrong.
Okay, well, some of them might have been eligible, right? So,
I mean, maybe 1 out of 1,000.
You're guessing. You're completely guessing. Come on.
I'm not completely guessing because I'm actually out there trying to help people get the money, and then most people just weren't eligible because they didn't have a tax return from the previous year. So
Oh my God, you didn't have a tax return because you didn't bend over and take any ass from the federal government.
God, it's some serious boomer shit, bro. Serious boomer shit right now.
Yes. You didn't take it in the ass because if you took it in the ass, you would have.
This is a boomergasm. I think you're just having a boomergasm right now.
Fuck you, man. I'm not a fucking boomer. I'm a fucking rebel, man. I'm a fucking outlaw, man. I don't fucking go by the system and the little fucking cucky.
You boomer me. I boomer you, buddy.
Man. Fuck those motherfuckers, man. Those guys are cocks, fucking bend over, taking the ass. I'm a heroin addict on the street. I'm homeless. Please give me my. No, those motherfuckers got money because I talk to those motherfuckers because I drive by.
Yeah, everyone knows that the homeless heroin addicts on the street are the richest people in America, and the poor ones are the ones who aren't homeless heroin addicts.
No, those motherfuckers got thousands of dollars during this fucking Coco reset fucking cuck fucking cloud.
No, dude, you're right. You're right. The homeless people have it the best.
God, money, man. I talked to every one of them, man. Like, did you guys get your little stimulus check? I called it, and they're like, "Yep, I got like $2,000." I'm like, good for you, man. Good. Because this whole inflation thing's gonna go through the fucking balls. And how much is that fucking New York steak you were gonna eat last weekend?
You guys want to make a bet? You want to make a bet on inflation?
Dude, inflation is fucking everybody's dick fuck.
Yeah, no. Inflation's high, but I want to make a bet, and the bet that I want to make is that the year-over-year inflation for 2022 will be lower than 2021.
Say that again.
I'm willing to make a bet, even odds, that at the end of 2022, the inflation rate for the year will be less than 2021.
You want to bet 2 solar panels on that?
I love you, brother.
Sure. Yeah. You know what? Calculate out the solar panel values in 2020 in $2023. I'll give you $2023.
No, I want it in $1933.
Oh well, that's better for me. So sure.
No, is it?
Yeah, it's great for me.
Okay, it's great for me, I think.
I don't think so.
That's awesome for me.
Okay, well then that's a deal because I'm gonna be paying.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Honestly, I'm browsing through some coupons, man. I want to buy an engine stand tomorrow. It's like I'm just full of shit right now. I know it.
Hey,
I know you guys talking economics, but something I don't know exactly.
I'm just dragging this boomer for complaining.
Dex, dude.
I'm just having fun. So.
Dex, we're not your enemy, bro. I want you to get that straight, man. We're just here to, at least this time of night, I'm here to take a piss on everything, man, from politics to fucking cocoa fucking shots or whatever, flat earth.
I want to hear some pissing. Let's hear it.
I'm just here to take a piss on these cocks that have spun us.
You're trying to piss on some cocks, dude?
No.
He's pissing cocks, man.
Cocks, man. Cocks, man.
I don't know how you do that, but damn,
I knew the boomers were free spirited, but goddamn,
they piss cocks, man. Careful.
I am the actually last boomer that was ever born, or the first Xer. It doesn't matter, bro. I'm here to take a piss on everything that we can think of, man. Whether
including cocks, apparently.
Fuck that.
You gonna piss on cocks, man?
I'm gonna take a piss on the fucking cocks and from NASA, and from fucking, Newtonian cock, fucking cock. Fuck that Aristophanes. I got some spendy shadows. Fuck off.
I got a question. I got a question
with him.
What do you think about Alex Jones?
He's a cock. I think he's a cock. Fuck that cock.
What an answer.
He's a fucking total
Good shit,
cock.
man.
Without a doubt. I'd be lucky if the guy said, "Hey, you want to go have a beer with Alex Jones?" I'm like, nah, I'm good, man.
I would love to, because that shit would be hilarious.
Dude, I'd much rather hang out with Dexter or Sirius or somebody around here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'd much rather hang out with Hank Hill than fucking
Eddie Bravo?
Jones. If somebody's Hank Hill's over here, I'm like, oh, fucking Hank Hill's here in the house? Oh, fuck. I gotta go hug that guy, dude, man, for sure, man. But Alex Jones, no, man.
What do you think about Eddie Bravo?
Pretty cool, man.
Interesting guy, man. A lot of energy. I love his energy. But he does spill out some interesting aspects of reality. He does.
I bet he's got some good fact compilations.
Yeah, he does.
Compilation of facts, I bet he has.
No, I don't know if it's facts, but it's something you could certainly dig your teeth into, man. You're not going to like... Eddie Bravo told me that NASA's faking their lunar landings. Oh, shit, really? Faking of the lunar landings from 1969 to 1972. I've never heard of anybody ever actually disputing this beautiful claim of video.
You're nuts, man. Space travel's so easy.
I think it's more difficult than we've been. Hey, why haven't we been back to the moon since 1972? We got all HD. It's cool, man. We got HD video.
It's just a bunch of dust up there, man. We don't need that dust.
We don't need that. Exactly. We don't need to go back to the moon. We've already been there, bro. It's all good. We got this thing covered because we've already been there, and we don't have to go back to the moon because that would be ridiculous. Because we lost that technology. No, wait. We destroyed that technology, and it's a sad situation, man. We destroyed the technology to go back.
No, we didn't.
We did.
Okay.
We destroyed it, man, according to the...
An astronaut saying that, man.
Astronaut.
Tom Pettit.
Into space.
What a professional.
He's a pro, yeah. Tom Pettit.
That technology. And that's a problem, man, because we cannot go back to the moon. We lost 6,000 telemetry data tapes. We lost them. We lost those telemetry data.
1 light year of telemetry data is lost.
It's lost. It's gone. And according to NASA, they told us that they lost the telemetry data. And that's a bitch when you lose the telemetry data, because you can't verify fuck all without the telemetry data. You can't.
It's almost as bad as the burning of the library in Alexandria.
It is equivalent to the burning of of the library, dude. That's how we lost the telemetry data.
Whoever started the fire took the books, so it's not that big of a deal.
We didn't start the fire. The world.
I was literally just going to sing that.
When the world keeps turning and burning. Oh, fuck all, man. So the world keeps turning and burning, man. What a great song. It must have been a Tavistock original.
I know. I'm trying to. How do you separate which or which?
We didn't start the fire. We didn't start the Big Bang, fuckers. We did not start the Big Bang, you bitches.
All right, guys. You guys have a good night. I'm checking out. Peace.
Hey, Dex.
Later, sirs.
Laters, guys.
Come back, Dex. Don't be shy, man. Come on. I'm not going to bite your head off. I swear.
That wasn't me, bro.
Oh, it's in you, Dex? Who was that?
It was Solar.
Oh, Solar? Oh, shit. My bad. Okay. Anyway, we didn't start the fire. We didn't start the world turning. Hey, Dex, man. Check this out, man. One of my favorite things, man, is what started the Earth spinning. What started the Earth to have its perfect spin thingy that spins on the axis of the rotation of the 23.4 degree spin. What started that bitch? What started the spin? What did it? What was the magical thing that started the spin of the Earth? Please tell me what started the spin of the Earth. What?
Say it's the collisions that when Athena, that other planet body, made contact with the Earth to form the moon. But then why does the sun spin? And why does Jupiter spin? And why does Saturn spin if they're gas giants? And there was no collision. How come they're spinning without collision, but yet Earth is said to be spinning because of a collision? But yet some do spin, some don't spin. Some have weeks to make 1 day's rotation on its axis, whereas the Earth spins, or is said to be spinning once per day. So it's actually a good question. How come that spin velocity has not degraded over time? Because there's our perpetual energy machine then. We could just harness this perfectly spinning sphere energy that never degrades, and we'd have unlimited tapped energy for all of eternity. The mainstream narrative says that we used to spin quicker, that our day used to be 23 hours, but now it's 24 hours. Can they show any evidence this rotational speed has ever been measured alone that it was faster and has degraded? And if it is degrading, we should notice an ongoing degradation of that rotational speed. We don't. Great question.
Great question, man, right? Yeah.
So, Dick, your turn. What started the Earth spinning?
I mean, we have to start with the Big Bang, right?
Oh, yeah, we do. We got to start with the big fucking bang. Bang!
So, when things explode outwards, do they normally start a rotational velocity on an axis? Or do they just hurtle outwards randomly?
Well, they hurtle outward, but when there's a when there's gravitational pull, what is
Jesus Christ, I don't want to do this again. To be honest, I was enjoying the conversation.
Fuck.
As it developed, and I think this is going to go bad, especially from the sounds that I'm hearing.
Shit. Can you hear Dax? Can you hear me? Dax, can you hear me?
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
You can hear me? Okay, Dax.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just saying, man. That's one of my bitches saying, hey, man, what started the Earth spin, man? I'm not trying to like corner you or put you in a bad situation, man. Think about it, man. What started the spin of Earth, the ball? It's a beautiful thing to think about, man. It's physics, man. It's it's geology.
I know, and the understanding is that that our solar system started to collapse under its own gravity, right? And as the cloud that is our solar system collapsed, it started to spin.
Yep. But dude, can you like verify any of that?
Some of the shit started, like, think about the ocean, right? You know what an eddy is? Some of the shit started to fucking swirl around in these little eddies and eventually formed into planets. And the planets formed, they keep the spinning motion.
Dude, that's a beautiful.
So it makes sense. In your perception, but your perception is that something else is happening. You haven't said what it is or why. You're just asking me to explain, and I'm giving you an explanation, and then you're telling me, well, that doesn't make sense. But you're not giving me an alternative, right? And so I'm done answering questions, and I'm going to wait, and I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm probably going to fall asleep, but I'm going to stay awake as much as I can and wait for you to give me an alternative explanation as to why things are the way they are. And I'm open. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. But this game where I'm being grilled about why things are the way that I perceive them to be, and the way that every bit of science has shown them to be. that game is done. And so now what I'm going to do is leave the floor to you to explain actually what you believe, because no one here has told me that. And so I'll listen, and I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm just going to listen.
Fair enough.
Use your eyes, man. Use your eyes.
Fair enough. Thank you, Dexter Gordon, man. One of my favorite saxophone players of all time. Dexter Gordon. Thank you. How do we explain what we see in reality is what you're looking for. And how dare us perceive reality?
Incorrect. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm asking you to explain what you don't see.
What we don't see in reality. You want me to go to complete Star Wars Disneyland makeup shit out of like some kind of movie set? Or do you want me to explain what's
the Earth? What's beyond the Earth? That's
what
it.
we perceive?
What's beyond the Earth and why? What is the Earth? What is beyond the Earth? Why? How did the Earth come to exist? How did everything beyond it come to exist? Explain it.
You have some actual explanation of how the Earth became to existence. And that is completely 100% predicated on the fact that there was this Big Bang. Is that correct?
I'm asking you to tell me, what is the Earth in your perspective? How did it come to exist? And that's it. Just do it.
How the fuck do we know that?
Dex, man. You have the claim that there was this Big Bang that occurred, and we're all spinning through this universe at millions of miles.
That it's not. Why? What is it? What do you believe is? What do you think is?
I don't want to believe fuck all, man. I want to perceive exactly what I see in the reality.
Avoidance.
No,
Look, I think I can offer.
Not avoidance.
So Dexter, you've been very amicable, and we thank you for your patience. I can understand that it can be quite challenging to come into a room where most people are disagreeing with you. So you've done really well. Your question now is, what could this place be based on our understanding of the evidence and how the evidence can be rearranged to represent something else? So in standard physics, we know that water always finds its level, so much so that we call it sea level. And sea level means that between two continents, they're level. So between Africa and the US, that water level called sea level is level between those two places. Now, we're not asserting this. We didn't define it as sea level. This is what the evidence that was given to us suggests. So if water is level, and water covers 70% of the surface of the earth, which is also another number that they give us. We haven't gone out and measured it, but they say roughly 70% is covered in water, and that water is level. And it means that effectively, wherever the water surface is touching, that portion is level. So 70% of this place is level. When you start to look at the different models that are postulated to explain that, there are almost two schools of thought. The one is that it's an infinite plane, meaning that this ground goes on indefinitely level in all directions, and that we as human beings can never reach the extremities of our boundaries. So imagine like a gaming console. You've got the stage that you can just go and explore, and it just goes on and on. When you reach that boundary, it renders the next portion and you just continue on. So that's the one theory, is that there's an infinite plane because we know it's level. The other option is we know it's level because of sea level. And then to have gas pressure, you need to be contained. You can't ever demonstrate gas pressure without a container starting as the necessary requirement, because you take a container, then you start putting more air into it until the air builds up a pressure. If that container was open, you could never build up sufficient air to create the pressure in the first place. Now, we're all breathing pressurized air. So if we're breathing pressurized air, there must be some containment of some sort. And then those flat earthers would call themselves domers. They believe that there is a dome covering us, containing all the gas on this level surface which we're living on. When you drive cross country, you'll see that for thousands of miles, you've basically stayed perfectly level from shore to shore, say, of the United States. When you go and work out the calculation in terms of how much curvature, how much angle of drop that you should have covered over that distance, it's generally hundreds of kilometers that you should have driven over hundreds of kilometers of altitude, but yet you stayed at maybe 20 feet above sea level or 30 feet above sea level. Parts of Kansas and parts of Florida are considered so flat and so level that they're very close to sea level, meaning only a couple of feet above that level line to which everything is measured against. So you can either have a plane that goes on far greater than we realize, or there could be a small local area and then there's a giant dome effectively covering that little piece. Now, this is very much in the realm of speculation. Like I'm saying, there's these options and these are the ways that people think about them. As flat earthers, we want to then find evidence. When you go and look at some of the declassified Russian documents, they actually state that they've been investigating the firmament since the 50s. They look at how light bounces off the firmament. They know the firmament implies the dome. They know the refraction levels. They know what type of light bounces and what type of frequencies don't. They know how to send signals. Then you go and look and they call it ionospheric bouncing, that we can bounce signals off this ionosphere. Now, in communication, you normally need a dish to be able to either receive or transmit the signal in the first place. So signals don't just bounce off of air. It's never been demonstrated that a signal can bounce off of air. Signals can only bounce off of something physical. So if there's this ionosphere where we bounce signals off of, and we know that at that distance the air is so spread out and so thin.
Wait, did you just say that air isn't physical? Like, what does that mean, and why do you believe that?
No, so if you understand the density gradient that we do.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Sorry,
I'm here.
Yeah, you dropped out, Solar.
I just got a call quick. So we know that the air is more dense here near the surface, and as we go higher and higher, the air pressure drops, and it drops quite considerably. And before we even reach any point called the ionosphere, the air is said to be at a 0,00001 pressure. That means if you took a cubic meter of that volume and you tried to count how many air molecules are in that cubic meter, at that height, there's going to be very few molecules. Whereas down on the Earth, where the air pressure is far greater, there's a lot more air molecules all packed into that same cubic meter of volume. So as we get higher and higher up, the point I was making is how can we bounce a signal off of a region where there are very few air molecules to bounce? So it's like saying if I took a bucket filled with apples and I shot a bullet into that bucket, which is the apples is like the densely packed air close to the ground, that I would miss all the apples in the bucket when all the apples are densely packed. But then if I take a bucket and I only place one apple in the bucket and I shoot anywhere, I can get it to hit that apple every time and bounce back. That's the inconsistency of them saying, I can shoot a signal through all this dense air and it keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. Once it reaches a point where there's virtually no more air molecules, it turns around and comes back. Can you understand the inconsistency in that?
Yeah, who is saying that? Send a link.
It's called ionospheric bouncing. And if you look up what the pressure is at the ionosphere.
Just send a link.
He will send a link. Hey man, the spinning globe shooting through infinite space might potentially be ridiculous if you add the fact that they say we're shooting through this fucking vacuum of space and we have this atmos thing that can it just magically holds the air potentially through the vacuum next to the pressure. The pressure doesn't exactly equal the density of the fuck off.
So I've posted it in live stream voice text. They call it skywave propagation, where the radio waves are reflected or refracted back towards Earth from the ionosphere. And if you look at the little diagram that they show you, it's like the Earth is enclosed by something. And the region that it's said to be bouncing is so far away from our atmosphere that there really is very little atmosphere, if any, to be bouncing it back from. Like my original point was, no one in history has ever bounced a radio signal off of air. If you can show me one example where I shoot a signal and I'm trying to send it to a radar dish 10 kilometers away, and halfway it just suddenly turns around and comes back to me without meeting that other dish, then I wouldn't need satellite dishes and I wouldn't need radar dishes or microwave antennas, because I could just get the signal to bounce off of air anywhere I wanted to. When you go and look, MIT released a document in 2016 saying that there is like this force field around the Earth, which is that same point where we experience that the signal suddenly turns around and comes back at us, or that the signal gets absorbed into something and doesn't return to us. So just thinking logically, if you can't bounce a signal off air, undemonstrable, how could you bounce a signal off a region where there's virtually no air left? And what would you be bouncing it off in that point where there's just giant gaps between the molecules?
Yeah, man. Check it out. Hey, bouncy air, man. Bouncy air. We love bouncy air, man.
Hey, Professor Phil, come in. See you sending me some private messages. Come chat to us.
Hell yeah.
Don't be a chat skank. Come on. I'd prefer to engage.
Step into the arena, man. Come on, Professor. Dexter, man. There's bouncy air, man. Bouncy air, bro. Right? It's like bendy water. It's bouncy air. Bendy water and bouncy air. Put them together. What do you got? What do you actually realistically observe in your reality? What do you reality observe? Please, fuck's sake. Observe your reality, man. You can go into all kinds of Star Wars fucking fantasy, bro. You cannot deny your reality, man. If you deny your reality, you are completely toast, bro. The reality is we go out and we observe these beautiful...
But there isn't, it's difficult to say what do you observe in reality, because your understanding of reality is made up of a set of axioms. So, for example, if you were born in the Middle East, your reality would be that you're just always at conflict with Israel, or that you're in conflict with Palestine if you're from Israel.
Right.
And that to you would be your reality, meaning that you would think of that as normal.
Right.
Does it make that you're always perpetually in a war normal? No, but it is their reality. It is their lived experience. So it's challenging to say to someone, what is your reality? Because their reality is defined by all those previous set beliefs that either make what they think to feel normal or normalized versus what really is. Now, what we're talking about is measuring what really is. So if I say to you, is a square, or how do you measure a square? You have to measure two sides being the same length and that there's a 90 degree between them. Yes.
Yeah.
That is the reality, that a square is measured that way. Same with a sphere. How do you really measure a sphere? You would have a curvature drop away from you in all directions at a measurable rate.
Yep.
So the reality, often you know with the guys that come in here, they think that we're trying to mislead, whereas we're actually trying to say, if the earth was flat, would you want to know? And then can we share with you how we know it is flat? If you answer no, that you don't want to know that it's flat, it would be the same as saying, would you want to know if your girlfriend is cheating on you? You can answer no to that. And say, I don't want to know if she's cheating on me.
Dude,
or you can be honest and say, I want to know.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know that my girlfriend is cheating.
No, you do want to know.
I don't want to know. I'm such a cock. I don't want to know that my girlfriend she had sex with the neighbor.
Yeah, like if your girlfriend comes to kiss you, and the whole time you're wondering if she's been giving someone else a blowjob, and then you're gonna pull into that mouth and kiss her and not care if she's cheating on you every day or multiple times a day. Some people can live and exist like that, but most can't.
If you do that, man, you might get this thing that's going around the last couple of years. It could, it could devastately, it could kill you. This thing that's going around.
Oh, that's funny, man.
This thing. We try to keep it.
How about?
I try.
Yeah, and how about your wife comes to you with the semen in her mouth to give you a kiss? And you could see the semen dripping out her mouth, and you still say, "Can't be, can't be." I don't want to know.
Oh, that's messed up, man. That's messed up, bro. That you busted my reality. You fucked up my head. It's coming out of her mouth, and you're like, "Let me give you a French kiss, baby." No.
Exactly.
That's bad. That's bad. It's bad.
And it's a very crude example, but it's literally that obvious.
Yes.
That we're saying, here's the person with that stuff dripping out of their mouth. Obviously, the antecedent or the necessary requirement was she put her mouth on somebody's junk. And they're saying, impossible. No, I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. Oh. Dexter, you still with us, man? I hope you're laughing and crying. I hope you're crying too. Sucks, man, when the reality of your reality sets in and says, "Hey, man, you know what? I'm not moving. I'm not spinning. I'm not shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. I'm shooting around the fucking sun at 66.6 miles an hour. I'm not shooting around the sun at 66.6 miles an hour. Oh my God, we're flying through space, and we're flying through space, and we are not only flying through space, but we're breaking every fucking sound barrier that ever existed, and we're cruising through space around the sun at 6.6 thousand miles an hour. Fuck the fuck off, okay?
What are you talking about? Oh my God! I never realized.
Yeah.
We're falling into space. Yes.
Rubbish.
Yeah, so it's fun. So he did answer.
66,000 miles an hour around the sun. Fuck off. You don't feel any motion whatsoever. Zero. And you're telling me we're spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. Fuck off.
And the stars are the same every night. The stars are the same constellations.
The stars, there's no parallax.
Yeah, link the solar system GIF. That's one of my favorites.
I gotta sit down for this.
It sucks. Hey, listen up. He left. Did he leave? He left. Fuck. Dexter, bro, I love you, man. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Dexter Gordon, one of the greatest saxophone players of all time. Of all time.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, was it last night with Uncle
Yes, it was.
wow, okay.
Uncle Norman.
Uncle Norman.
Uncle Norman. Shout out to Uncle Norman. But Dexter Gordon, man, tonight, reality is what you can observe, man. And it sucks, man, when you realize what you think you know and what you can observe are two completely different things, man. But observation is the key to understanding where you live, man. Where do you live, man? Are those stars moving or are we spinning? And that is the ultimate, like it's like the ultimate realization. You have to make that distinction, man. Whether you are spinning or everything else is spinning. Or are you stationary or everything else is spinning? And that is it's a sucky shit situation that we find ourselves in with this, man. Because I know for a fact, if we were in motion, we would feel like we are in motion, and we're not. We don't feel it. We don't see it. We don't perceive it. You go out to the ocean, you look across, there's no humpy water. Come on, man. Get your fucking head around your own head. Get your ass out of your ass and realize if you go out to the ocean, you don't feel like you're fucking spinning, man. And if you do, man, if you feel like you're spinning, man, let me know. Let me know you're spinning because I want to know that you're spinning. Fuck off. You don't feel like you're spinning, man. You just don't. And that is a fact you can't fucking get out of, period. Fuck off. If you think you can get out of the fact that you walk to the ocean and you feel like you're spinning. I feel like I'm spinning around this globity fuck off. You don't feel shit, man. You see the lights and the sunset on the ocean, and you're like, that, I know I'm not moving, man. I know I'm not. You're not moving, you're not spinning. You're not shooting through fucking the universe at 1.5 million miles an hour. Fuck off. You don't feel any of that, man. And I want that to sink into your head, man, for the next 6 months, man. You don't feel like you're moving, period. If you think you feel like you're moving, you might want to talk to a psychiatrist. You might want to check into the mental institution, for all I know, man. But you definitely don't feel like you're spinning. And if you can come to that realization that you're not spinning, that's a great place to find yourself grounded. Find yourself grounded on this beautiful earth. That's where we live, man. No bendy fucking water shooting around a globe and spinning through space at millions of fucking miles an hour. Fuck off. Fuck off, man. It's not gonna happen. You're not shooting through fucking space at millions of miles. No. You find yourself here flat, stationary, not rotating, moving, nothing. Everything else is moving around you. Everything. And if you can't realize that, man, I can't help you, man. I can't help you. That's the grail of reality. It's the grail of reality, man. You're not fucking spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck the fuck off. Okay? Thank you. I'm done.
It was a good monologue. I liked it.
Okay. Dexter, you still with us? Dexter. Dexter Gordon. You there? Hello?
Just assume he's listening, man. Keep going. Flat Earth dude.
Okay. Damn. I want him to explain his drop. His drop. Damn it. Let's go. Um, Dexter Gordon, you still there? All right. Great talk tonight, man. Thank you. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Okay. All right. We got this. We got the physics. We got the physics, baby. We got it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
We're still alive.
Sounds like you guys are getting a little sleepy here.
Yeah. Night time in Australia.
Yeah. So I joined to see what's going on. Everyone's always muted here for some reason.
Yeah. Well, Michio Kaku reckons that flat earthers and people that don't want to drink juice exist because hearsay, or because it's a gene. He says he believes that there's a gene that has to do with superstition. I forget what he called it, but yeah, it's kind of like the whole God thing. Like 9 times out of 10, it didn't work, but that one time that it saved your ass, that's why that gene exists. So,
Yeah. Forex, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't have the perms to unmute you. So
who?
Some guy named Forex trying to ask me to unmute them.
Forex memes. You have been unmuted, Forex.
Thank you.
There we go. Everyone's happy in the end.
Cheers, mate.
So yeah, Michio Kaku and his did its hearsay, and it has to do with the gene. And I thought, he said something about the scientific method and how science, But he's the guy. But in another video, he also said that we astrophysicists don't use the scientific method. I'm a theoretical physicist. You know what I mean? So it's like he's he's saying he's calling you what he is. You know what I mean? He's doing to you like he's saying you're doing what he's actually doing. People say the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to scientists personally.
Yeah, I got triggered. I forgot his opinion about flat earthers, and when I saw it, I got triggered, man. This motherfucker. It's like, this guy's a liar. Science communicator.
To draw the line.
Big Think. Yeah. Channel on YouTube.
Big Think. I just use YouTube for music, so I don't think I'd know anything about that.
More like not think. Don't think. Feel. Feel. The globe. Feel the ball. Feel it in your heart. Feel it in your soul. How we know it's a ball. See, just look to the heavens.
Yeah.
Make sense? No? You know what I mean? But why does it look flat? Right? It's like, can't trust your eyes, man. What? How do we use it as flat?
Oh, fuck.
You can't trust your job. You work. You can't trust your work, man. You can't. I know we have to use it as flat, but it's really a ball. A ball that looks flat. You know, it's like so. Are we just renaming? We just calling balls flat now, or so my table's a ball? Is that what you mean? Like, no, don't be silly. No, the Earth is a ball. Like, oh, so big.
Well, you know what they say, and by they I mean me. Don't trust anyone with a hard-on that hard for a certain scientific viewpoint. So,
Balls. Hard on for balls.
pretty much.
Sounds kind of gay if you ask me.
It is kind of gay.
I don't know much about this science stuff, but sounds kind of gay.
Why do you want me to talk about balls so much?
What's a ball? Are you saying this is a ball? Like out there? Like, are you saying that mountain is a ball? Like, what do you? Hey, what this guy's saying? He's saying the ocean is a ball. Ah, ah. Hey, he was like, well, I've never seen the ocean, but I'm pretty sure it's not a ball. I mean, I've gone fishing. I've been fishing. It don't look like no ball. I reckon it looks flat. That's me. Gone fishing.
Yeah.
I went fishing too. I was, yeah.
What time was it where you were?
Ball. So balls look flat. 2022. Yeah, like
Time is it for who?
For you?
For me, it's 5 a.m.
Damn. Early
Dang,
birds.
man. 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, I slept like from maybe 12 to like 2. And then I woke up for some reason. I was like, well, I guess I could go on Discord and talk with people for a little bit.
Talk to some people.
I don't really have
I
shit
woke
to
up like
do.
that last night.
I don't have to get up tomorrow morning or anything, so
You want to psychoanalyze the whole, thing? You want to kind of like do some skip. You know what I mean?
well, I guess that's what the live stream's for. I usually just like to talk to you guys in a more relaxed VCs.
I like to speculate, you know what I'm saying, but not really make things up. Just, put some pieces of puzzles together. Like, hey, I've got some pieces here for a puzzle.
Like how's the time zone changes? That's in this puzzle.
You don't play connect the dots? Like, I got some dots to connect.
Dots,
example,
those are kind of like balls, right? You know what else is a ball?
Yeah, dots are just that long.
So there's these dots like the Vatican and the ball, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, hey, look, these dots are connecting. And what else? And the Big Bang. And what else? And all of science. And what else? And the New World Order. Oh, I keep connecting. Like, hey, is it just me, or are these dots really connecting, right? Like, so what does that mean?
Hold that thought.
Yeah. Why are these dots connecting? And what does it all mean?
Why does the time zones change?
Because it's a ball. Because the calendar's off is wrong.
Calendar's fucked up.
Yeah, there's 365 days, and then there's this leap year every 4. Like, why? Why?
Yeah, like why?
Hey, that's wrong. It's just the seasons. Hey, look,
Well,
it's
we got
snowing. It's
different time
winter.
zones, anyways.
Yeah. Because you have to.
I guess, like why? Like, why is it nighttime over there?
To worship the sun better. I don't know.
So that we can miss the sun when it goes down, and when it comes back up, we'll be more happier.
Yeah, Christmas. Around 25th of December. Somewhere in the world.
You know, is that brain power that I hear?
What's up?
You got brain power over there?
Great power?
Give me some of that brain power.
Oh, yeah, man.
Taste that.
Hey, you guys.
What's going on?
Hey, Quets.
What's up, man?
Hey. Yeah, I just joined. I'm just asking what's going on. Anything interesting?
We're just talking about why we got different time zones.
Oh, that's a cool topic.
Time zones, like a
like wine zone.
Why is it nighttime here and not over there?
Yeah, and why do people whine about it?
Because the sun is over there and not over here.
You know what I notice is when people think of flat Earth, they still think about the sun being 94 million miles away and lighting up the whole, the whole surface of it. That's a big mistake in the beginning to think of.
How does it work?
It's small and local, man. Small and local. That's how it works. Same way you use a torchlight, You light up a certain spot on an area, but everything else around it is getting dimmer, and the light cannot travel forever,
And then the light just kind of goes in like a pivotal motion around the orb.
Yeah, in an elliptical motion, like it's circling around like that.
You can see you can see sunspot. How when the light is really close to the water, the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see the sunspot actually reflecting off of the water. You're in an airplane, or I don't know, check some pictures on the internet out. And you can see it illuminate just the clouds around it, like the moon does. It doesn't illuminate the whole thing, like everything. Yeah. So
those hotspots don't make sense on a sun that's really far away. It's a local thing, totally.
I don't know how far it is or any of that stuff, or what it is. It's just hey, look, it's a light. It's like the light that like that causes that all life depends on. Well, all the lights. I think all the lights have a role to play. Like before electricity, like that was kind of the only lights you had at nighttime. You had candles and maybe like stuff, fire, I guess. Right?
Yeah, fire.
So it's the only light.
Moon. How the fuck does the light bounce off of a rock like the moon? I don't get that.
like 238,000 miles.
It's a
maybe?
rock, right?
Yeah.
So like they say that the light's bouncing off the moon.
The light is also bouncing off the ocean, though. You know, like, oh look, it's also bouncing off the ocean, like it's right there. But yeah, I don't think it's not a rock. It's more like dusty, you know. So it's bouncing off of dust, and it kind of makes it worse.
It makes it even more complicated. How do you get a complete image if it's just like particles?
Yeah, and why isn't the Earth shining because of all the water on it? You know, pictures from the moon or whatever, or from ISS.
Do we have any material that makes us think ISS is a scam?
What?
Got any fake ISS shit to show us?
Uh, well, it's like Elon Musk says, right? We have better CGI than that. Oh, it looks it's real. You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real. I don't know. One or the other or something like that. And that's how you know it's real. Yes, the faker it looks, the more real it's supposed to be. I like how they talk about coffee. You know, Don Pettit, and then what's his name, Chris Hadfield was playing the guitar
Mm-hmm.
from space, and I was like, "That's not possible. That's not science. This is magic." Oh, never mind. It's Hollywood, but it's supposed to be live. But you know, I don't know. I guess
Right, because if the cord vibrates, right? Is there vibrations in space? I don't think we've been to
I have
space.
no idea. I've never been to space, but you know,
I can't imagine how there'd be a vibration.
uh, Edward Kelly and what's his name, John D. They did these rituals where they try to call up the dead, but they had to do it in the moonlight because the light of the moon had something to do with the I don't know, you know, talking to the dead.
Yeah.
Vibrations, I guess. I don't know. It's a different kind of light.
A special night. Do you believe in ghosts?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. I thought I was on push to talk. My bad. Yeah. Evil spirits and stuff like that. Demons. The Bible. I've
Good
seen
and
it.
the bad, or like mostly just the bad?
I've seen it. Like, you know what I mean? In our village. Yes, back when I was a teenager in the South Pacific.
Really? What was it like?
I mean, it happens a lot there.
I know. I hear about it in Cebu.
Like a messy hair. Yeah, same thing. Just like on TV, throwing people around with super strong, out of their mind. The lady yelled at. I was riding my bike, me and my brother, and we stopped and saw the family gathered around the mom. And the mom was like, rah, 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 and she started barking at us. And the daughter ran over and was like, hey, 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 you gotta leave because my grandfather doesn't like your church. I was like, oh, what? Okay. So, yeah, we took off. Like, damn. You know what I mean? So, it happens often there too. So, it's normal.
I think they mainly hang around trees, man, at nighttime.
Pardon? Trees?
Yeah, like around trees at midnight and nighttime. That's what
Yeah.
I had my bad experience.
I think they like to hang out anywhere, like wherever they can get people.
If there's bad, there's gotta be good.
Pardon?
I said if there's bad, there has to be good.
Oh yeah. Like angels. I think yeah. I think there are angels that look after people and children. Well, on the mission type of angels. Like Daniel prayed and the Gabriel that came, and he was held back for 21 days by the Prince of Persia.
Hey, hold on, man. One second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey man, I'm back. You were saying something about the Prince of Persia?
Oh yeah. From the Bible, yeah. And then Michael, the archangel, had to come and fight him off and let Gabriel deliver his answer.
He fought the Persians.
No, it's like a demon, a fallen angel.
Oh yeah.
The Prince of Persia. It's the power behind the King of Persia. Right? So, there are powers and authorities, dominions, or the spiritual world, just like how people organize, or and yeah, I don't know. It's like they move like I don't. But I've seen that woman get possessed. And you hear a lot about it. I call them aliens now because if you, according to science, there's no such thing, right? It's all superstition. It's all God stuff, and they're probably aliens. Aliens, yes, because there's space, and yeah, New World Order stuff.
I don't believe in space.
You don't have to believe in space. Everyone else does. Most people do.
I have a question.
Yo.
What is the dumbest thing on the globe model?
Bendy water.
Yeah, that's true. Large bodies of water holding curvature, impossible.
That level is curved. Right? If you try to think about it, it's gonna hurt your brain because now you have to say to yourself, I don't know what straight lines are. 90 degrees don't really exist. And what is this radius, being too small?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a shortage on Globers or if they're being if there's a lock on the server where they're not being allowed in, or what the issue is.
Well, it's the hours. It's the hours, yeah. So, and I'm guessing in what time is it? Yeah. It's the time. It's morning. Those are the Globers.
But how do the hours work?
No, they're there should be Globers 24 hours a day. There should be 5 or 10 new people every hour. Yeah, no, it's if even in dead time, I love to bash the globe, so I'll try to jump in and bash the globe as much as possible.
Like bashing the people that teach it,
or exposing it and who's doing it and why they're doing it. Or but
Zanuck. Zanuck.
Oh yeah, I know Xanax from years ago. There's an echo from somebody.
He's annoying.
Yeah, I would just expose him in 2 minutes or 5 minutes and get him to double speak as quickly as possible, as often as possible, and then hopefully there's somebody listening that can hear his lies.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Well, he's an ultimate liar. He's probably paid, or he's just a hardcore atheist. Who, yeah, we like. I'm sure I know you know the reasons why he denies reality, but
Why wouldn't reality exist?
why would reality exist? It's because it's what you live. It's what you are. It's your day-to-day life. It's reality. You are online. You will tell me as an atheist that I don't know if I'm online talking to you. Am I? That's what you will say. Because atheists believe in subjective truth.
Well, you know what? Like, Mom, Dad, why do I exist? What?
You exist to pay taxes and to be a slave for 65 years until you get diabetes, dementia, and
Why did you make me?
Why am I alive, right?
Right, what is this experience that happens when we're not sleeping?
Wet experience.
Yeah. Why do I have to go to sleep? Like, that's what I always wonder. Like,
fuck does
well, when you sleep, you regenerate and you rest, and it is beneficial for sure.
Rest.
But the problem is we sleep for 8 hours a day, which is a third of our life, and nobody really knows what's actually happening in those 8 hours.
Seriously, what is going on?
What is the point of sleeping? I wish I didn't have to.
I heard it was to get rid of poisons.
No, it's well, you lose weight when you sleep because you're not eating. So it depends on what you eat before you sleep and how fasting you could get. So, like, sleeping is fasting, but what you do before you sleep is very important.
You enter like a deep. It's like you go away from this experience, right? You enter some kind of deep death. You know, it's like you're dead. It's like you're not here anymore. Like when you watch somebody sleeping, it doesn't look like
fucking died.
It's like, hello. Sometimes I listen to my wife stop breathing. I'm like, and I'll look over like,
what about when she's talking and you're like, what is she saying? You're like, what? What is she saying? Who's she talking to?
Yeah. Hey, you all right? And, or wait long enough, she'll start breathing again. I'm like, oh shit, what the hell, man? That was a long pause. But
He's just observing. It's like the flat earther is just like observe everything.
It's the deep sleep, right? Because if you, I kind of notice yourself, you know, when you're entering and coming out of it, there are these like deep exhales you do. You know, it's like a really slow breathing rate. You know what I mean?
Oh, like Darth Vader?
Yeah, like you're still relaxed, right? You're so relaxed. You're like, sink.
Yeah. I would say once you hit a certain age, you have a certain sleep routine. So you might get. I don't notice the breathing patterns, but I do the same routine. So I could be in the same breathing patterns, but
well, yeah. In order to enter REM, you know, deep sleep, you have to be totally relaxed, and your breathing has to slow right down, which means you have to shut your mind off, you know, or close your eyes, basically.
How is that right?
It's like it triggers and signals your brain to start releasing sleep.
That's really interesting, actually.
Right. Yeah. Deep breathing does that too, you know, when you in with your nose slowly and exhale. I go.
And then that slow breathy kind of thing makes you hit that REM.
Enter, yeah, start going into sleep. Like, you know, drink too much coffee or, you know, like me, like you might not be able to go really into the deep sleep. But if you've had a hard, like if you worked hard all day and you're really tired, then yeah, you're more likely to enter deep sleep.
Ah, that's the reason to work harder there.
Yeah, that's the super rest. You know, that rejuvenated. When you wake up.
Shit.
I am back from the dead, and I am stronger than before. Shit, you know, like, oh crap, that was some good sleep. Oh man, I'm so tired.
This is 4X memes. You're alive.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'll be right back, actually.
You're about to, take off or what? I'm always the bad guy to ask you for the globe proof, so I apologize.
In advance.
No offense, but I would like to see your globe proof. S'il vous plaît.
No offense. This is not an insult, but can I see your globe proof?
Excuse me, sir. Can I see your globe proof? That's why I always say to like newer people, it's like, don't you find it weird that you get out of school and you're 18, 25, you're on the server, and I'm in VC check-in asking you for your best globe proof and you have nothing? Like, red flag, hello, like it's denial and cogdis or whatever spiral after, but different levels.
Why are you even here? Like, what is the point, right? Like, why did we wake up this?
They're just killing time, and whether some of them are random and some of them are searching truth and some of them are just trolling, and so it's so I know you know it, but yeah.
It's like a Marvel PG game, eh?
And where else in the world would that same thing apply? So if someone comes in here saying, I believe Biden's the greatest president ever, and then you say, well, give me your best piece of evidence to show why you think Biden is the greatest president ever, and then you say, well, I don't know. I don't have one thing to show you. I just know he is the greatest president of all time. And everyone agrees with me, so therefore he must be.
He helped veterans, yet he killed 90,000 innocent people. Or like what? Like there's if you support any politician,
that would be an evidence. That would be at least 1 point. So then, when you ask a Glober, what is your piece of evidence, and they can't even present one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there. It's like I said. It's an assumption or a fallacy right away, and GPS works because of this, and yeah, but yeah, we all know it. It's just yeah. I try to get him to double speak right away, but it doesn't change anything or whatever. But.
But then it makes me wonder, how many things do they have an opinion on without evidence? And why wouldn't that be peculiar for them to think, I wonder why I think that if I don't have any reason for thinking this.
They believe that evidence that I wouldn't consider is evidence, that they would just say this guy did this and it proved this degree tilt, and it's like, what? Like, that's not the quality of evidence I need. But
yeah, it's like a lot of them don't understand what anecdotal means. Anecdotal evidence means it's not definitive. It's like correlation data is, it just shows a correlation between something. The rooster crows in the morning and the sun rises, so therefore the rooster must be causing the sun to rise when he crows. It's just a correlation. It's not a causation. And like you say, how do people look at evidence? They look at it anecdotally. So it's evidence because someone said it's evidence, but is it truly evidence in its own right? No, it's not.
I'm posting a 48-second clip of crypto talking about the same thing, crypto and percentage, and they're like, if you can't agree that like men can't get pregnant, like why are you talking about all the sophisticated stuff where like these people, they don't get it? So like check out that video, and like it's like a 40-second clip of like just them saying basically like if they don't get the basic stuff, like how are they going to get the complicated stuff?
Freaking idiocracy, man.
Well, that's why, like, I'm not, there's other debaters that can talk about every different topic and in depth, but like I keep it simple. If you can't get the simple stuff, then like if you're going to tell me, like I said, does globe Earth rotate underneath a helicopter? Yes or no? You're done. I got you.
Well, what about the seasons?
What about eclipse? Explain this? Explain this, scattergun. Oh yeah, it's the same. Yeah,
medieval days.
What's that?
Stage. Are you saying we don't know what those things are? Do you have a model that explains all the phenomena?
Yeah, it's weird how they need an explanation for everything, yet they can't prove anything.
Yeah, and certain things are not malleable the way that they want to assume that they are. I think it's Ben Shapiro who describes the whole transgenderism thing as you can't simply just change something that's unable to be changed in the first place. The example that he draws is age. So if you're 25 or call it 35, whatever you are, can you identify as a 60-year-old to now get retirement benefits? So if you tell your insurer, no, I identify as a 60-year-old, please start paying me my retirement, they're going to say, but you're 25. So just because you think you're 60 doesn't make you 60, in the same way that just thinking that you were born a man and you now think you're a woman doesn't make you a woman, the same way that experiencing a flat earth and thinking about it as round and spinning doesn't make it round and spinning if it is flat.
So you're right.
I can break it down in one sentence where atheists believe in subjective truth and we believe in objective truth.
This is my handle. This is my... No? Yeah.
Oh, so you guys are a bunch of white supremacists, huh?
Oh,
Who said that? Who said that?
I was just playing around.
No, I don't. I just don't recognize your voice, but I know you're talking earlier. But
would it be factually accurate to say intelligent supremacist? So if you're intelligent, are you above? And then when you look, you'll see that the Ashkenazi Ashkenazi Jews are amongst the highest IQ, and they tend to be fair-skinned. So therefore, it would almost follow that if IQ is a correlation between, or at least it's higher proportionally in a fair-skinned race, is it unfair to then say that that race is slightly superior in mental capability?
I personally would need to see. I've heard that claim but I would need to see. I should actually look it up, but yeah, I believe that all races are pretty much could be equal in intelligence, but the separation between the amount of intelligence could be higher or lower depending on many variables. But there's a reason. Go ahead.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Bet they reverse engineered a plan now, though.
Be like, so you're saying everything is fake? Yes.
Chugga.
Yes. Everything.
And it's like as fallacious as if you guys have ever tried to stop a water leak. Once the water's flowing out of something, you have to drain all the water out of the system to be able to repair that leak. So the same thing with if there was a hole and it was now leaking, you wouldn't be able to just swap the mechanism and suddenly the pressure that's forcing its way out would no longer want to force its way out while changing the mechanism. It's like trying to stop a dam that's burst while it's still full and the water is trying to push its way out. There's nothing on this earth that you're going to be able to put there to stop that water leak. Because the pressure will just push whatever you've put there away.
I'm sure there's some kind of, procedure.
There's probably a procedure. And you probably have to know the procedure to probably be able to probably fix it.
I'll probably have to have a look at I mean, if it's a leak, you got a leak. If you have a leak, you have a leak. Yeah, I probably have to check the manual. Like I don't have. He said he's the repair guy, and he's the science guy. I was like, so what do you do when you have a leak? Oh, did I say I was the repair guy? Sorry. The repair guy.
And then there was that other article where they had a leak on the space station after this question was posed. And then the guy says he put his thumb in the hole to stop the leak.
The little Dutch boy in the dam.
Now take that to the dam analogy. Think about a dam that's just burst. Just shove your thumb in that and it'll stop.
I was like, did he say repair guy? I was like, what is a repair guy? I was like, a repair guy? I was like, I don't know. I couldn't. I was like, repair guy? Like, what the fuck is a repair guy?
And then when you go look at submarines have a crew of over 100 people, all assigned to various tasks in shifts so that they can always maintain that piece of equipment while there's many lives inside. But yet the ISS, which is 2 to 3 times larger than a submarine, has a crew of 4 people, and most of the time they're just doing science, growing lettuce for the first time, for the 10th time.
And then he was like,
No
and I understand. And I was like,
there's a hole in my bucket.
I was like, I'm pretty sure Bill Nye is the science guy, not you, buddy. Like, what's a science guy? I was like, hey, what's a science guy? The repair guy and the science guy. I was like the TV shows or. It's like Hollywood, man. I was like, this
I would
is
love
Hollywood
to see a video of Bill Nye defining science. See if he can.
He's like, it's round, guys. It's round. I don't know what to say. It's round. Like,
Boats go over the curvature, you see? Boats. Such a noob.
it's like, I can't believe I used to watch. I watched that episode when I was little. It's like, wow. And that's why when I got into the Navy, I was looking around, on the ship in the middle of nowhere, like, wow, look, it's the curvature somewhere over yonder there. that, that horizon looking around, like the ocean all around. Projecting, you know what I mean? What you were taught. Was it, because you're trying to make sense of this experience you call reality, or where we all have the same dream. We're all in the same dream type of thing, and, and go to sleep. Is that reality or is this reality? Like, which one is the real one? Is it the dream world, like the dead when we're dead? Like, is that what it's like when you're dead? Because that's where God also talks to people in the Bible too, and spirits, I guess. Cause sorry, I'm high. I got carried away there. What we were talking about? NASA, yeah. Demons in space. I mean, that's what aliens are, no? Space water. I always wonder why they train in such a.
Is Jim Carrey the cable guy on the ISS?
Yes. all the all the strings being pulled. Bendy doors, like they look like cardboard doors. It was like, why do they even bother showing this shit? It's like, can't they do like a better job? Like, gosh, man, should at least have a real hatch, like a real thing.
Like, how the hell did they ever let that footage get out? That bendy door.
I was like, who the hell produced this?
I mean, people are that stupid, they still buy it, Or they're just not watching.
It's crazy. I mean, it's like, do they want us to see that it's fake? That it's not real? Like, do they want people to wake up? Do they want people to use this as evidence?
Had you ever watched a spacewalk prior to discovering that the Earth is flat? Like, actually watched one for an hour, 2 hours?
I tried, and then I stopped because it's like, this is bullshit. What am I doing? I did watch the ISS footage of the Earth. I saw a bunch of clouds for a long time. All these fake ass channers. I don't know. It's weird. Like, this is I noticed it was just it wasn't live at all. There are no live footages of it. It's all bullshit. I even saw them stream the moon, like NASA. I was like, what the hell is this? And then they took that down. Like, they had a satellite going around the moon and they were showing it. 2017-ish, 16-ish, shut up.
Yeah, the telling fact is that most globers don't know the radius. They don't know the circumference. They don't know the distance to the sun. They don't know what gravity is. So they're DOA. It's just who's here, how long you prolong it, how hard they spiral. Do they spiral in 5 minutes? Do they spiral in 20 minutes? Like Dexter. Yeah, are you listening, Dexter? I got you in 2 minutes. Does globe Earth rotate underneath the helicopter. You said there's no drift. You don't know how many reference frames globe Earth Coriolis effect requires. Debate over. But
and often that they misunderstand that no drift is our point. The Earth does not turn underneath the helicopter. That is what is proof that there is no motion underneath something that is no longer attached. But yet they want us, or they sort of act as though we're the ones who meant to provide the evidence of this drift, when we don't believe in the drift, because it's not evidentiary. It's not, you cannot experience the Earth turning underneath you, even though your ball model says it has to.
yeah, all you have to say is conservation of momentum, and then you got him. Conservation of momentum means no 15-degree drift, and they conceded.
No Coriolis.
No Coriolis drift. Thank you. Conceded.
So
done.
Conservation
Spiral.
means no Coriolis. Coriolis means no conservation. So pick one.
It's supposed to be moving with the Earth. You're not supposed to feel it, but it's spinning. We all know it's spinning. I mean, it's like gravity and everything else, right? You don't really feel it.
Well, one of the worst things is, like, say Pazza. He's been around for like a month or 2 or 3 or 6, and he'll still bring up gravity, even though he's been destroyed 20 times. He'll still throw it in there, and he'll still bring it up, and he'll still. It's like, gravity, blah 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 blah. It's like, what? You've been annihilated 20 times, and you're still saying it? But you need content. You need people to talk to. You need different people to practice debates. So, like, it's a melting pot.
Smart people say gravity, then it's gravity. You know what I mean? Like, if Newton or Einstein, Michio Kaku, the movies, and everyone in the world says gravity, then yeah, it must be true. I don't really know how to explain it, but somebody does, or else we wouldn't, it wouldn't be a thing. Why would they lie?
And then you ask for their experiment, and then they either give you a pseudo experiment or they spiral, and then it's like, yeah, they'll usually, it's like, give me scientific evidence of gravity or space-time, and then they'll say, where's your flat earth proof? So I take that as a concession.
Or jump off a building.
Why am I not floating? Whatever. Yeah, it's.
Why should you?
Yeah, you shouldn't. There's no.
Because gravity is only in. So, that's why fall off into space. Into the vacuum. That's the container.
And what exactly?
What's that, Solar? Cut out.
He's having ground tower issues, folks. or he's occupied.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, my speakers are, well, my earphones are not working so well. What I was saying is what exactly is gravity? What is this effect we're meant to see? Do things pull towards the center to create one large sphere? So did the sun attract every planet towards the sun to make one giant mass in the center? As its mass becomes bigger, it obviously attracts at further distances and keeps pulling towards the center. Or does gravity create perfectly ellipsoid orbits, egg-shaped orbits, whereby at certain points it's closer and at certain points it's further, but it doesn't attract to center? Or is gravity the container that's holding the gas in? So is gravity the outer container containing gas? Is it pulling towards center? Or is it creating orbits? Or is it ensuring that helicopters stay suspended with the ground below them? Like, what exactly is this effect that you guys use gravity for as the answer to everything? When you ask them that, they'll say, oh, it can do all of those. Why not? Well, in your imagination, it has to do all of those. But in the real world, a single force creates a single effect. I'm sure there's even more fallacious reasons that they use gravity that is retarded.
Well, even Biodual, who's been around for like 5 years or whoever knows, he's doing the Cavendish experiment claiming gravity in 2022. That's how bad it is. Like, they're, yeah, it's like how, yeah. To be blunt, they Globers are insane.
So that's everyone. I mean, that's like 90-something% of the world.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say that.
What you mean the guys are coming?
As a pessimist, realist, cynic, I would say
The
that.
religious ones? Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know, man. Gravity is not because of water, like, and when you drop things in the water or helium, when you drop a helium balloon, it goes up. It's like it has mass. Why is it going up? I mean, there's a balloon, right? If you drop, the balloon before you blow it up, when you let it go, it falls, right? But when you fill it with helium and you let it go, it goes up. So it's like, what happened to gravity? Like, it should be easy to keep. It should be harder for light things to escape, right? Because something like that. I don't know.
A new term would be like select, or maybe it's old, selective gravity.
Yeah, I don't know what that means though. What does that mean? Somebody's making a choice.
Yeah, well, gravity chooses. Sometimes it goes up, and sometimes it goes down, and sometimes it stays level. And it's very selective. It's binary or whatever, whatever the new term would be.
Yeah.
But anytime you want to stop a glober in his tracks, you ask him for scientific evidence of gravity, and the scramble ensues.
It comes from the Vatican, from the. So that's how you know. Right. Who would do such a thing? Who would try to develop such a theory so that they can have things like black holes. Not only that, the Big Bang. It's like, okay, the Big Bang came from the Pope and gravity. Okay, gravity and gravity.
Dwarf stars.
It's just like it's like Santa Claus and gravity and Big Bang. They're all connected, but they try to separate them.
It seems like gravity is the god that designed everything, because the chances that the world with life like the way it does exist, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like rolling a dice 70 times and getting sixes every time. Like, you know, trillions and trillions. One out of trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions. Say 55 zeros or something like that. And that's what happened. And it's like, unless gravity, some kind of god. It's like, of course, it's gravity. It's gravity that holds everything together. It's gravity that you know, is the cause and the effect, the uncaused cause. It's like, holy shit. This is
But they're what do you call it, polytheists. They have multiple gods. They have the radius is their god, and gravity is their god, and refraction is their god. So they'll just shout out any one of their gods and hope that it sticks to anybody who doesn't know what they're talking about.
Oh, now you can have all the stars as your gods. You know what I mean? Like, especially in our solar system, there are these specific 7 gods that are used to be wandering stars, and there's the sun. So I was like, yeah, Roman gods, yeah. That's subtle.
Yeah, why are the months named after like gods, and why are all the stars and the constellations? Is everything's a coincidence? Why are all the celebrities doing eye symbols, and all the black eyes and the politicians, and every atheist believe in every single thing is a coincidence. Everything is just random, subjective.
Your life must suck.
What about
Alright.
that planet that they say rains glass in? Rains glass everywhere, and you'll just be shredded to bits if you land on it.
I would never even entertain. I would just be like, yeah,
science, dude.
Selective science.
Optical science.
I didn't make that up, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't make that up. That's an actual, alleged planet.
Yeah, I would just say, like, yeah. How did you verify that? How do you know it's a planet? How do you know it's physical?
And these guys are talking about space time and shit. You know what I mean? Like, the end game is to upload our consciousness into space time to stop the world from, the universe from, because you know how it's expanding and then it's going to stop expanding and then come back and everything is going to go back. Something like that. You know what I mean? It's like crazy. Like, it's really crazy. Like in a shell taller and shit. Shell taller, yeah.
Shell taller. Complicated. I think of myself as a complicated rock.
Well, somebody was here talking about it the other day.
How does an atheist defend that? Oh, they'll just say it's a mistranslation or whatever. But just like if you post the meme of how Operation Paperclip and how the Nazis were in the UN and the EU, and sometimes you get atheists arguing against themselves, where they're like, "No, it's okay for the Nazis to join the US. It's okay." It's yeah.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Globe on globe violence.
That's Nazi. Naza. Yeah, it should be Naza. Naza. That's a meme. I don't know. Right.
Yeah, and if you know about the Ashkenazi and the Nazis and NASA, then yeah, it's a triple connection. What? Yeah, like
the Holy Trinity.
Why would a bloodline be called the Ashkenazi, and then a fake World War be called the Nazis, and then NASA be used and hired Nazis?
Do you not see?
Yeah, well,
do you not see what's going on here with the NASA and the Nazi? NASA, yeah, Nazi. I can't. Friggin', who was it? Michelle Thaler. Yeah, some kid was in here talking about an experiment where stuff came from rocks, but they were ignoring the glass that they were doing the experiment in. It's only when that other element thing is introduced that it works. And I don't know. Yeah, I think that's where the idea comes from.
well, you could even debate like Mick Toon, and he won't even know what an experiment is and a natural observed phenomena. So it's like, what do you do? Just drop the red pill, move on, I guess.
So it's like, man, you don't even know how to do an experiment, dude. Like, you don't even know how to analyze like your results. Like, you don't even know how to interpret it. Like, you don't even understand what you're doing. Why did you even come out with this? Like, who wrote this? Like, in science.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, like the atheist secular believe that observation is experiment, while we believe that, or we want observable, measurable, repeatable, and that's a problem. Like, but
They're trying to say that life comes from nothing and life is nothing. It's not a thing. It's just, shit happens.
Carbon.
It takes billions of years and millions of years to happen. Though, like, whatever.
yeah, we know it's the eugenics.
Life comes from carbon.
This is the bullshit.
That's why my diamonds talk to me.
What's up?
I said life comes from carbon. Carbon. That's why my diamonds talk to me.
You.
Lead comes from carbon. That's why diamonds talk to you.
Mm.
Is that rap lyrics?
Nah, man, that just means we're carbon-based life forms.
Carbon-based.
How much carbon am I as a human?
I
don't know. You just started as a carbon, actually. You started as a carbon molecule. You grew fucking arms.
No, man. Like, no one started as a carbon. It's like, no, that's wrong. I believe we all started as sperm and egg, mom and dad. Yeah.
Yeah, but my great granddaddy started as a carbon.
As a carbon. Yeah. And then what? And then he grew arms and legs and a head? What year did this happen? Is it like in the 1600s or something?
That's before Christ.
Sounds like an experiment gone wrong.